Starting here, the first of 8 rounds of the magnificent, don't call it the VLN anymore, it's the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The circuit looks fantastic, more than 100 cars coming out to play. This is what we live for, Peter, and it's back, and there's so much to talk about ahead of the race. That starts in 44 minutes from now, 4 hours of racing, the first of 8 rounds of this championship, and we're in the starting box, ready to go.
We are indeed. Real racing, you say, full metal racing, 141 cars. Not a bad entry for the first non-digital one, which, of course, you've been covering with Mr. Hindhoff. And a bit of a new experience for you, I should imagine. Now it's back to the real world and what you used to do. A bit more difficult, you're saying?
Well, let me explain why we don't have as many cars. We have 50 cars on the digital NLS, but split between 4 classes.
It's a doddle, then.
It is a doddle, but I tell you what, you have cameras, imaginary cameras, at any point on the circuit. It had been amazing, whereas, of course, with a circuit that's 24.5 kilometers long, it's very, very difficult to, indeed. If you had endless budget and endless operatives, you could have cameras on every corner, but or the replays and everything, all super easy to call up. It's been really good. The real world drivers mixing with the sim racers, and it's been an eye-opener for the real world drivers, because when they got in, they found they were lagging behind. But the rate of progress in which they learnt their craft was phenomenal. Not just the drivers, but race engineers as well. And I think a lot of drivers will now be racing pretty much every weekend of the year. If they haven't got a full metal race, they will be doing digital racing. It's kept them sharp at their craft. But what we're seeing on the screens at the moment is something new, and this is forced by social distancing. The cars aren't operating out of the garages. They have their awnings, as you can see, in the paddock behind, with a one-way system, an in and an out, and then they peel back under the pit building into the pit lane. And there's a fast lane, there's a working lane in front of the tents at the back. And so it does have a different feel. But I tell you what, you had a chance to have a look during the week, just how much testing's been going on. Absolutely. It's like a coiled spring at the moment.
Yeah. Well, as you say, coiled spring, that first lap, it's a long, obviously a very, very long lap here, but let's just see. Pit lane being used only for refueling this weekend, as I understand. That's the only bit where the pit lane gets used in that sense.
Correct.
Doesn't that point to any drive-throughs, penalties? How are they going to be officiated? Presumably pit lane.
Well, there's something we might find out.
Exactly.
Might find out.
I never thought of that aspect.
I'll have to readjust. Of course, if you get your car damaged in the digital world, you can serve a time penalty in the pit while it's put right.
No, it's called press reset.
Yes, it's something like that.
Alt, control, delete, reset, something of that order. And yeah, so yeah, well, everyone's been keeping match fit, yourself included. As you say, now back to real racing and real cars. Of course, digital doesn't damage the environment quite as much as these cars. So back to the real stuff now. And there, real fuel, real cars, real track.
But what I absolutely love...
It's been a long wait.
It has been a long wait. And seeing the tweets from the drivers as they got back out to go testing, even if they'd been doing a sort of full digital season, just that element, the physical element of driving, is just so exciting. And that's one thing that still in the digital world, you can't get as much feedback from your rig as you would from the car. And because you have to concentrate on the screen to such an extent, I really think it's actually in some ways almost more physical. It's a different sort of physical, because you realize as a racer, you get so much feedback, not just through your hands, but through your backside, your the way your body's moving around. And I think that's taken a different part of their minds.
And you mentioned also that now that digital racers can be racing all the time, every weekend, all the time. That's not so good for your home life.
No, well, some of these...
A set calendar, nice away, 10 events, 9 events, whatever it may be, whatever your series is. And now it can be, say, all the time. So we've got a car stopped on track already. As we said, it's real cars. We didn't get much of that in digital, did we? It's just highlights.
Highlights from the past. In this practice this morning. That final sequence of corners, you go through her act and you blast around. There's that kink, which doesn't look like a corner, but by golly, you're committed. And then trying to go into what effectively is the Tiergarten sequence of corners. So many people slightly out of line, becomes very out of line, and then that barrier in front of you gets larger and larger, and there'll be some big, hairy, scary moments. Their drivers at the moment clipping corners, kicking up the dust on that corner of the circuit. Now, novelty.
Yeah,
so
the Supra
coming out to play in GT4 trim. That's from Novel Racing, good name for them, I suppose, by Ring Racing. So
novel or novel?
Well, there you go. It's not novel to us.
Just throwing a curveball, and we've got a few hours of this.
But that should go pretty well, regardless, because Andres Goulden is one of the regular. He's the chief driving instructor at the
Yep.
Nürburgring Academy, so there's nothing he doesn't know about the circuit. So
So no pressure then. No pressure at all for him. One of the very few non-German manufactured cars, along with the 488 Ferraris now, haven't they? They've upgraded this season from the venerable 458.
yes, I mean when you come and look at the NLS and its predecessor, the VLN, yeah, bits and bobs in the track there, so there's been a bit of contact. But it really is a case of old cars, new cars, and cars that are introduced coming for the future as well. We always have to keep an eye on that. But I must say, looking at the mix of cars, we've often been a little bit Ferrari light, but good to see the Octane 126 team. 4 drivers coming out to play in that one. And it's just variety. We as motor racing people love variety. But in terms of pace this morning, it was the number 6 car that rose to the top, Mauro Engel, who's just such a star. New team. Used to be Black Falcon Racing, or Falcon Racing ran a fabulous fleet of Mercedes, but that's not been the only victim of the COVID pandemic. It's a Hout Racing team, almost all the same people. Black Falcon is represented, but in the sort of junior subclasses, if you will. But the Hout Racing team has got a full program this year. And in fact, when you look at the entry list for today's race, all the top teams are here, and not just with single car entries either, but it's great to have the Rover Racing team with its BMW top mix of drivers. What I am seeing in the distance, it's a fine day, but it's a grey day in the Nordschleife. You know how we like to look out over the Eiffel forests and see what lies beyond. But for the moment, no clouds over the Hout Racing team. Hubert Hout has raced for the Black Falcon team for a considerable number of years.
Was that one size fits all sort of description for the weather there, isn't it? It was changeable.
Changeable, yes. I'd already written that bit of script before I left home. In fact, I tell you what, it wasn't changeable in any of the DNLS rounds. It was bright sunshine every round.
But can you change that? Can somebody somewhere on a server suddenly say rain now and press a button?
You know,
to make it a bit more interesting?
Only complaint, which isn't a complaint at all, in the first one of the DNLS rounds we did, which is the second round of the championship, was the scenery looked fantastic, but the leaves were in full tree. The trees were in full leaf. The leaves were in full tree. But you know, in the Eiffel Forest, the leaves come quite late because it's relatively cold. But
ever the purist, Bruce. Ever the purist.
Yes, I do love a Sylvan session.
I'm sorry, but the Pantone of the leaves wasn't quite right for that time of year. It wasn't seasonal.
You could tell I was fishing around for something to say that wasn't just overall praise and overarching praise.
Devil's in the detail, as they say.
But so we just mentioned Mauro Engel on pole, so that's for the new team HRT. Second on the grid, Phoenix Racing, Michele Beretta. He's sharing with Kim Lewis Schramm. He's in one of the Phoenix Racing Audis. So great to have different manufacturers sharing the front row of the grid. And we will let you know the rest of the grids further down. But it is a grey day. In fact, it looked a little bit brighter about 10 minutes ago when we flicked on the screens. But right now, I think for a lot of these drivers, it's just so good to be back involved and building towards whatever seasons they're building towards, whether they're just going to be doing the NLS or if they're going to be doing, let's say, the GT World Challenge Europe. But for all these championships, everything has been compressed into this second half of the season. You know, just getting ready to go in the end of March and then lockdown. And I think every championship must be effectively on about Plan D. Plan B, we'll do that. I know we won't.
I think it was you and I or John discussing earlier in the week, and they're saying that there simply aren't enough weekends now in the year to get as much motor racing in as we want to because of the 3-month lockdown. So nothing happening. So everything's compacted. We've seen it in Formula One with double headers and 2 Grand Prix at different circuits. I think that starts is it next weekend? F1 starts again. So very similar here, trying to compact everything in as much as possible in a short time scale. And of course, they've got the Nürburgring permit. These drivers have to go through the process. I know 1 or 2 people have been doing that in the lockdown, using that process to do the theory side of stuff and getting that done, keeping match fit, as it were, like yourself doing the digital, keeping your eye in, or your voice in your case. But now it's real cars, and a lot to get in. But what a way to start with this.
Well,
4 hours straight out of the box. There you go.
Luckily, not just for each driver. Obviously, that's the element. We generally have 3 drivers, some in 2 and some 4. But again, we've got the full mix of cars. Whereas in the DNLS, we had the top class, the SP9 class, and then Porsche Cup class, the Cayman Cup class, and the TCRs. But the most recent round in that, we'd only had Audi RS3s, but then BMW M4 model was ready to go. So some of the teams tried that and put it back in the box, but just great to see the richness of this full grid. You say 141 cars, that's a lot of adding up, but it's just lovely to see the full mix. It has always been such a feature of the VLN, and now on the NLS. And the races are going to come thick and fast. Rounds 2 and 3, the 11th and 12th July. Quite unusual. We're so accustomed to having a Saturday race, but it's a Saturday and Sunday to make it all fit in.
There's a lot of motor racing to get in before the end of the season. But organisers doing an amazing job, and just looking at the camera there, looking at the pit lane, fantastic measures put in place for the social distancing, which is logistically not an easy thing to start to process when you've got 141 cars out there, driver changes, you say sometimes 2, 3, 4 drivers per car, mechanics, crew, refuelers, crew chief, etc. And that's just look at one team. And they've all done extremely well. All their, say, measured little area in the paddock. I think it's 6 by 20 metres they've got, little space with their awnings, and very much on trial here. But a bit of motor racing on trial here for us, actually, just seeing how we can cope with the new social distancing rules. That's all going to change, I guess, as things evolve. We know it's a very fast-moving situation. I don't just mean the cars on track, but the pandemic.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But
that was unintentional, though. But you picked up on it. Well done. You're ahead of me again.
Paying attention. But I think one of the beauties of the NLS, not just because it's got this brilliant circuit to go racing on, but it's the fact that whatever they sort for this round is going to be good for the others for as long as it's
exactly.
needed. But if you've got a championship that's going from circuit to circuit around Europe or Asia or wherever, or around the States, you've got to manifest those changes at each and every one of the circuits.
Very good point, yeah.
So there may be things they tweak and fiddle for the next time around, but I've been really impressed by the plans. But not every circuit races series go to have a paddock as sizable as we have at the Nürburgring, and so they're fortunate there. And also social distancing, they can spread the cars out around 24 and a half kilometres. There you go, that's the plan, Stan.
So rather like your digital racing, it's a bit of a beta test, this, isn't it? See how it all works.
But I think you can guarantee that racers from all series are just watching this weekend. Championships are just kicking off around the world, and they're looking and learning and just seeing, because most of them will be racing again within the next few weeks. And around Europe, the championships really starting to swing into action. So,
how different is it going to be in a month or 2 months' time? That's the point. It could be more, it could be less. Who knows? It's watch with interest, and that's off the track, and never mind on the track.
No, entirely so. But I also think because the seasons are necessarily now compressed, do not crash the car is a message that more than one team manager will be stressing with some vigour, one feels. And one car we haven't really talked about, just rolling into the background of the scene, is a Ford Mustang. Don't get many of those to the pound. And
fantastic scheme on it as well. Livery.
I think quite a few people have really done. They've used the extra time to great avail. In fact, some of them have developed their liveries through what they've managed to put on their digital car, and some of those are changing week in, week out. What looks good, what does not look good. But
what's the old phrase? Art imitates life, or life imitates art? Which way round is it? It's to say do it digitally because we can. Then almost says, hang on a minute, why don't we just print that in vinyl and put it on the car? And you said 2 months ago they probably wouldn't have thought of that.
No. There has been a chance, and also, of course, if you're on a digital world, you can spin the cameras around and see the cars from all angles at all times. So it does really give them a sort of rolling test bed. But one of the colour schemes that just remains so strong and so popular is the Grello, the bright yellow and bright green Porsche from Manthey Racing, and that's rolled through our shot, going towards the front end of the grid. And
single entry this time, isn't it? Manthey, just the one car today. Yeah.
That is correct. But we've got a good field of SP9 runners, and Manthey Racing, Julian Andlauer, Matt Campbell, so Frenchman, Australian, and Lars Kern, German. Again, typical of the teams at the very front end of the grid. So cosmopolitan in entry, but obviously Andlauer and Campbell in particular, very well supported drivers on the Porsche books. But let's just fleetingly talk about what may be lying ahead. Of course, some teams had plans that have gone up in smoke simply because people's businesses have not done well through the pandemic. Some have actually paid up front, so they're coming racing as soon as they possibly can. But it has led to quite a few people, well, not as many as I'd expected actually, suddenly people having to drop out and other people coming in, people being late to call their
I think it's a very interesting aspect you've just raised there, because you say there's we live in a sheltered bubble in motorsport, don't we? Let's face it, and it's a bit of a luxury to some people. It's big money, we know that, But he said it's all funded by companies, businessmen, individual gentlemen, drivers, sponsors. It's all got to come from somewhere, and that has changed. It's such a global thing. This COVID-19 pandemic. Has it affected business? And it's interesting to see again. So not just from the point of view of the paddock and how it works. It's a third dimension here. We've got the racing on track. Yeah, that's great. How the paddock works and all that side of it. And how strong is it economically behind to get all these cars out? So I think 141 cars out, first real race or full metal racing as you call it, to coin your phrase. I know I've got to pay copyright on that. I think it's quite exactly. I think it's quite impressive first time out. But again, how well will that evolve? What are people going? This is really, it's quite a test event. This one for us, not just from the track point of view. There's a lot of strings to this one.
Yeah, but when you look at the NLS, the teams have so much experience of this series, this circuit. And that is one element about having a circuit where you come racing frequently. It means the cars are really well engineered for the challenge that's ahead. There aren't many surprises unless you change to a new model of car for this year.
The theory is correct. It doesn't always follow.
And obviously they're aware of how long their stint life might be, because they've got so much experience of the temperatures and how it affects the tyres and stuff. But there is still this element. They've had a useful session of testing, and they've had the running this morning, practice and qualifying. But they at least have half a clue. If the temperature is X, tyre life is going to be Y, and therefore our stint length will be Z or something. But so I think...
Thank you, Professor Jones.
Yes, I should retire to the staff room and have some coffee and biscuits right now. But cars are looking great. And again, it just stresses to me when you start seeing a long grid shot, just how many cars are coming into the background. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we set off in batches as well, so there'll be the gap in between. So some of the cars we cannot see, they're out around the corner. But the SP9 cars looking very, very cool indeed. The number 006, or in fact it's number 6 really, is on pole. That's the new team headed by Hubert Hout, long-time Black Falcon racer, but he's now at the helm of the team. Patrick Assenheimer and Maro Engel.
Aren't they still working out of the Black Falcon workshops while they're building a new HQ? I think I read. I
believe that's the case, because it's only just been announced.
Yeah.
So
it really is that new. I mean,
there are still 3 Black Falcon cars coming out in this race, including very interesting looking one down in SP Pro, which is car number 350.
Yep. Black
Falcon Team Identica, very famous, connection of names. Marek Bachmann, Tobias Muller, and Carlos Rivas, all huge experience on the Nordschleife. It's a 911 GT3 Cup MR Manthey Racing. So that's how it's been developed. And let's see how that progresses. I'll let you know where that is when I've looked down the grid order. But for the 51st Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken Trophy, it's that Team HRT Mercedes on pole position. Predominantly black car with orange and white flashes on it. And it's the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi with Michele Beretta on the outside of the front row.
Now there was a name associated with endurance racing. The Berettas.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed, but there are many Berettas. None related. No, they're related to their family, but a great cluster of cars. And actually, for the first time, I'm seeing some really great new liveries. I really like the red and white number 2 Mercedes from Team GetSpeed. That's one shared by Fabian Schiller, Maxi Buch, and Raffaele Marciello. That's not going to be weak, is it? Good grief.
No.
What a lineup in that one. So that's not on the front row, but it's not far behind. Still wheeling itself around to try and get into grid formation.
And where did that car qualify, Bruce? It was
just waiting to let you know. Just waiting for those.
It's a strong contender there, but you don't need to be. I think there's always bragging rights and Prince being up on pole and front row, whatever. But it's a 4-hour race. And you've covered enough of it, more than most people, and we know. It doesn't all matter at the beginning, but there is certainly that psychological thing. I think it's probably more prevalent amongst the drivers. You do want that bragging rights of being up there, the fart of that, even if it's just a 1,000th or something. It's that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter how much quicker you are. The word is quicker.
Yeah, but
it's part of a driver's makeup.
Okay, but part of a racing driver's brain.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
I did stumble for a second
exactly.
there. But how did your psyche change when you were all set through the close season to go racing in March, maybe April,
True.
and you've been held back to the end of June?
Yep.
how many drivers do you think will get that little rush of blood to the head when they go down to turn one? Thank goodness it's a wide corner with a considerable amount of runoff. So
it does tighten up though. If you're on the left-hand side, that's one thing. Going down the inside, you can suddenly, it's pincers like a Venturi, isn't it? You suddenly get to the point, and then you're into a lockup, and hopefully we're not going to see that.
No.
But no, I've always, I think this is probably why you and I like endurance racing. I've always liked the fact that it's such a team event. It's not so singular. You've got that thing 2, 3, maybe even sometimes 4 drivers. And the fact that you've got you can have such a variety of drivers. You literally your Pro-Am lineup. So a little bit further down the classes, some of the BMWs, not so much gentleman driver, as I don't mean to be denigrating that, but people that are paying to do this and have the fun, but are against the Black Falcon cars, etc. But you can have such a range of ability and talent and experience in a team. But you've all got to work together because it's the same car, it's the same chassis, it's going around all the time. So you've got to engineer it the same way, your strategy's got to be right. And I've always found that absolutely fascinating to watch how that plays out. And the longer the race, the better. This to me is a sprint race. 4 hours. We like 24 hours.
Entirely, but one thing my rugby coach always used to talk about was...
Well, they weren't 4 hours long, but hopefully...
In the bar afterwards, yes.
Yes, okay.
But it was about not being the weakest link in the chain. You're only as strong as the weakest link in the chain. So whatever your capacity as a driver, when you're in a big formation, in a 4-car driver lineup in this, just don't drop the ball. Yeah. Is the message, because we all know that shaving a few seconds off here or there around a long lap is a fabulous thing, but putting it in the barriers is not considered in quite the same light.
Well, there's an old military principle from the army days of the unit marches at the pace of the slowest man. You don't go at the pace of the quickest, you go at the slowest man to work as a team. And that's absolutely prevalent in this. You have to do it.
So the grid is forming. See many people out there. Of course, what we've never seen before is people walking around with the face masks on. And but
I've got to say, just seeing that, it doesn't look as packed as normal.
No,
does it?
No.
It really is
The
obvious.
numbers have been limited. Normally, we actually struggle to see the cars because there's particularly the long shot taken back down from turn 1, high above turn 1, back to the grid. You eventually see a door and you work out there's a car attached. And but today, yes, we can see the cars. We can see the 2 on the front row. There's a bright yellow number 2, I think it is.
Still quite a lot of shuffling going around.
There is a lot of shuffling. That's the bit
one
they
of the
got
Mercedes,
wrong.
I think, is number 23 here.
That's Janine Hill's car.
JP, is that J2 racing car?
The Rooster Rojo J2 racing car run by Get Speed Performance. And
I think that got slightly out of slot, out of position, getting in. That's been...
Well, it's a big, long car, being one of the AMG Mercedes.
I don't think the parking sensors were working.
Certainly not. So the grid very nearly set. We're going racing at the top of the hour, so we've still got time. But of course, they have to go off on what is not a short formation lap and get this pack of cars. But here we are. I think let's see this as a triumph as we get back to full metal racing. It's the fact that everyone's been held up. The excitement has been absolutely palpable. And now, after a fantastic run of testing, we're ready to go racing all over again.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
We are just about ready to go. Every time I think all the cars are in position, another one is fed slowly up the order. Hyundai making its way through the second grid of cars. 141 cars all set to go out racing. Track condition dry, bit breezy. It's a grey day and there are dark clouds to the west of the circuit, but I think for now they seem high enough. How warm is it? Well, people down on the grid are not wearing their racing jackets to show allegiance to their teams. It's wearing them because I think they need them because of the wind. But it's not hot, it's not cold. It's the end of June, but the most important thing here on RS1 is we're going racing again with cars made of metal. It's been fabulous. It's been a revelation to me to commentate on the digital NLS and sundry other virtual races. I've become a real convert to it. And in fact, to be honest, Peter, after 5 minutes into my first digital broadcast, I actually forgot to a large extent. I just became so engrossed in the timing screen and the race monitors that what was happening there. And of course, you get little glitches, but the drivers being who they are, they then make sure they've got the very best kit with, I learned terms like ping and latency. If those numbers are low, they can place their car accurately. And obviously, if you're going 2 or 3 abreast into a corner and you're on slight delay, you're going for a gap that may not still be there when you get there. But of course, as the cars set off on their parade lap, Porsche leading them round, the white lights on the roof. It's a sight that makes me very, very happy indeed as the SP9 cars go off in that fabulous mix of cars down the order behind. But it's Mercedes and Audi on the front row, Mercedes on the second row, good one of the BMWs right up at the sharp end as well. And the Ferrari's in the mix too. I'm trying to see how the best Ferrari looks as though it's in about 8th position. It's the Octane 126 car shared by Bjorn Grossman, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Luca Ludwig. And Luca knows those cars very well indeed. Has been racing for the HB Racing team for years in the ADAC GT series. But what's encouraging is just simply we have so many teams. In fact, wanting to come and play. There's some dip in and some dip out, but I think increasingly as more and more privateers will dictate where the car goes, they want to come and do this. I think the numbers in this at the top end are going to grow. That's just my hunch, my little look into the future, because what is not to like about the Langstrecken-Series?
Absolutely, and so you heard it here first, so we'll keep an eye on that, Bruce. But I think it's a very, very valid point. It was interesting you saying about the your views and perceptions on digital racing. I've got this long formation lap, and how quickly you became not just immersed in it, but how quickly you adapted to thinking it was just like real racing. And because we saw it in bits of NASCAR, didn't we? Some of the e-racing there, where drivers getting fined and penalised in the real world for the way they behaved on track digitally, not realising that it was. They think it was only a game and sort of huffing and puffing and having a tantrum and points on your license. And it's just, I remember reading that and thinking, crap, this is serious. People aren't getting that it's a small transition from, as you say, full metal racing to digital, but everything else, the infrastructure and the platform's the same. And the governing bodies and organisers are saying, no, we're not having that behaviour. It's the same. You're representing us. A body, a sponsor, etc. Why shouldn't you be penalised?
Well, what's the biggest penalty, of course, is for Daniel Abt, who's lost his Audi Formula E drive because he had a friend who was a professional sim racer slotting in for him. So yes, it was underhand, but he wasn't taking it sufficiently seriously. He thought it was a laugh. And but also there has been some pretty scurrilous behaviour in the IndyCar series against Lando Norris, and people are quite surprising. But when you see how seriously some of them are taking it. Saw Simon Pagenaud in the virtual Le Mans, who had a spare rig. That's his level of preparation. His steering wheel stopped working. He climbed across the other one, which was sort of alongside him.
A T-car. Fantastic.
Drivers should never be ever underprepared.
Absolutely not. No. But
of course, if you have a budget. But again, that was quite typical. Because if anyone knows Simon is someone who doesn't ever do things by halves. So yes, that was good, because otherwise you can imagine the frustration when you can play just for a small glitch.
You say that funny enough, many years ago, there's a very quick aside, watching the formation lap in club racing. There was a guy that had turned up at one of the first rigs at club racing, which everybody was surprised at, because it was usually a van. If you were a bit posher, you had an estate car or maybe a Range Rover. That was a level of it. But he turned up with a rig, and nobody could ever work out why, because the rig was always kept closed, car came out, whatever. Turns out, at one meeting when something catastrophic happened, he had built a complete spare car in there, then just moved the transponder across, and out it came. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, that's not correct, that's not the spirit of it, but that was the level of it. And that was 25 years ago, Bruce. So yeah, a spare setup in sim racing.
It's fantastic. As you say, it's just you can take the driver out of the car, literally, but quite extraordinary. But then again, there are periods in motor racing, there are perpetual periods where someone will just arrive and they've got the money to do something on a higher level than anyone else. And unfortunately, the nature of the beast is that raises the ante, and people feel they have to follow it, which is why so many junior single-seater series have become priced out of the market for many, many potential racers. And it is a massive concern with the cost that you think of so many drivers who were able to do it back when in the 80s when Formula Ford was attainable, very attainable, and how many of those drivers would have gone no further? Maybe no names, no shame, but they got in and they wouldn't have been there.
I've been involved in driver coaching with somebody in junior saloon cars the last couple of years. He's only just 16 now, moved into Ginettas now, and to look at the budget, and it was dad, works as a builder. The budget for that, I think, was 15 grand the first year. And there's nothing more than your 14-year-old racing whilst still and you're certainly a 9 kid and you sort of, hang on a minute, and that 15 grand in 3 seasons, add a nought on it now.
Yeah.
You just hang on a minute, and this is still lower level stuff, but there's a career path that looks like the possibilities there, and you just like get them to invest. You think, crikey.
Well,
and that's meant to get to Formula Ford, and that comes 4, and it's just insane. And mind touring cars.
Strong supporters of the NLS. They really, really use it. And some of the very best racing we've seen over the years has been between their sort of one-class series within.
And we've got a new model now this season, replacing the 235, 240.
Sorting it out. But what I love when you get back to the third starting group, you have more shapes of cars and you have much smaller cars at the back. But of course, their role isn't in that. The mighty Opel Manta, Volker Strycek still at the wheel. That's such a crowd favourite.
Yeah.
But it's the fact they have a really big role to play. They've got their own race, and they've got to not interrupt the pace, the speed of the front runners as they come through. Because
there was even a comment on the radio show Facebook feed this week of somebody commented that they misread. They thought the Manta wasn't out this weekend, and just said, basically, I won't be watching VLN/NLS is not the series without the Manta. It's that much of a crowd favourite. That's just one car, as you say, down the order. It's not even a front-running car out there, but it's, as you say, it's such a favourite.
Well, I think it could go around the circuit blindfold, actually, because it's been doing it for so many years. In fact, I think my early visits to the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring were pretty much when that car was competitive. And I think that was the one time I was invited to do the 24 hours. And very wise not to have done it because I wouldn't have been good enough. But also, at that point, I would have been in a Ford Fiesta XR2, or was it a turbo? But anyhow, I just didn't fancy. I'd never been around the circuit, and I didn't fancy.
You sure it wasn't an Anglia or a Prefect? It wasn't.
Yes, it was a popular, Ford Popular. But I just didn't fancy that in the dark with, the top Porsches coming past me. I thought I would have caused someone else's accident or just had several of my own. So I said, another year, let me prepare. And I was quite right, because during the night, the race went on behind a safety car for, I think, 3 hours.
Yes.
It had rain and fog.
Yep.
So I thought what little I might have learnt through practice would have been lost in the mists of time.
At least you've got to learn the circuit under the safety car. There is that.
Yes, providing I was paying, you could see enough with the marker points. But right, we're always treated, of course, to onboard camera cars in the NLS, and I'm really hoping the very first one of these, I think we had 6, the first one that I did, 1 didn't start and 3 were out on the opening lap. So let's hope across this time thing, and in the heat of a battle, particularly in the SP9 class, the senior class for GT3 cars, it still takes my breath away as we see them so close together. And then when you come up on lapping, the slowest of the cars in batch 3, and that happens really quite quickly in this race, then it's a case of everyone having to behave together.
Because we had that in the last real race we had, as in VLN9 October last year that you and I covered, the last round of the championship last year. We had that extraordinary battle. Was it the Cup 5 class? The two BMWs that were nose to tail. We had the in-car footage in that. And do you remember, it was just sometimes you couldn't see the rear lights of the car in front, and it went on for how long? I think they changed their strategy so they could pit together to keep it going. They were obviously enjoying it that much, and that was one of the absolute highlights of that race. And that was, I think it was Cup 5, wasn't it? Down that order.
Yeah, that's always a competitive class. I mean, I always feel that the director has a really difficult job to do, not just because the circuit's so long, but there are so many classes that are having inter-class battles, and it can, the easy one was always go to the BMW class cars because they're so evenly matched. There'll be 6 of them fighting over the lead.
Now, Bruce, in my headset, I can hear real engines. I can hear.
Is that doing something for your soul, Peter?
It hasn't got as far as my soul yet, but it's certainly doing something. Real engines. First time in 8 months around the Nürburgring.
It's visceral.
Absolutely.
Add the images. Note the windscreen wipers are going a little bit at the moment, but that might be just checking the systems as we ride on board the number 25, which is...
How race cars are developed now have an intermittent wipe on windscreens. Unbelievable. Lucky to have a wiper.
It was Huber Motorsport, number 25. Sorry, I just looked across the wrong line. That's good to have them on board because, of course, they largely race in series like the Carrera Cup Deutschland. They're up in the GT3 class now, in SP9. Marco Holzer, Patrick Kolb, and this is one for you to say, Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula.
So I didn't quite catch that, Bruce, sorry?
Yes, you did. Hopefully he'll go very well. Driver from Switzerland, but to me, that's the fastest name in the field. We always feel the fastest names, for some reason, they're Italian racing drivers.
It just sounds
names.
Fast, doesn't it?
I think it's just growing up. Just as you gradually learn people in international motorsport and that image of Ferrari and all that around. A bit of blue sky in the distance now, so weather appears to be improving as the cars go around on the formation lap for this, the first round of 2020. Much delayed.
And definitely social distancing on the top of the castle turret there, viewing the race from there. That's definitely keeping a bit of social distancing out of the paddock. Yep.
And they counted how many were up there. Too many, off they go.
Yes, throw them off, yes.
But what a great
Very medieval.
What a great backdrop. Brilliant circuit, but it's such a beautiful part of the world as well in the Eiffel Forest. And anybody who hasn't been there, you know what you've got to plan. As now the travel bans are lifted, you have to go, take your road car and do drive the circuit if you can. But even if you don't feel like it, go and look at the various vantage points around the outside of the circuit. There's so many brilliant places to watch around the Nordschleife. Places like Brunchen are just fantastic to watch. And you pick your favourites, but so much to see. Pits look unusually empty because, just to reiterate, there is a special system for the cars. They don't go straight into the pits. They go around the back where they stop in front of their awnings. So we've got the one car already without a door. Car number 303, which is the Alexander Schmidt, Thomas Menneke and Jens Wolf VW Golf. But alas, that's running in the SP3T class, but it's not running anywhere at the moment. So I don't know why the door is off, but don't expect that to be starting because we're going to start in 6 minutes from now.
There's not exactly a hive of activity around that car unless there's somebody working down inside. You say doors are off it, so that's looks like 303 is a non-starter.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it won't be a finisher.
No, this is true. Non-start at the starter.
Yes.
Start.
So a grey day, but to me the sun is shining over the Nordschleife in my mind. We've done the digital season, but this is what we go racing for. Cars made of metal going around racing circuits. It's not just any racing circuit, but really very much one of the greatest circuits in the world, according to Choice. Another car that's going to be carrying the camera around for us is the Race Taxi team. Manuel Collard, Manuel Perodo and Mathieu Vassivière. Mercedes, run by GetSpeed, this team. It's a pair. They've run Porsches in the past, they've run Ferraris most recently, and just getting so much racing is what it's all about. Francois Perodo, sorry, I called him Emmanuel there for a second, is the man who writes the checks, the man who's competed in the World Endurance Championship for many, many years, but fortunately for him, his oil business is going supremely well, so to have hot shoe Mathieu Vassivière and a super professional Manu Collard alongside.
Absolutely.
What a lineup, and great to see them with GetSpeed
and
performance.
Such a long career as well for Manu Collard as well. I mean, it's I dread to think how many years he's been racing. I think we're sort of good 2/3 of the way around now, Bruce. We're not far.
We are, and I can tell you when he started racing, he was the French Formula Ford champion 30 years ago. Sorry, Formula Renault champion.
I was going to say, I bet it's 25 years, but yeah, okay, 30 years. There you go. So it's always been around. I remember remember racing against. Well, I remember being in the same races as him. I wouldn't say racing against him would be a.
Oh, you can say it if you want.
No,
Someone will pick you up quite rightly.
Exactly. No, we're definitely overstating it, but we were in the same races. Clearly, that.
Now, another car that's carrying our cameras. We talked to Black Falcon not entering the SP9 class. Those cars effectively being taken over by Hout Racing Team. Windy day, just having a little look over the pits, and people are in shirt sleeves, are in jackets as well, but the flags, the Rover motor oil flags, really having a blow. So maybe those black clouds can work for or against drivers. Who fancies the wet? Now there are raindrops on the screen as we ride around with number 350 from Team Identicar. And that is another Black Falcon car. I just started that point. Black Falcon, the top cars now run as Team HRT, the Hout Racing Team, but they're running 3 cars in other classes. The SP Pro car 350 is one of our camera cars. That's the one we talked of earlier, the 911 GT3 Cup MR model. And halfway around the lap, just riding with that car as they approach the rise up the hill towards the carousel. And it's that sort of level of rain at the moment. Do you want to put the wiper across it or not?
No.
Because once you've committed to it,
leave it as long as possible.
Exactly so. So these drivers having to, not just, they've done a bit of testing last few days, done practice, done qualifying, but now when it gets really serious, do you want a greasy surface? I don't think it'll be anywhere near greasy yet, but if this carries on, it could be a factor. It could be something that offers an excuse to some of the drivers, but as they report back with slightly shorter car. But we've got the front runners at the front of the field. Just to reiterate, pole position going to Maro Engel. His teammate Patrick Assenheimer was the winner of this event last year, when it was the 50th Adenauer thing with Manuel Metzger. That was with the Black Falcon Mercedes team. This time it's Team HRT. Maro Engel and Patrick Assenheimer out of the corner. Galgenkopf towards Dottinger-Höhe, and cars weaving around, inevitably trying to get the heat in their tyres. It's Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, Mercedes. They're the top 4. One of the best of the BMWs. I think we've got 4 BMWs. One of the Walkenhorst cars in 5th place in that line of cars. Falcon Racing, all the big players in the mix as well. Phoenix Racing, Falcon Racing, Fricadelli Racing Team. They're getting very, very serious in the Porsche world. They're up there too. And how about the Audi Sport Team pairing 3 of them, Robin Friens, Christopher Haase and Nico Muller. That is a really, really well-stacked car. Car number 32, look for that working its way up towards the very sharp end of the field. But we know it's all a question of not getting it wrong, taking the odd risk on the opening lap, but just not too many, because these drivers are super, super competitive. Don't just think they've been sitting around all winter. Most of these drivers have been doing top-level sim racing as well to keep them sharp. But let's see if it feels just the same going the other way. They had to re-educate their brains to perform on a sim. Now they've got a car that will give them messages back through every part of their body. So we've already had full metal racing in the Southern Hemisphere. The Australian Supercar Series swung back into action earlier today, and now it's the turn of the Northern Hemisphere. And I must say, it's a sight that really, really cheers me as the cars line up to come through the final sweep of corners, the Bremskurve through the Tiergarten complex, and then onto the start-finish straight. Then they'll have to look at the lights. Some of the runners in the SP9 class have really lagged back quite a long way. Really, their job is to be nose to tail. Maybe that part of it.
Speeding up now,
well, they were coming to the kink before the final sequence, and there were many, many car legs between them, but now they're bunching up very well indeed. A handful of them getting the windscreen wiper going, the Manthey Racing Porsche, most of the others staying off it. But as the cars keep on streaming through, it emphasises how many cars. We've got 3 batches of cars, 141 cars coming out to play. That is Maro Engel, a driver who really seems to almost do no wrong in a GT3 car. Get a lead down to the first corner, or will Michele Beretta from the outside of the front row take it to the front? Of course, the right-hand side of the grid is the side you want to be. That's the pole starting car, and he's already made a jump before they get past pit entry. A brilliant start. It's going to be 2 Mercedes. Mercedes from 3rd place off the grid, and Beretta is now being monstered by another yellow Mercedes trying to go past him, but a brilliant super start from the pole sitter. In behind there, of course, why not? 4 abreast on the run past the pits.
Of course, as predicted. P2 car down to 3 already, and possibly going to lose down to 4th, I think, at the first turn, running wide. Yes, he has just managed to get back to P3 again there.
Michele
got the
Beretta nearly
outside.
had a Ferrari rubbing his tail end, the Octane 126 car going wide, but the person making the move is the car making the move is the Rover BMW trying to go up into 4th place, being resisted for now. The Octane 126 Ferrari gets onto his tail as they go through those twisty corners that go around the Mercedes arena, and then they get a turn sharp right very soon indeed, and it's very, very busy indeed. The BMW rubbing the tail of Beretta's Audi. That has been the car that's had the busiest action, and on the outside, the Octane 126 Ferrari, has it made the move? Yes, he has, demoted the Rover Motorsport BMW, which of course dives straight up the inside of the next corner.
I'm going to say, very punchy opening few corners there from the Phoenix Racing Audi driven by Beretta there. It's a very, very, as you said, not too many risks on the first lap. Well, that seemed to go, caution seemed to go right out of the window, and racing is racing. I'm back in a real car. Here we go.
Those weren't risks, they were... the Ferrari's gone for a spin. He got past the Rover car, got very close to the tail of Beretta, or the yellow Phoenix Audi, and that's allowed the Manthey Racing Porsche to gain several positions. The Audi is in the gravel trap, just coming out of the chicane. Of course, that's just before they turn left.
Ferrari's rear wheels are in the gravel though, Bruce. That's a problem. That's probably going to be stuck there. It looks like the Ferrari's rear wheels are on the gravel.
They are. He's got the front wheels on the grass, but stop doing that now, because can they get that clear before the second batch of cars comes around? They're not in the background of the shot yet. The driver has now stopped spinning those rear wheels because it was causing it to sink. The first two cars making a break. Two Mercedes owner, the Ferrari driver is going for it a bit more. No marshals can yet get close. It's a very long run through the gravel trap for them to get to that car, but then of course it's going to be compromised if you have the second batch of cars coming around. So very, very feisty first few corners and making progress, the Octane 126 Ferrari, but I'm afraid tiny bit of contact and just got very close to the yellow Audi from Phoenix. The BMW drive through the gravel and now by the better placed of the Motorsport BMW. So been a lot of shaking of the order up there. Ferrari unfortunately came unstuck at the chicane, and we've got a safety car out on the track with a klaxon going. So real world racing has showed that it's a real world thing, and right now the second starting group just powering away. The pole sitter got about a 3-4 car length lead as he blasts down towards the first corner of the circuit, and the car that was in front of the wasn't a safety car, so it was a car leading on the formation lap, has pulled away. But that's the best start I've seen for a long time in the NLS. I've never seen a driver gain about 10 car lengths and down into the first corner. Very, very tidy indeed. But of course we have a yellow zone at the Bogen Vidal, the chicane. That's flag MP Marshall's post 41 and 42. So the Ferrari is still there. No, the track is now, sorry, it's not now clear. I'm reading backwards up the timing sheet. But
well, he was very unlucky at that 26, the Octane 126 car. That's got 5 drivers in that car as well, hasn't it? On the entry list here. Just very unlucky. I'm not sure he was tagged. He appeared to go around on his own.
He could have done. I
think he went on his own, perhaps cold tyres, slightly damp, but it's gone one way and then swapped onto the grass and just unluckily rolled backwards and just dropped the driven wheels into the gravel. If it hadn't been for that, it'd have been rejoined. Obviously, loss of pride in 10 places, but now it's a major problem for him.
I'm just hearing, thank you very much, time certain clock, code 120 on the GP track for that, so they can get that Ferrari clear of the gravel. Thank you very much. Time certain clock. But very, very tidy indeed from the second batch of cars. Still, we're getting spots of rain on the camera lenses, but they've got coming down on the Grand Prix loop towards that point of the circuit, and we'll get a chance as we look at the chicane. Yeah, the Ferrari has been cleared, so that was very, very good work indeed. And again, it shows the advantage, one you should say, if all the cars started nose to tail in one big group of 141 cars, that would have had to wait for the entire field to come through before it could have been rescued. And unfortunately, we've already got some cars in that second batch driving into the pits through the back door.
We've also got in that VT3 class, we've only got 2 entries there, 473 and 474. 473 is the Porsche 718 Cayman, as opposed to the S. I'm not quite sure who's starting in that. That appears to be stopped out.
It hasn't started. It should be just got notification that's not made it round. Okay.
Exactly, it started, but it hasn't made it round.
Schraubenschwanz.
Correct, that's where that car seems to be. So perhaps we'll see that. In again with 350 now. So quite a bit of water on the screen there, Bruce. It's
yeah, really so. Batch 3 about to come out to play. This is what you love. You know, you've got our lead cars herring around the back half, and they're pretty much halfway around the circuit, getting around through
Heading towards Carousel and
Bergwerk, and they pass there, and yet still the tail enders, batch 3, and some of them really have fallen way behind the pack, about to make their start. Regular front runners in the group at the head of that field. You do get the sort of pattern you expect from them, but again, not as good a start as we saw for the pole starter in the second batch.
That was just textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah, he'd started on the Friday, and last week here again, nice and tidy. You're side by side in this. Have him still involved.
So, little pause there as we're just listening to the sounds of real engines, not digital, but real engines there, Bruce. As our third batch get round the GP circuit, as I still call it. Of course, you've got the old GP circuit, but the actual current Grand Prix circuit. Only 3 hours and 53 minutes of this race to go, and we're 7 odd minutes in, and the third batch have only just started the race. As you said, the first group, SB9s, are all halfway, 2/3 of the way around the circuit heading up towards Carousel, and the third batch are only just starting.
And again, that emphasises why it seems incredibly quick that we've got we get the leading cars coming up to do lapping, because of course if they've started so far ahead, but they have, if you're in the lead of the race, this is the chance to, well, no, if you're in the lead of the race, you can dictate, where you're placed, but only for effectively 2 laps or so, and then you've got to start working your way past others. We've got a car stopped on the track, so slow out around, I think that was at the 47673.
Yes, that's still the same. That's Schwalben's French.
So now the lead cars have been able to be released. So in fact, it means they won't reach the other batch maybe quite as soon as they'd expected. But of course, in turn, unless that car is cleared before batch 3 comes out the way, they too will be delayed. But actually what it's done on not the restart, but being released back to full racing speed, it's allowed those first 3 cars to really string out, and it's looking very good for Mercedes because they're filling the first 3 positions. But the pole starting car stretching its legs now down her acht, and looking very tidy indeed at the front of the field. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars have made a break, and it looks like there's a gap back to the car collection motorsports Audi in the bright red of about 2 seconds. I don't really understand how it fell so far back, because they would have been bunched up a little bit around past that slower car. But it's 3 Mercedes, and then the blue Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW in 4th place, the Phoenix Audi in 5th, and the second of the Phoenix Audis tucked in behind in 6th place.
The other car stopped at Pflanzgarten. We'll have a quick look at why that is, but the leading batch are through that, obviously down the main straight now. That's all clear, but obviously second batch we're approaching that shortly, as they're just up at the Carousel now as we speak.
Whisker under a second to the good. Patrick Assenheimer started the lead car. Of course, it was Mara Engel who took pole. Mathieu Vassilière in second place, gets speed performance Mercedes, that's car number 8. And the Raffaele Marciello in 3rd. He's in the bright yellow car, closing in. Then David Pittard, such an expert for BMW, Walk and Horse Motorsport, had that really good start. He made the most of what was happening on the Grand Prix loop as the Ferrari went around. He'd already picked off the Rover Racing BMW as well. So very good start from David Pittard in 4th place. Kim Lewis-Schramm in the better placed of those 2 Audis from Phoenix Racing, 5th and 6th, and Frank Stippler, he's done the Nürburgring Nordschleife for a few times. Down in 7th, Patrick Niederhauser for Car Collection Motorsport, and then Manthey Racing, Matt Campbell, 8th to complete the top 10, Philip Ing for Rover Racing. He went rather backwards at the start, don't forget he got into 4th place in the first few corners. And then car number 2, and sorry, I beg your pardon, car number 30 in 10th place overall, which is Fricadelli Racing and Alex Muller. But what you need to know is those 3 Mercedes breaking clear, looking to see other cars getting a move on. And also, I'll try and keep an eye out to how far down the Octane 126 Ferrari will be when it comes past. Of course, that was the one that stuck its back wheels in the gravel. Again, just fabulous looking at the cars, doing what they're supposed to do, going racing, and it's also good to see some of the people commenting on Twitter. Just John McCarthy, he understands the psyche of the NLS. You know, you watch this series through. We normally have every weather for type through the course of the championship, and of course, being round one, he's sort of thinking it should have snow, but it is the end of June, so hopefully, rather than the spring date, we won't have any of that.
Yeah, round one in June or end of June is a bit odd, isn't it? Yes.
Again, just great to see the cars doing their craft, but at the moment, Kim Lewis-Schramm riding on board with him, looking at David Pittard, who's starting to make a break in fourth. Pittard now all over the tail of Mathieu Vassivière. No, it's Raffaele Marciello. He's trying to go around the outside of Marciello, unless I've got numbers back to front. But what's interesting is Assenheimer is out of shot. I know it's one's a long view, but Pittard trying to go around the outside. That could be, I remember diminishing returns from Mats.
He's got it.
And my bank account. That is very positive. Around the outside.
On a greasy track.
On a greasy track, with the track going away from you.
Adverse camera, as you say. That was I wasn't sure he was going to pull that off. I didn't think it was going to be a moment. I just think he was actually going to pull the manoeuvre off. But he set it up perfectly to get down the inside. So it's a place again there. So the fourth place BMW Falcon Motorsport with Pittard is now twitching as well there. That proves how greasy the track is. He's on the absolute limit of adhesion there in that BMW M6, but that's now up to P3. So the 1-2-3 Mercedes is now, stranglehold is now broken with the BMW of Pittard. That amazing manoeuvre around the outside of Marciello to grab third place. And Marciello actually dropping back a bit now into the clutches of Schramm, if I'm not mistaken, in the Phoenix racing car, Bruce.
Yes, it's a surprise because normally you put Marciello in the car and he only goes one direction. That's forwards up a field, but
it's a long game.
It is a long game, and maybe, you know, I did say this before the start of the race. Maybe some people get a little too excited now they're back to racing and not sitting in their dungeon at home on the rig.
Well, somebody clearly hasn't told David Pittard that it's a damn track, because that manoeuvre around the outside was quite extraordinary.
Well, it's also quite good for the person editing the highlights. They know they've got a clip already to put down. Mullner Motorsport,
one in the bank already,
leading the second batch, and that was the car that really broke clear. Brilliant start. But FK Performance, their Cayman is tucked in behind, so a far better opening that really for the car in second place in that second group of cars. But they both, well, intermittently, they both got the windscreen wipers on, but then they put them on, turn them off. They're not wanting to use them too much, but they all had to get on and use them a little bit. It was far more wet than we'd expected. Third place car trying its best to hold on, but those two making a break, and you have to say 9.76 in second place in that group. FK Performance is looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, these are the Cayman GT4s, aren't they? Which are good strong entry for those in this race. Quite a lot of them.
Well, of course, you can do your racing in. That's the beauty of various championship categories. And the GT4 one, you can pretty much race any circuit in the world you want to do. It's been such a popular series in that. Rain, I would suggest, at the far side of the circuit. Actually, no, it's the early part. It's of the Nordschleife. It's still raining, but not as it was before. I think we're just getting a little bit of spray coming back. But again, that's just what the drivers don't want. They don't want it to be half of one thing and half of another.
No, the one thing or the other.
And frankly, I'm not sure many would want a full wet race right now as they're getting their hand back in.
So we've got a Soul old M3 going around here for 466, which is the
it's in the VLN production V5 class.
Yeah.
Holger and Sophia Gasho.
That's right. Any relation, I wonder?
Petro or Louis?
Yeah, just two drivers in that car.
But that is sort of the backbone. Well, it's not. It's one of the vertebrae, if you will, of the NLS, because it looks as though they've just found it in their garage. So I've painted it with a big fat paintbrush. But it's out there.
And run out halfway through.
Yes, it's purple at the front. It's black at the back. I guess they ran out of black paint or purple, but it's got actually quite a groovy colour scheme when you look at it up close. But it's out there and it's racing and it's prepped. It would have done many races around here, and that's the beauty. When someone moves on to the next model of car, there's always someone waiting to take up one that's just being vacated. So up front, Patrick Assenheimer waiting for him to get through the next timing split. On the start-finish line, he was 0.8 of a second ahead of Mathieu Vassivière. Marciello was third, but of course we know he's been deposed. Again, drivers feeling their way. We get riding quite a lot with Team Identica, car number 350. And he hasn't been picking people off. I sort of expected that car to really start making progress, the 911 GT3 Cup MR. But again, early days.
Good solid stint.
Yeah, good solid
That's
stint.
what you need.
Yeah. Now we've got a slow period on the track.
Yeah.
Suddenly the car at the field bunching up in front of that
was
350 Team Identica car, because actually it came as a bit of a surprise.
Didn't it just?
The driver of that, not fully on the anchors, but on them sufficiently to get to see those 4 Audi badges right in front of him getting larger.
Definitely put a heat cycle into this.
Yes, he did. He did indeed, and he.
Now we just see they've just gone past. They're towing a car back, which is why that's suddenly slow period. I think that's going to clear any second now. Little bit picking up speed again, but I just saw a recovery vehicle, so that's why we've got this slow period. The yellow flag.
Yeah, but for Marek
Indeed, that's cleared now.
That was a bit of a concern.
One.
We got quite close. I think it's the back of the EFP car collection by Techie Audi. Certainly got to see it rather large.
I think I'm seeing in the background the 126 Ferrari coming back through, this is going to give it a chance to catch up with that bit of groove. That would be an amazing recovery, is it? I can just see in the background. I'm not sure if that's what I've actually witnessed, but it looks like it is. So,
well, suddenly we're having real change, because David Pittard is tired of third place. He's up to second, and what's happened? The Mercedes that was running in second has fallen back to fourth. Marcello's in third again, where he was before he got pushed back to fourth, and David Pittard, I don't know where he made that move, but he's now right on the tail of Patrick Assenheimer as they go across the start, down towards the start-finish line. It's going to be about half a second between them. Let's have a little look. 0.379 of a second. First 4 cars clear. Assenheimer, Pittard, Vassivière, Marcello. Then a small gap. Then Frank Stippler's become the top Audi in the race, just ahead of Kim Lewis-Schramm. And Patrick Niederhauser, who I think is one of the best GT racers, has caught them up. He was about 2 seconds behind him at the end of the opening lap. It's right on the tail. So it's an Audi trio. Then Matt Campbell starting to make progress in 911, the Grello Ferrari. But the driver who's really got progress as his middle name is David Pittard in this early stage of the race. He's all over the back of Patrick Assenheimer's Mercedes. We could have a BMW in the front before long.
And he's looking poised now. I mean, I think Pittard's had his 3-shredded wheat for breakfast, but that preceding lap, what a stunning lap for David Pittard in that M6, the Falkenhorst at blue BMW. And he's not relenting, is he? He's not just caught up and got that. He's gone from 4 to 3 to 2 in one lap. I appreciate it's a long lap, obviously, but did some amazing manoeuvres to get there. Certainly that change for P3 to get himself in effective play. And he's now even have the audacity to flash the lights at the Mercedes in front of him.
And what have they got? They've started lapping already, but what we're starting to see as they go past the little Honda is the fact the first 2 are now making a break, and Marcello is being pushed very hard indeed by Vassivière in the bright yellow Get Speed performance car. And in behind, it's very busy indeed. We've got a 4-car train, 3 Audis, and then Matt Campbell in the Porsche, then the Rover BMW. They got caught out in the opening lap, Philippe Eng, but Philippe doesn't stay down for long. He'll be really attacking. You get hung out around one of the tail enders and it undoes what good you've done. The Falcon Motorsport Porsche is also pushing on hard with Christian Engelhardt across so many years. You just get used to Engelhardt being a Lamborghini man, but of course he started in Porsche, such a star in the Porsche Super Cup.
And no Lamborghini this race. Unheard of.
I think it was on the original entry list. I'm sure I saw a Conrad car at some point.
Yes, not here. Not out
today
then.
No. And again, you have to get used to it at the moment, because as we come back racing, a lot of the driver lineups that had been suggested for reasons of fully understandable reasons aren't necessarily all making it out to play straight away. And let's face it, if you're racing a series like the Super GT Championship, a lot of the drivers from Europe can't get over there to go and do their testing. Right, we had the 26 Porsche, the Octane, what am I talking about? The Octane 126 Ferrari. And Jonathan Hershey at the wheel of that at the moment. That was the car that went for a rotation.
Yeah, now running 40th.
Now running 40th. So effectively at the back of, or working his way from the back of the lead pack. But he's got a long way to go. At least he can concentrate on his own. He doesn't have to worry about others. But the sky suddenly looking a little bit darker from that angle. Also looks particularly dark on a dark grey Ferrari. But was it blue? Can't tell. So no, sorry, beg your pardon. It's bright. It's dark blue. Swiss flags on the end plates, which is very suitable particularly for Bjorn Grossman, Simon Trummer. Luca Ludwig, I always thought was German, but he clearly is happy to race under the Swiss flag on the back of that Ferrari, but brought in as a Ferrari expert to that crew. Now, right, car 25 still in the mix, still at the front end. Cuba Motorsport, Porsche 911 in the mix, 13th place overall. Going past the Toyota GT6, although it's not moving enormously fast, even though it is. And again, these early laps, trying to go around the outside, you're off the racing line. Might be a little bit more greasy than it was on the racing line, and the Falcon Porsche getting hung out around a BMW, now straightening it up all over again, and it's left and right. It's effectively like going past a moving set of slalom gates.
Absolutely. And this is the beauty of, and also the challenge of endurance racing, having to pick your way through, keep your momentum, not lose your pace, but find your way through and still racing, of course. Just as an aside, so talk about multitasking. Say men can't multitask.
Men and women, Peter, moving to time.
Yeah, of course, yes.
But again, it's always, as I said before the race, I could just sit and watch onboard footage around the Nordschleife all day. There's something wrong with me. No, there isn't.
No, there isn't, not at all. You're perfectly natural.
We're all part of a clan.
Perfectly well balanced, absolutely. You're amongst friends.
Well, and again, we talked about the teams, the drivers. They're getting the kick of being racing again, but seeing the comments, Sarah Rigby just say it's the noise as well, isn't it? The noise is the thing. When you go to a track for the first time every season, the close season is over, and even if a car's going as you're arriving, I just can't wait to get out of the car to go and get that, the feeling up the sternum, that real visceral feel and it's just excitement. The season is going again, and obviously for a lot of go.
Engelhardt and the Falcon Porsche there really twitching around quite a bit, and whether that's a sign of it's just damp or whatever, but compared to some of the others, he's having quite a little bit of twitching around, which is allowing the Huber Motorsport with Holzer at the wheel, which is a Pro-Am car right behind him, sitting right, and they're glued together through traffic on I was going to say a piece of elastic, but it's not actually varying that gap between them, and it's a
solid bar.
It's a credit to both those drivers and all the back markers, because that's one of the dangers of the back markers. In some ways, you want to keep out of the way of the bigger cars. You try and do your best. In actual fact, in your desire to be courteous, but you probably don't do on the racetrack that much anyway, but some people do, you try and keep out of the way, and actually you manifest the problem. In some ways, you're just better off getting on with it, stay where you are, let the quicker cars sort themselves out. Golden rule, the racetrack, faster cars, a job to get around the slower car. But I know people have tried in the past, we saw you coming through, you're a quicker car. It's like, no, you just do your thing,
entirely.
We'll sort it out. And that can be where you can get tripped up. But I was just surprised there, and that's the element of the track we're watching that there, where the leading batch are, just how twitchy that Porsche was.
Just want to give a bit of a call out for Peter Terting. So many successes on the Nordschleife, but he's going very, very well, leading Cup 3, but only by a small margin. He's got 9.76. The car we said was going so well. So Terting started from pole position, but the FK Performance car with Fabio Gross at the wheel is right on his tail. So that's got, it's got 3 hours and a half remaining, plus an extra lap thrown in for good behaviour. But the Porsche Cayman's always so popular. Lapping is such an art around this circuit. And Raffaele Marciello working very, very hard indeed. Of course, the order changed somewhat. He fell down the order a little bit, down to 4th place. He's got Mathieu Vassivière in the proximity, but up behind him now is Kim Lewis Schramm in the Audi. And that's working its way. But again, you can see the order ebbs and flows, or not the order, the gaps between the cars. And then they get a slow zone, flashing yellow light, slow right down, exactly.
Just before that, I was commenting about the back markers that were on different class. One of the BMWs there, keeping out of the way of the bunch of cars, to the point of indicating to the right, moving over to the right. What a gentleman.
Absolutely so.
Assuming a gentleman driving, of course. May not be, but in this day and age. So, we had a car off on the side there going on to a low load. I was trying to catch the number of that.
Well, that's the one that's been there for quite some while.
Is that the one that didn't make it round on the formation? Okay, fine.
Well, unless another white Porsche has decided to mimic it. But again, the drivers will just have to bide their time. But at the front of the race, Patrick Assenheimer coming under all sorts of pressure from David Pittard.
I think that was 473, the Cayman from VT3 class, I believe.
Okay, of course, the car's released out of Galvin Gallows' head, down the dotting her, and race leader Patrick Assenheimer has really got the hammer down. He suddenly developed a lead of about 4 or 5 car lengths. David Pittard in second place, but he's got very, very close company in behind. Mathieu Vassivier and Rafael Marciello right on his tail. Then the gaggle of Audis and trying to make a move around the outside of Pittard as
he's going to lose it.
Second
He's going to lose it, Bruce.
Yeah, but Pittard's on the right side of the circuit when it comes to the King. Always the Mercedes gone around the outside. There's a bit of swerving between them, but the order has changed. So up into second place goes the white Mercedes, and the BMW that got up into second place from down the order has suddenly found himself the meat in a very meaty Mercedes sandwich, and he's losing the drag battle down the start-finish straight. So we could have another change of position. There's a Renault Clio up ahead of them as they go down to the first corner. They hopefully will pass that before they get there, because he's going to run out of space to go racing.
Pittard's grabbed the inside line, which is the right place to go there to try and defend that. You say he certainly lost on the aerodynamic drag down the pit back marker, slightly in the way there at turn 1, but they managed to negotiate that around the outside of a Clio. That's just played into Pittard's hands for a moment there, but he really did lose out on the drag there. And again, that was Assenheim, as you said, just pulled away as he did at the start of that race and just got away. He's got a bit of a speciality of that. The battle now, really, you say, is for 2, 3, and 4 all together.
But isn't it encouraging? They have been chopping and changing positions. It's Vassivier in the white number 8 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance. That's running in the Pro-Am class, because Francois Perrodo is the Am. All the others are pros. David Pittard tucked in on his tail. But the fact that trio with Marciello in the mix as well have been chopping and changing positions. Well, we often get these cars nose to tail very close, almost making a move, but here they are actually making the moves, and we're about to have another move again because David Pittard has gone past Vassivier on the Grand Prix loop, bouncing off the curbs of the kink before the chicane. Goes Marciello by into third place. He's now about to be hung out to dry on the outside. Vassivier pulls back. I thought he's going to dive up the inside. And they've got company. Frank Stippler's coming to play in the Audi, and he's trying to stick his nose up into the left hand of the Nordkera before they go onto the Nordschleife. Didn't quite work, but he was in that battle of Audis. Went from third in it to second to lead it. Now he's dropped the other Audi racers in that pack. So Kim Lewis Schramm is down in 6th, and then Patrick Niederhauser on his tail. But Frank Stippler making great progress.
Well, they have got to get on with it. They've only got 3.5 hours to go, and all said and done. So they need to get the foot down.
You don't get it done early on. But what's happened there was Matthias Vassivier into turn 1, into second place. Now he's back into 4th, just a few corners out of Hatzenbach, and he seems to be caught out by a back marker a bit more. And he's about 2 seconds down on Marciello now. So how it suddenly went out so far, I do not know. But it's again being put out of position by back markers. But he simply didn't seem very quick in the right-hander. We go into the dip before the chicane, lost momentum, and past Cape Pittard, past Cape Marciello.
So, apart from Assenheimer up at the front there, it's the battle for, the gaps between first and second, 1.4, 1.8, 1.9, just all in that first 4. As you say, Stippler just suddenly saw the opportunity. You say it wasn't just that he joined in and get the back of that group. It was like, joined in, and I'm in the mix of it. Little look down the inside.
I think we might have another slow zone. Are we? No, it's just a bunch of cars. So what's happened is Vassivier is now right on the tail of Marciello. Not so long ago, it was 2 seconds away, but Pittard's made the better run through that gaggle of cars. But you can never be sure the next time around it will be your advantage, because they're coming across them probably about every third corner at the moment, which is making it very, very lively for them indeed. And you can do everything right and then just guess one of them wrong, and you undo all the good you've had. But I must say, if this was a championship where people had never raced on the Nordschleife before, this would be so difficult. But the fact that so many of these drivers have 10 years of competing in this championship, 8 or 9 races a year, it does mean they're wise as to where to place their cars. But the thought of a group of novices trying to perform at this speed with this many cars on the Nordschleife, it would be a steward's nightmare. But the advantage obviously is a considerable amount of experience. And must be said, what giveth gets taken away, and now Marciello is catching on the tail of Pittard, but he's lost Vassivier for now. In fact, we've just had a run of 3 corners without a back marker in front of them, so this is giving them a chance to actually settle down to their natural pace. And all along, we're not seeing sight of the race-leading Mercedes. He is pulling clear. Patrick Assenheimer, winner of this race last time we had a year ago when it was the 50th Adenauer Trophy. It's the 51st now, and we are more than delighted to be racing again. And we've been very much enjoyed our move into the virtual world. It's kept us as sharp as we could hope at this point of the year. But It's great to be back. It's that noise as much as anything. And I must say, though, on the DNLS, the digital NLS virtual scene, the replication of sound is something that's fabulous. But I think it's because I know this is the real sound.
That's the problem, isn't it? That's it. It's exactly. You said it's visceral, is the word you used earlier. Now, Pittard is coming under increasing pressure from Marcello here. They really seem to ebb and flow, these two. So Pittard seems to have almost, it's not a couple of seconds, but a third of two-thirds of a lap where it's suddenly that BMW seems to work, and he can suddenly gain, not just gain or be in the group, but gain an advantage, 2 or 3 places, it was there, and then it's almost as if that puts a bit too much heat into his tyres, has to back off a bit, Marcello comes back, and it's a real Tom and Jerry cat and mouse thing here. That's these two swapping places, and Marcello not relenting, and why should he, on Pittard there. I've got to say that, what a fabulous job from Pittard in this opening. What have we had, half an hour of the race so far? Yeah, 32 minutes.
Yeah, we've nearly there, but down out along the Dottinger race leader, sitting on a very, very comfortable lead. Just for reference, the start of this lap, start of lap 4, it was 1.4 seconds from first to second, but we've got a course vehicle coming back. That presumably is the flatbed as it gets towards the end of the lap with presumably that white Porsche Cayman that was landed. Or are they just getting that back into position, because that's a long way round from there. But anyhow, be that as it's made, David Pittard has got his work cut out for Walkenhorst Motorsport. He's remember the risks he was taking in the opening lap, where he was really happy to push and dance that car on a lightly greasy track. The rain has eased for now. It was only a light flurry, but it was enough as they went around the formation lap to just put that seed of doubt in their minds.
Now that battle now, they're encountering back markers, so they've got to be clean and clear there, keeping out of the way. Pittard through Marcello, gained a little bit of advantage there. Pittard wasn't exactly tardy going past the back markers. They're using all the runoff on the exit there. And again, back markers in the way, Pittard through quicker. Marcello follows through, got us a little bit of a gap there. An extraordinary battle for these two at the moment between the BMW and the Mercedes. Marcello losing out a tiny bit there. And it's real ebb and flow for these two. They'll be clear of these back markers in a second. Low cost. Now that's cost a lot of time for Marcello relative to what they've been doing so far. I'm saying a lot of time, maybe a tenth. But in relative there, that's put effectively 5 car lengths between them now. Whereas they were literally nose and tail. Now 5 car lengths. You've got to do all the work again. But it changes once again. Pittard, back marker, as you say, corner later, all of a sudden back marker, slightly different, bit of positioning, did the right thing, bit of caution, and all of a sudden Marcello's back there again.
Now, one feature of the Nürburgring, apart from the fact the track never stays still, it's going off one way or the other, you have lower curves and you have higher curves. And just looking at Pittard taking the risk, he was hitting some of those curves and you could see the car settling down again as he came back onto terra firma, and he was already changing direction all over again. But for Patrick Assenheimer, it's been a very, very nice lap indeed, because he's just been able to eke out his advantage. In fact, I think he's probably quadrupled it. It might be about 7 or 8 seconds at start-finish line. Lights flashing in behind as Marcello tries his best to catch up with Pittard. Lights flashing, of course, from the race leader. Doesn't want to be delayed, doesn't want to lose that advantage.
What was it, 1.4 seconds?
1.4 seconds last time around.
Yeah.
Pittard has got still those 5 car lengths that he managed to do just getting around one of the BMWs at the tail of the field. And then the Audis are closing right in again, and Vassivière has been passed. Stipler's got up into 4th place, and it looks as though Kim Lewis-Schramm in the other Phoenix Racing Audi has already made a move as well. So Stipler in the blue Phoenix Racing Audi looks like he's just lost momentum as he goes through the final sequence of corners. The driver who's gone backwards is, it's because I sung his praises, Patrick Niederhauser.
The curse of and all that. Assenheimer, the fastest car on the track with 8
seconds. There we are. I wasn't entirely out on my estimation. That's 8.1 seconds the advantage the race leader Assenheimer has over David Pittard. Raffaele Marciello another 0.8 of a second down. Kim Lewis-Schramm just got ahead of that final sequence of corners. I thought Stipler had been blocked, so one Phoenix Audi goes ahead of the other. So Schramm in number 15 up to 4th place. And then a massive gaggle of cars, of SP9 front-running cars, the ones at the tail end of the top 10 and down towards about 15th place, nigh on nose to tail. Patrick Niederhauser in number 44 Audi in 7th place. Then Muller tucked in behind, number 30. That's Alex Muller for Fricadelli Porsche. Philippe Eng still tail end of the top 10 in 9th, and Matt Campbell. They're going up and down the order, but these cars are all covered by, 5 of them covered by no more than half a second between any of them. That's why they're nose to tail. Philippe Eng right in the middle of that battle. Tucked in behind him, he's got an Audi as well. And in fact, he's just lost a position since going over the start-finish line to Matt Campbell. So Matt Campbell's making moves in Grello.
Bruce, Assenheimer's last lap is a new bet of 8 minutes 7 seconds. I say that with emphasis because Pittard in second is at 8 minutes 13 and 8:14. 7 seconds quicker on one lap all of a sudden.
I think that is down to two things. He's a quick driver who loves his circuits, knows his circuits.
7 seconds quicker.
But the others got compromised considerably by traffic, and I think it's also it's just simply how the cookie crumbles. Coming across a gaggle of 3 cars.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at that. So looking second, third, and fourth. So we've got Pittard, Marcello, and Tram. 8:13.9, 14.7, 15.2. Pretty close. Leader Assenheimer 8 minutes 7 seconds. That is phenomenal. I'll be interested to see what happens at the end of this lap and how that equates and see whether that was but that's it's just stood out to me all of a sudden as a heck of a lap from our race leader Assenheimer. And only do that amazing start, amazing restart as it were behind onto the slow section. He's banged in a lap 7 seconds quicker than anybody else on track.
Well, it's almost as though he played his Joker card, which clears everything out from front of him. Someone's just kicked up some dust. It's one of the back markers, which is as the Ferrari tries to pick its way up the order, riding car number 25, the Huber Motorsport Porsche. And when you see a puff of dust in front of you, you never know what's going to happen, do you? You're already in a gaggle of 6 cars, nose to tail. So Marco Holtz, very, very.
Keep your foot in.
Keep your foot in and pray with the other hand.
Unless there are stones and bits coming through the windscreen, keep your foot in. It doesn't affect you.
Yeah, it was Nikolai Rogovu who was just up in front of him.
Oh, Lamanta.
Lamanta with the foxtail on the aerial.
Yes. Probably your favourite car here.
No, not really. I've never. I love it for its entity.
It's favourite too strong, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but also I never was a particular fan of the Opel Manta because I always thought it wasn't quite the right shape. Sorry, heresy, I'm sure, in certain quarters.
Oh.
But honesty is a good thing too. Also starts with an H and ends in a Y. But the fact it's still there, it's still. Is it competitive? It's still there. But it doesn't matter.
It's one of those. Exactly. That's not the point. It's one of those cars that it's evolved its own history. It's got its own life. It's created its own little bit of chapter in the book. Certainly here, as you say, been every single race it's done, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. I did have the facts at my fingertips last year. It has surfaced from time to time. Pleased to report that the sky is a little bit brighter now. The little flurry, and it only was at best a little flurry as they went on the formation lap and around the opening lap or so of this race, seems to be behind us now. And conditions a little bit easier. It's just slightly greasy. Of course, the car that lost out was the Octane 126 Ferrari that had a stunning first few corners, got up as high as 4th place, but round it went and stuck the back end in the gravel at the chicane, the Vidal chicane, and fell to the very, very back of the order. Last time we looked, it was down in about 40th position. But I'm sure it's picked its. Mind you, it was a long way behind all the other runners in class.
It was, and I'm just trying to find it. Actually, it's
below 40th, I think.
It's dropped down again.
You know what? I think it might have made a pit stop because I'm fairly sure it was started by Bjorn Grossman, and last time I saw Jonathan Hershey was at the wheel. So
correct, it was Hershey at the start. Yes, had that spin.
We've had a change in the Cup 3 class. That was Peter Turting who had the brilliant start and led away in that. But 9.76. Gave chase and has now passed. That's Fabio Gross from Siebenbach, and he's only ahead by about a second. But he made the move, made it stick. And you know, if you manage to pass Peter Turting around the Nordschleife, you're doing something very right. Again, one of those yardsticks that bear considerable comparison. But the advantage is about a second to the good for Fabio Gross. Enjoying a clear bit of track there.
Now we've got an alert just after the carousel, where the car stopped just on the inside after the carousel. So we'll see that when we get to there in a moment. So slow zone at the carousel exit.
So just worth reiterating, we are going to look at lap pace at the end of this lap because an advantage of 7 seconds on one lap. On lap 4, Patrick Assenheimer went from 1.4 seconds, best part of 7 seconds faster, than 8.1 seconds clear of David Pittard. Of course, though, Pittard, Marcello, and at the start of that lap, Mathieu Vassivière all fighting together, which of course delays them as a group, but whereas Assenheimer was fighting with no one, just far enough clear But Pittard 8.1 seconds down in second place in that walk-on-horse BMW. Just waiting to see the lead runners and see what sort of traffic is sitting in front of them. When you said it was an 8-minute 13-second lap for Pittard, it was 8 minutes 13.999.
Exactly,
Let's call it 8 minutes 14. I know drivers always.
I'm sorry. The driver bit is no.
No, it's 18.
No, it's 18. But yes, it might just be there, but it's that little bit is important. Yeah, hugely important. It is not an 8:14 because that would be slower.
Okay, much slower. Yes, it might get rounded up. Marcello's still all over the tail of David Pittard.
Sorry, Bruce.
But just not managing to make any progress to get up Patrick Assenheimer, who just had such a fabulous season last year. Car number 713, not in the pits. It's being pushed back into under its pit order, its team awning. That is in the paddock, don't forget, because if you want to be serviced, you don't pull up in front of your pit. You go to your pit tent. There's a one-way system, there's a fast lane, a working lane, and you can be pushed back under your awnings. 713 is a
V4 car.
Christian Schott. Got his teammates in that. The production series.
Sole driver, 325.
Sole driver.
Yeah.
But he's got out of the car. Really wanting some repairs, but it's going to be helmet off for him, so it's not something that's going to happen in short order. What may happen in short order, though, is a change for second place. David Pittard switching in that walk-on-horse M6, bouncing over the compression, but foot still absolutely flat down on the boards as he pushes on. But the way the tail of that car was waggling as it settled,
you commented on that already, Bruce. And you said the difference between the heights of the curbs and what it seems to be using, and where it settles down again. But it's also, it seems to have a sort of doesn't have a great deal of mid-corner stability, that car. It's twitching quite a bit, and I'm not talking about hitting a curb or whatever, and he is certainly in that particular sequence with there just all over the place. But then again, as is Marcello right behind him, using all the exit curbs to try and get it. And again, Marcello sits in the drag of Pittard's BMW, and I think he's going to get down. He's got to go around the outside here. That's going to be brave. I think Pittard's going to have to relent. Indeed, Marcello reclaims that position, so he's back up into second overall in the bright yellow Mercedes, with Pittard's M6 now tucked in behind that. And once again, this cat and mouse, now back markers onto the pit straight, so that gives Pittard an opportunity to get the revenge on the draft of the previous lap, wasn't it, and get the run down, but he can't get down the inside. So it's going to be Marcello for the moment down to the inside into turn one onto the GP circuit, and David Pittard's got that work to do all over again in the Falcon Horse M6 BMW. But I'm sure that further around the lap we'll see that replay once again, and he'll be back in contention. A little bit of a gap at the moment for those two or three car lengths between them. Just let it settle for a moment.
It must be said, though, when you have a drag race, it always seems the Mercedes a little bit better. So that's fantastic when you're heading onto the Her Act and again down the start-finish straight. But on the twisty bits, we've seen that David Pittard is able to really, really push.
But it was the Grand Prix loop last lap where he suddenly pulled that manoeuvre and got two places, or was that the opening lap, wasn't it? It was on the Grand Prix loop he did that.
Just coming off it. It was after the Ferrari had gone round.
Okay, so
maximised.
Technically you're right, going onto the north side.
Maximised that moment. Car number 177 has just pulled to the side of the circuit. That's the Allied Racing, Jan Kasperlik, Nikolai Moller-Madsen Porsche Cayman. So not everybody having a smooth run. Now, interesting thing for me, there were problems out on the circuit. Oh, delighted to hear that Paul Troswell is listening in. Great and watching. Paul, great to have you listening. And
hello, Paul.
Hello from all of us here, and looking forward to working with you again later this year. Hope all is well with you. But right now, all is well with Raffaele Marcello up into second place. So now, first the pit visitors at the top class, car number 32. Thought it was like loose front bodywork. Audi Sport Team. That's Robin Friedrich, Christopher Haas, and Nico Muller.
Yep.
And that isn't a planned pit stop. So this is a training run for them now. 30-second, no, it's number on the windscreen, but changing the wheels all round, and again, social distancing being respected. Of course, only two mechanics can work on the car at a time. There's one steps back and other steps forward, but that isn't a planned pit stop after just 5 laps. So things are changing for an absolutely stellar cast of drivers, and you have to say, if you've fallen away from the very front of the field, it is what it is.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
We are so pleased to be racing again, delighted. Peter Snowden and I loving it on RS1, and hopefully fans around the world enjoying what we all love, which is motor racing. And again,
How else would you want to spend a Saturday? Apart from probably being in one of the cars.
yeah, well, I'll tell you, he's having a really good battle. We talked about the Cup 3 class, and that's about to maybe change the other way. Peter Turting in the car that led away beautifully from pole position, the car from Mullner Motorsport, very nearly clipping the back of his rival, which is Fabio Gross. They were so close going past the pits, and now through the Mercedes arena, trying to tuck his nose up the inside. Fabio Gross just deciding, I'm not going to block you, but I think I've got a better line on the outside. Please don't stick your nose up the inside. And driving as though, in some ways, Peter Turting isn't there, which is probably the best way of doing it, but it does mean that Turting, if he gets a good run, will be able to take his nose up the inside. But I think having had Gross past Turting,
yep,
he can see where Turting is really strong. Identical Porsche Caymans, so there shouldn't be.
But a credit to them both. Huge respect, because, as you say, drive like you're not there. That you've got to have a lot of respect and trust in that other driver to do that. And as yet, let's not sell it short. But they haven't fallen foul of one another, and there's always back marks, etc. But they virtually exchanging paintwork, as you say. But with huge respect and not actually contacting. And what a little battle there. This is what 976, 979, isn't it? These two.
Yeah.
Cayman GT4s.
Be together from the start. And just complete some housework. The driver who started in the number 32 Audi for Audi Sport Team was Nico Müller. Very, very solid driver who's had a spectacular couple of years in the DTM and Formula E, and definitely a driver going places. Second last year in the DTM, 3 wins for Audi Sport Team AB, so a driver who's very much got manufacturer support. Assenheimer, 7.5 seconds clear at the start of the lap. The driver who ended up going backwards a bit in that group has been Mathieu Vassivière. He got spat backwards. He was chopping and changing with Marcello and Pittard, but he's now fallen behind the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis, and he's got plenty of company at the start of the lap from Müller in number 30 Porsche from Fricadelli Racing Team. That's Alex Muller. We talked to Nico Muller in the pits, but Alex is holding down that 7th place all over the tail of the Get Speed Performance Mercedes.
Just back to our Ferrari you just mentioned there, just a bit of house notes. The 126 Ferrari is back up to 26 with Hershey at the wheel still. So
it didn't do a pit
so
stop.
maybe it didn't do a pit stop. Went from 40, pulled up. We thought it had done a pit stop and dropped further down, but no, he's actually back up to 25th and had that sort of rotation on the first lap. He's currently lapping in 8 minute 15 was his last. So it's not far off the pace at all.
The important thing is who is next for him to pass. He's got a Cup X car, Teichmann Racing, and he's got the 155 Falcon, Black Falcon Mercedes. But the team that used to be Black Falcon really now Team HRT, Hout Racing Team, and there is the car leading the race after 5 laps. It was 7.6 seconds. Patrick Hassenheimer starts another. Raffaele Marcello dives into the pits at the end of lap number 6. So second place in Pittard continues in third, but the Audis tucking behind. Well, certainly one of the Audis. Frank Stippler continues on his way, so he's in effective third place overall. Pittard 9.7 seconds down, so another lap in which the race leader Assenheimer has pulled out an advantage. And now this is a sight that just seems so rare. The car's coming into the pit lane and immediately turning right
Marcello
under the pit
in.
building.
So that's taking away that battle for us, unfortunately.
Well, will the others be in next time around? You hardly feel that. Let's see the time on the clock. We have 3 hours and 8 minutes this 4-hour race, but the novel side riding on board down under the pits into the paddock along the one-way system, and then in front of your team awning, plenty of space and a driver clad in yellow waiting to get on board. And it looks as though that is Maxi Buch waiting to get on board, the shorter figure next to the tall figure. Fabian Schiller's not as tall as Raffaele Marcello. In fact, very few racing drivers are, so everybody's a shorter driver compared to him. The number 15 Audi into the pits as well, driven very well by Kim Lewis-Schramm. He'll be handing that over to Michele Beretta. Don't forget, this was the car that started on the outside of the front row, and the first lap was not kind to them at all. Another top car in the pits, Car Collection Motorsport, that's their red Audi. Milan Donci, but it's Patrick Niederhauser who started, sharing with Milan Donci, the Dutch racer, and Mike Ortman, or Mike David Ortman, as he likes with his full name being used. That is at a standstill as well. Social distancing, no cars being worked on in the pits this weekend. A very clever consideration from the championship organisers, and there may be some drivers at the end of the day will say, could we change this and that? It's a thing in evolution, but I think a very, very clever suggestion.
Absolutely. At some point we've got to get started and do something, as we said pre-show, didn't we, or pre-race, that the world's eyes of motorsport are on this event, and there's all sorts of factors, but we've got to start somewhere, and I think they've done an extraordinary job. Of course there's going to be fine-tuning and tweaking, would expect no less, but the Mercedes now going back out, so they come into the pit lane, go through garage 1 into the paddock, turn around, come back out, and go back out through garage 2, rejoin the pit lane. So pit lane limiter now, and he'll be rejoining the race at any moment. Now, opportunity here, I think, for Pittard.
One thing they have to do, they only refuel in the pit, so it's a 2-part pit stop. They've been worked on in the paddock. The driver change is effected there. Mathieu Vassivière into the pits. In fact, he's now driving from his garage, not his garage, his awning area, back down to go through garage 2 into the pit lane for fuel as well. So it's
stage 1 of his pit.
Exactly. How many drivers can remember 2 stages? That's
I was going to say, driver spotting pit boards is one thing. This is beyond us.
But for the teams, of course, they've got a split crew. Some in the paddock waiting to service the car, and a limited crew waiting to refuel.
And also, so unnatural to see cars going opposing one another anywhere on the track, let alone in the pit lane.
Oh dear, we've got a spinner.
Number 11, Audi.
That was the EFP Car Collection Audi, and has rotated and is now with Sluiten, who was a late joiner to this team. It's Ilya Earhart, Pierre Kaffer, and Simon Riker as the regular drivers, but a late rejoinder there, and a late rotation. Was that the start of a new stint? I would suggest that was the end of the previous, of the first stint. So I think Sluiten started that car, so a little awkward for him with that rotation. And now it's suddenly getting very busy down at pit exit end for the refueling. The Octane 126 Ferrari is in as well. That was a car that got up to 4th place on the opening lap, the early part of the opening lap, but didn't complete it, or didn't even get to the Nordschleife without spinning and sticking the back end of that car in the gravel where it got bogged down. Bodywork behind the front right wheel from the driver's point of view looks looks like it's taken a bit of a knock. We don't think it was contact in the spin, but the mechanic leaning down to take a look. Jonathan Hershey walking away. Maybe he'll keep walking. Who knows? So again, you have this feeling of sort of almost stasis in the pits. You see these cars waiting for such a long time to be refueled, but the pumps are calibrated to be the same for everyone. But it's just, you compare it to
agonising. What we're used to, that's
bish bash bosh of a Formula 1 pit stop or a regular GT pit stop even in comparison. But it just seems terribly slow, but it's going to be the same. There'll be 3 pit stops for all of these crews.
I mean, whilst technically it's hugely clever what they do in F1, it's to me it's still surreal when they want to do that and change those tyres in a matter of a couple of seconds. It's perhaps I'm just old school or old world or something, but they just this looks more real to me.
No, it does. And Marcello unfortunately having to be pushed backwards to go forwards, and while he was being pushed back, the Porsche Cayman that was in front of him pulled away, so he didn't need to be pushed back, but he's still being held. He's not being refueled anymore. Why is there a car coming down pit lane? He's got to wait for it to pass. And these seem to be agonising seconds. What is it? He's waiting. There may be a rule that I haven't dug deep enough to find, but as the Octane 126 Ferrari comes onto the pit apron to wait, I would quite like to see that replay of the Jonathan Hershey incident, because I've sort of suggested that he might need to keep walking. Only said in jest. Jonathan, very, very good driver. But again, I thought at the first time of watching he'd tagged the yellow Phoenix Audi, which at this very moment is leaving the pits. But then you thought maybe he'd gone round on his own. But he was on the outside line into that chicane, the Vidal chicane on the opening lap. But round it went. Was it push? Did it jump? But again, now, a little suggestion being thrown my way. Why was Marcello being held for so long when the refuelling had been completed? Because certainly it allowed the yellow Phoenix Audi, now with Michele Beretta at the wheel, to catch up. And there's a suggestion that was there a time penalty from qualifying? It is quite possible. I can't think there were any performance penalties for driving standards or anything thus far in the race, because it was really all fair and square and good and even, particularly the battle with David Pittard and Mathieu Vassivière that raged for the first 3 or 4 laps. But come what may, a setback, and now Maxi Buch will have to press on and work his way forward, which is sort of what he's done all his racing career so far.
Well, we've been racing for almost an hour, which means we're approaching quarter distance, which is quite incredible. The number 26 Ferrari that we've been talking about there with Hershey. Looks like Hershey's still at the wheel of that.
No, I thought I saw him walk away. On the screen. That might get flicked over when he leaves the pit. But of course, that's a major setback. 5-6 corners into the race and round you go, whether it's your fault or not. But to me, it's just great to have the Ferraris in the mix, and we know that car would be right in the mix. As it is at the moment, the best placed Ferrari in the race is Nikolai Rogovu, the Racing 1 Ferrari. That is elevated to 9th place at the moment, but before the flurry of pit stops, that got up sort of about 14th position. So again, it shows about 5 of the front-running SP9 cars have made a pit stop, and next time around, you'd be fairly sure the rest will be coming in. So just bear in mind, 9.7 seconds is the gap between first and second. The gap between Patrick Assenheimer in the Team HRT Mercedes, that's leading the race, number 6, and the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. And mentioned Patrick Assenheimer, and he hoves into view down the Her Act. And again, it's almost he had that magic lap, the 8-minute 7-second lap.
I know.
He's on a clear stretch of track. How does he do it? But enjoying it. And I'm very sure that he will be peeling in to have this novel style of pit stop in through a pit garage into the paddock. Go and stop in front of your team awning. 1, 2, 3, in he comes. So 7 laps on the board. Best part of a 10-second lead over David Pittard. And you can be fairly sure the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW will make a pit visit as well. He does in the background of the shot. How did that close? I know, of course, it always looks like they've closed enormously. Then they hit the speed limiter as they come into the pits. And the blue Audi from Frank Stippler peels in from 3rd place overall. Trying to work out which will be the best next to the rest to come into view, but around a bit like a sort of slow driving course into the paddock.
And don't forget, of course, visibility in these cars at slow speed. They're not designed to be driven at slow speed. They're not designed to tick over and move around paddock and be manoeuvred. They're not road cars.
Yes,
I know that sounds really ridiculous, but they are so different to a road car. visibility, hands devices, seats, nets, roll cages, radio mics, you name it. And they haven't got a massive amount of steering lock either. They have more of an orbit than a steering lock. And to get these through the pit, it is so easy to and you're used to. Also, the brain is at racing speed. Certainly, Aston, I'm a race leader, and all of a sudden, bang, as you say, pit limiter on, and I've got a turn right here, and it's a whole new alien thing for them. Go in through a garage, turn right, go up the paddock, come back.
But when they turn right to go to the first garage, it's just a concrete barrier. And you could have a sort of David Coulthard Adelaide moment where
his first Grand Prix for Williams, yes. Yeah, indeed.
Just doesn't work. But suddenly this big gaggle of cars. Philip Eng coming in right behind Matt Campbell in the Manthey Racing Porsche, which suggests actually that Philip had gained a position as they came around towards the end of that first stint. The car collection, Motorsport Audi in, that was the one, the red one with driver change happening there, and that was driven very well by Patrick Niederhauser. Then he lost a little bit of ground. Car number 30. Oh, sorry, I looked at one car, then looked up another red car. Car number 30 was the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. Alex Muller bringing that in. And is it Klaus Abelin or Lance David Arnold about to take over? Can't quite let you know that yet. But again, busy, but a very, very clever solution from the NLS. And it's solutions like these that allow us to go racing. And just reiterate, this isn't a field of 20 cars they have to manage, or even 30. It's
Absolutely.
141. Think of the logistics of that.
As you say, we're into the pit stops thick and fast now, and as far as I can see so far, it's working and working well.
Certainly is. So the drivers again have to just remember, we've had a change of position into the pits. It was the blue Phoenix Audi Frank Stippler behind the blue Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, but as they come out for refueling, that order has flipped around. The race leading car, started by Patrick Assenheimer, already at a standstill for its refueling stop. He stopped halfway down the pit lane, whereas it's the two cars that came through in second and third positions have started doing their refueling down towards pit exit. And we'll let you know who's taken over once they get past pit exit, because it'll flip over. It's still saying Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi. And again, elements of these pit stops do seem, so they're slow in comparison to a regular pit stop, but think of the machinations of what they have to do, where they have to go. And as you pointed out, the fact that you could, even though you can come through at 40 kph into the refueling area, it still must seem like a dawdle in comparison to what's about to follow.
And it's a transition as well, having come off the track for nearly an hour at racing speed, and basically there's a white line where you've got to get down to A speed, hit a button, and all of a sudden your brain hasn't caught up. And you've got to suddenly do this paddock bit and back out and again and going out and not lose time. But they all seem to have done it well. The Manthey Porsche is just coming around the pits to have its refueling, so that's gone to its second stage of its pit stop. So quite a gaggle of cars there in the pit lane now.
Well,
refueled. It's equal for all of us.
They came in together. There was about 6 cars in that group. Remember, I just commented the start of that. There was no gap between this gaggle of 6 cars of more than 0.3 of a second. That's how tight it was the start of the previous racing lap. And of course, some came in, but we saw that.
Interesting that the Phoenix Racing Audi that was brought in by Stippler, we'll see what the driver change is on that, is quite provocatively or punchily positioned at an angle to go out of the pits lanes, or he's not pulled up straight at his fuel rig. It's almost like he's got that angle, almost like on the starting grid, to get that advantage to shoot straight out into the outer lane of the pits, obviously under the limit and regulations, but that's quite a sort of note, a point. It's almost like throwing the gauntlet down. It's a declaration of, I'm ready to go.
It's sort of Rupert Keegan on the grid at Thruxton in Formula 3 in 1976.
It might be purely
not that I'm old.
So you read about it, didn't you?
So the yellow Mercedes that Raffaele Marciello started, Maxi Buch pressing on round the track, and where is he going to slot in? Don't forget that Marciello came in from it was second place. Patrick Assenheimer continued in the race leading car, but effectively whoever takes over from David Pittard in the number 34 Walkenhorst car was so close to the number 2 Mercedes, but Mercedes pitted a lap before, so Mikkel Jensen, Christian Cronjes, whichever of those drivers, the Dane or the Norwegian, takes over after David Pittard's stint. Where will they come out? Will they come out right alongside the number 2 Mercedes from Team GetSpeed Maxi Boot pressing on Patrick Assenheimer's car, now about to lead. It had that 9-point-whatever second lead. It comes out from its refueling stop halfway down the pit lane, has to trundle on slowly towards the end of the pit lane. Should be sitting on a tidy lead. Look in the background of the shot. Is there a bright yellow Mercedes? Oh, yes, there is. So Maxi Boot's had a really good lap. And they're going to be literally side by side. And in fact, I would suggest we had a change for the lead around on the outside line down to turn 1. About a second clear it goes. We have the change of lead. So that's been a really, really good lap for the team Get Speed. Number 2 Mercedes. It was 9 seconds down before the pit stops. And as Assenheimer's car heads out onto the circuit, just waiting to see if they've done a driver change. Still listed as Assenheimer, still listed as Pittard. So maybe those 2 drivers who were running first and second stroke third are doing a double stint early in the race, in the first half of the race. The number 5 Audi from Phoenix, now in the hands of Vincent Kolb. So they at least have had a driver change, whereas the top 2 cars still nothing listed as yet. But really, that was a very, very good lap indeed for the Team Get Speed car. Of course, they're a lap further into their stint, but the important thing for them, their nose was still in front when the Team HRT Mercedes left the pit lane. And Maxi Boot looking very comfortable out towards the curbs through the end of the Grand Prix loop, out of the chicane, and then unfortunately for the erstwhile leader, as that came up towards the Nordkera, there was a back-marking Renault Clio in the way, and it's cost him half a second to start with, so that was very unfortunate indeed. Still getting a host of pit visitors. Number 128.
Now, of course,
is the Gitti WS Racing Audi running in the SP8 class. Nicholas Cry, Carrie Schreiner, she's a really, really good driver of that, and Henrik Boleslev. But again, the pit stops, it still gives me a double take to see mechanics in masks, cars being serviced in the paddock. You know, to us, the car being serviced in the paddock is because something really quite serious is wrong and the pit garage hasn't got enough space in it to perform that. But what I also noticed is the yellow on that car is getting increasingly bright because the sun is starting to break through. It was very grey at the start of the race with threatening grey clouds. We had the little flurry of rain, but it looks like the day is getting better. I've just gone past the quarter distant part in this point in this race. The 128 having the front bodywork attached a little more strongly, so clearly has been slightly in the wars.
It wouldn't be an endurance race without gaffer tape on the car, would it? You've got to have at least 1 or 2 cars with that on it. You were just saying a few moments ago, Bruce, quite rightly, that a flurry of pit stops, mainly in the top order, but also varies down the classes as well. The Rowe BMW in there as well to go 191. That's just leaving its paddock bit to go and start its phase 2 of its pit stop, which is the fuel ring in the pit lane. But of course, normally we're quite used to it from a commentary point of view, just saying, right, we get this gabble together, it'll all settle down and reset in a minute. Of course, that takes so much longer at the Nürburgring because their outlap can be 10 minutes by the time we've done that. So you've got a longer wait until it really does settle down. So it's I'm sitting there looking at the screen with anticipation, eagerly awaiting that reset where we can say, right, who's fallen where, who's got ahead, who's had an advantage. We commented on the Stippler car, didn't we? And but we've got to wait 10 minutes for that.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 3 hours, so that's okay.
Oh yeah, we would eventually.
There is that on the other side.
We would eventually catch up. But that was actually one thing with the digital NLS. We had 14 time splits, so you didn't have to wait very long at all until your supposition about who'd come out of the pits in which order was either proved right or wrong. But at least the answer was achieved very quickly indeed. So really, all the SP9 runners made it into pits. Top of our timing screen, it's still listed as Nikolai Rogivu racing one Ferrari. That's because he's in the pits, but still ahead. But it's Maxi Book leading the race. Just waiting for confirmation of that on our timing screens, as he seems to have disappeared off mine. That's interesting. More to follow as I start scratching my head on that particular one. But we saw the pass on the start-finish straight down before turn 1 and the yellow number 2 Mercedes into the lead of the race as the car that led the first hour effectively. Team HRT number 6 Mercedes back into second place. The course vehicle, white Audi, keeping out of the way, but lights flashing as it went up to the chicane. They're getting very busy out on the circuit, and car number 36, one of the BMWs from Walkenhorst, that's in their more traditional white with red and pale blue livery. That's the one shared by Henry Walkenhorst, Andreas Zegler and Peter's favourite driver, Dr. Friedrich von Bohlen und Halbach. In fact, he's one of 2 drivers from that family in the race, because Walkenhorst also running Mario von Bohlen and Halbach in the SP8T class in a BMW M2 CS racing model.
Well, whether
The car we see a lot more of.
The car you were just talking of, I mean, quite a slow few corners on its outlap. I mean, literally just left the pits, and that seems really obvious. But it was getting hounded by an SP10 car, 192, the Hopeful Racing by Bonk Motorsport of the M4 GT4, to the point of normally you just sit behind that with a higher class car, and he wasn't. He was having a few little nose down the inside thought. And I think, where's the point really? Because it's only going to come past you again, unless of course the road car had an issue. So we'll just keep an eye on that. I was surprised how many corners into the outlap he was still going slowly, is my point.
No, agree. I found myself scurrying.
A very long way of saying what I should have said straight away, really.
We have plenty of time, Peter. We have plenty of time. But again, I have to sort of pinch myself. We are real world racing again, and that is fabulous. Of course, being the optimist, I'm saying it's getting brighter. It is around the pits, but I noticed if you look down her act to the start of the straight, it's quite dark in the background. Whether that's a dark cloud that's just kept on moving and gone past, or something is coming, I cannot tell you right now. But of course, it is the Nürburgring. It's not snowing, so there could be any other form of.
But it is only round
racing.
1. Remember, it is round 1. So it's it could be snowing. It's spring, just at the end of June.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I've been there.
Ignore the details.
But I've been there when I think it might have been May. It's so long ago. It was Formula 3000 cars waiting to go out, and I remember the snow didn't just start; it came down really heavily. And one of the officials going, "But these Brazilian drivers have never seen snow before."
They'll soon learn.
They'll soon learn. Come and race.
I do remember doing a morning warm-up at British GT in 2008 at Alton Park in the Aston, and going out on stickered slicks. And as I went down Cascades, got on. They asked me how was the car, and I said, "Difficult to tell because it's snowing."
Yes.
Thinking, seriously, are we doing this? So we've got another alert at Hatzenbach.
And a slow zone now
yeah.
at Hocheichen. So again, drivers have to be aware that there could be something they're unaware of around the next corner. If you understand what I'm saying there, they have to be extra alert. And experience teaches you it can happen anywhere, but there are certain corners and sequences where it's more likely to happen than other places. So you
just can't relax. You just cannot relax. Certainly not on this circuit of all circuits. It will have you. And despite me, it's also a very fast circuit. So there's some really, really, truly fast sections on this circuit. Technical though it may be, I think technical is the definition of this circuit in terms of, is it 178 corners, isn't it?
I think in recent years it's been rounded down a bit because some corners are actually a sequence of corners.
Okay.
But let's call it about 120 between frames. And now really, really close. We saw the number 2 Mercedes take the lead when it pitted a lap ahead of the previous race leader, but now they are nose to tail. So the majority of this lap has been the story of the HRT car finding the pace, getting onto the tail. They're going to be half a second apart, but it's the yellow one in front at the moment as they come across the start-finish line, and the yellow Phoenix Audi not so far behind them either. I'd say 2 seconds covering the top 3, and lights flashing on the HRT Mercedes. If they could get a win first time out, this would be extraordinary. It's a new team, but a lot of the backbone of the team is the same as before. The expertise of Black Falcon Racing, Jean-Paul Breslin looking after it as a team manager. But actually, through the early sequence of corners in the Mercedes arena, the lead Mercedes fighting a tiny advantage to get the chasing rival off the back, the number 6 Mercedes. But we've seen it has had pace. It managed to close out around the lap. Car 733 was the one off at Hocheichen. And 733 from the VLN V4 class. Marco-Andre Roloff, Tobias Vasquez and Jan Buchwald in their BMW 325i. First 3 cars evenly spaced, covered by about 2 seconds, I would think, at this point, as they go through the right-hand kink and then up the slope towards the chicane. But race leading number 2 car doesn't have to slow its pace. There doesn't have to look for a dive. It has a big enough advantage as they go up the hill. But the Audi's coming on strong. We saw a flurry. I thought it'd be the blue one that Frank Stippler seemed to have driven so well in his opening stint. That would be right there at the sharp end. Handed it over to Vincent Kolb, but it's not. It's the sister car. The onboard camera for the number 2 bright yellow Mercedes from Team Get Speed, Maxi Buch, coming across the course vehicle again. 2 course vehicles, and there's a yellow BMW at the side, yellow blue BMW at the side, which we think is the 733 off at Hocheichen. But the rescue vehicles have got there. A bit of what would you reckon is flapping under in the nose vent, the upper side of the bonnet.
It almost like a bit of a sort of a rubber seal.
Yes, it's a rubber seal.
Some forms of bodywork. So perhaps being an air intake there, perhaps there's a sort of foam stroke rubber seal around the outside of that air intake for the bodywork, the front clip, as you'd call it on a car to click on. It just hasn't quite settled there, and obviously at speed it's getting pulled up.
We can see it. I don't know if the driver would be able to see it. We can see it on their
Highly
camera.
unlikely.
I think they're sitting down a little bit lower, and you
Highly
don't want to
unlikely.
see something distracting. If
No.
you can hear a noise, though, wave yellow flags up ahead of it. So just trying to see what the next sequence of events will be as the number 2 Mercedes leads the way, drops down the pace.
It actually comes more into view the slower the car goes. You know,
Yes, it's ironic,
it's been
isn't it?
pushed down, so it's obviously the way that Venturion Vortex works in that bit of sculpting there. But so I don't think it'll be a major distraction to the driver. You soon get to, if it doesn't really affect anything, you just get to bypass it, and provided the car's going, might have a wheel missing, still try and keep going. So we've got the 396 Cayman GT4 just done a rotation and swapped facing the wrong way on the track, and is trying to keep out of the way now. And actually the spin isn't so much the time that's cost him, it's the getting the car turned around in a safe time to rejoin the track, which he's done. And that's the 396. I've just missed who that was because it came up on the screen. Don't know quite what happened there. We just caught the end of it coming rejoining. That's the only car in the V6 category, as in production wagon car, and that's the CFN Team Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman S. And I think it was Ulrich Comdro, I think, I'm not sure, that car, but has rejoined quite safely. A little heart-stopping moment for him there.
But again, we started with a very lightly damp track. I mean, really almost not damp, just a tiny bit of greasiness. Rain on screens at the back half of the circuit. Now we've got a full dry circuit, so quite a helping hand for the drivers there. So Maro Engel now leading. Just take the timing screen off as I had a little sneaky peek. Just waiting for the screen to settle down. Dry conditions on the Nordschleife, fabulous mix of cars. It's been the story of Mercedes leading this race, several Mercedes fighting at the front end, but Audi have been there or thereabouts. And of course, we've had the walk-and-horse BMW that David Pittard drove so very, very well in the first part of the race, largely in that got himself up to 4th position, then 3rd, then 2nd, then got close to the leader, but then Assenheimer was able to pull clear, and then it was a real battle for the majority of the remainder of that stint with Raffaele Marciello. Made for fantastic watching, really, really good viewing. Always fair, always square. And again, it was just a reiteration of how good it is to be racing again. And unfortunately, the 36 BMW's gone for a spin at the Nordkera, parallel with the barriers. Certainly, Marshall had to suddenly find his, I think he was having a sausage or something.
He had to put his thermos down for a minute then,
Yeah,
didn't
and he had to grab 2 yellow flags to wave it. Now, this is a difficult place to spin because the cars are turning. It's a double left, and he's spun after the first left. It's a blind location. It's a very narrow stretch of track.
That being the point, there's no easy way to flick that car around, is there?
No, there's not enough width. And you talked about the amount of turn on the wheel, but I don't know how they're going to recover that. Is there a gap just behind his car and the barriers? I don't think there is. There are waved yellow flags dead ahead of the cars as they come up to that left-hander. But at that point, you're flipping your brain from... we're on the Grand Prix loop. Now we're flipping it into Nordschleife mode as you turn left into the Nordkera. And that BMW is about, 20 metres beyond the apex, the point at which it can be seen, facing the wrong way, going nowhere. And actually, with 140-odd cars probably still in this race, he could wait a very long time to be given a signal to go. Just starting to roll at the moment.
He's trying to, but because he's going to drive into the apex exit of that corner. That's possibly or potentially the worst place to spin the car on the circuit. That's almost impossible to rejoin there safely.
Well, very, very tricky indeed. Beached on the curbs as well, just for good measure, so you can't even get a clean run at it. And now Well, it's inevitable. If you ride with an onboard camera, you'll see moments where the driver in the faster car carrying the camera is able to pick his way easily around some of the tail-end BMWs, and other times when it just comes unstuck. And we've just witnessed one of those, the Black Falcon number 350 Porsche that's running in the ST Pro class, shared by Marek Bachmann, Tobias Muller and Carlos Rivas. But you can't guess all of them riding. It takes two drivers guessing. Experience is a helping hand as well, but you know, hopefully you can make it all up again and nothing untoward occurs. But again, drivers have to be ready for those moments, particularly if you're in one of the quicker cars, Peter.
Absolutely. As we said only a few minutes ago, you just cannot relax. You have to be on your guard all the time, and that, if anything, it's more about those sorts of moments. That's what can cost you not just time, but it can actually cost you the race so quickly, and you can always be left dumbfounded of sitting there stationary in a steaming wreck, going, "What happened?" Because
one thing they don't have today is wet grass beyond the curb, because that obviously magnifies any particular problem. If it's dry grass,
yes.
you might be able to negotiate your way back to the track. And for those who've never seen the Nürburgring Nordschleife and gone for their first visit, the barriers are very close, are they not?
Yeah, they are indeed. And wet grass and motor cars, and not a happy mix.
No.
And they always pick up speed. And the horrible thing is it goes quiet, and you go out of control, and you just know I think it's Brundle's favourite one of his phrases, straight to the scene of the accident. And you fight it, get away, then also it's on the wet grass. Oh, here we go. Now, back at the front, these two Mercedes, the black and yellows, sort of wasp colours there, sort of between them, battling it out down the set, flashing the lights, the second place car that's led that was the Assenheimer run car, driven car to start with.
Well, he stayed on for a second stint, and David Pittard also stayed on. Well, no, did he? He didn't. Well, at the moment, we're listed as Maxi Buch, effective race leader. We're waiting for three more cars that have probably dived into the pits. An effective race leader, Maxi Buch, by the enormous margin of 0.349 of a second. He's listed as fourth overall, but it's effective leader. Patrick Assenheimer stayed on for a second stint, and he's got an advantage of 3 seconds over Michele Beretta, who took over the Phoenix Racing, the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi. So though the pit stop sequence was good for the yellow Audi, it's falling away. It's the story of Mercedes just having seemingly the right pace for today. But if the Audis can have a consistent run, they could still be in it. And don't forget, always, Peter, it's the fact you need a good balance across all of your drivers to deliver in a 4-hour race.
Absolutely. As we said, Team F go at the pace of the slowest driver, etc. We've got another slow zone.
Quite early, the Nordschleife transition, but we know what that is. That's the corner we've been talking about.
Now, two Mercedes in the thick of the back markers. There's going to be a change of position there, and absolutely number 2 just got completely sold a dummy there, straight into the back markers, as it will, into the thick of the mountains, tucking in behind them, and that allowed the Assenheimer car to go straight by and retake that position. So Buch was actually just sold a dummy there. Assenheimer shot past him. Very neat and very deftly done.
Car that's lost a lot of time and position is Francois Perrodo, the AM in the number 8 Mercedes. He took it over from Mathieu Vassivière. Don't forget that was fighting over 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions with David Pittard and Raffaele Marciello. But that is now down effective in 12th place in SP9. Another slow zone, and we've got Patrick Assenheimer now in front of Maxi Buch, so that was a change for the lead, and we've still got that blue and yellow BMW being pulled away, but at least it's being towed, and they just have to wait for the green flag, and off we go again. Suddenly the race restarts, if you will, or proper racing restarts on the Nürburgring Langstrecken. So it was a great move around the outside by Patrick Assenheimer. Were the waved yellow flags? Let's have a look. There was a slow zone, and in fact, that was going on the transition we talked about. The BMW had been pulled clear, the Balkenhorst car, but I'd say that was an opportunistic, or as some people could say, an opportunistic manoeuvre to take the lead.
You'll probably say I would state this, but I would say that's clear because the actual obstacle was clear and gone, the car facing the wrong way that was trying to rejoin the track. There was indeed a official's car there, but that was on the left. Does its flashing light denote a double yellow or waved yellow? No, I don't think so. They're just lights illuminating the vehicle to a warning that it's there. So I would say, absolutely right, opportunistic, and maybe that's what caught Brook out. He just thought, should I, shouldn't I? And Assenheimer's went, I will. Maybe it's as simple as that. Split second, you know.
Split second on one of the narrowest bits of track as well. Because that little transition, it's 2 car widths.
I think you summed it up in your very first choice of words, opportunistic. You know, chat it out with the stewards later.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I've got track positions. Get on with it.
I did my job. I'm a racing driver.
What do you mean, Gov?
I think it was also the junior class BMW was in the way was particularly slow. But again, it's a blind corner until you're nigh on in it.
And as we stated earlier, you know, junior class car there, no, intentionally doing exactly the right thing, trying to keep out the way, and they were taken advantage of.
That little strip that's loose under the bonnet of Maxi Buch's Mercedes is more and more prevalent. It's emerging, billowing out of that bonnet vent. So let's just go back to the change of lead with Patrick Assenheimer in second place behind Maxi Buch. Waved yellow flags as he approached. Coming up on one of the BMWs. This is coming into the transition, and it was 1.5. Well, it might have been the one with Sami Matti Trogan, the brilliant sim racer. It says whoosh on the side. Yeah, 151.
151, yeah.
Sport, Sami Matti Trogan and Mario von Bohlen and Halbach approaching the transition, and already it seemed to be that the nose of the black Mercedes was around the outside of it and worked very well indeed. But more of that anon, perchance. So, all is calm, all is bright. Well, it's bright, but it's not calm. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And the order, well, it's a fantastic battle between the Mercedes at the front. And we will be having some catch-up drives as well. The pit stop sequence seemed to really jumble the order, but I think the notable fact is after 6 laps rather than 7, in came the number 2 Mercedes. Had been fighting, had just got back up into second place, but don't forget it was 9 seconds or so, 9.7 seconds I seem to recall, down on the number 6 Mercedes, and yet they're fighting together now, and it's the 2 in front by the smallest of margins, but it seemed to work well for them, that tactic.
I know I keep going back to it, but I'm still intrigued by that Assenheimer lap of 8:07.6. Nothing's got anywhere near it, and nearest we've got is Buch has just done, not long done, a 8:11. He must have been extremely lucky with traffic to pop at 8:07 in.
Yeah, I still can't get my head around that.
No, I can't. It almost. Am I doubting it? Yeah, I guess I am really. Because it's so far ahead. At the time, it was 7 seconds clear of anybody else at the time. Now, obviously, we know how traffic falls. You can get a big advantage. That's fine. Get that. But 7 seconds in one lap, and that's only come down now to 5 difference. So we'll keep an eye on those.
Conditions properly bright and sunny. We had the little flurry of rain just at the start of the race, but now as the last of the pack effectively come in to make their first pit stops, it's Maxi Buch leading from Patrick Assenheimer. It's very tight, it's very close. Michele Beretta trying to hang on in the best place of the Audis in 3rd place overall, but the car that really went backwards is down in 5th place now. Is the car that was fighting for 2nd place. David Pittard did hand it over to Mikkel Jensen, and the Dane doing his best. He's very close indeed to number 32 car collection Motorsport Audi with Nico Muller on board. But still the pit visitors coming in, that strange technique of driving into the paddock, under the pit building, into the paddock, going along a one-way system with a fast lane and a working lane, looking to find their team ordering. For some of them, they have to drive the whole way up, go around a mini roundabout, and then back in the opposite direction to find their pit awning, and then doubling back to the right into the pits where they do the refueling. So it's a 2-part pit stop, plenty of novelty.
It really is a roundabout, isn't it?
And coming to a halt. KTM's always a strong feature in this race. Don't run right at the front end, but they have some really, really good battles. Field's not always as big. 3 of them entered this time in the Cup X class, all from Teichmann Racing. But up front now, we've suddenly got Maxi Buch being hounded considerably by Michele Beretta. So where is Patrick Assenheimer? We know he got his nose in front, but he really seems to have pulled clear, looking for a shot as they go past the pits, coming up to the start-finish line. It's Buch with Beretta right under his tail. It's a red Audi in the background, which by my reckoning should be... Is that the Nico Muller car? But Assenheimer, how far clear? 9.7 seconds to good. He's had another one of those wonder laps. Let's just see what his pace was around the last lap. Oh, 8 minutes 30. Of course, there was a slow zone in it. But just bear in mind, that fastest lap, 8 minutes, 7.677. Nobody else is... Oh, it's not the fastest. It is the fastest lap of the race, but the car in third place, Michele Beretta's car, that
yes.
did 8:07.723. They found the shortcut somewhere around the back. Nobody else, as far as I can see.
17 what HRT had, yeah.
Most of the other cars in the top 10 were doing... Their best lap is an 8:17, an 8:11, an 8:13. Well, that's extraordinary. But you see, there will be no toe there for Assenheimer to have had to achieve that.
No.
Whereas for the yellow Phoenix Audi, it's possible. In fact, it's getting a very, very good toe now off Maxi Buch, off the number 2 Mercedes. But that was another phenomenal lap from the race leader. You know, team HRT. Again, when you get teams with acronyms in their name, you always think, is that the same as HTP? Is that? No, it isn't. It's Hout Racing Team. Hubert Hout. Black Falcon, so strong in GT Championships for years, but there's been a change, and they are only running cars in the junior class now, and Hubert Hout has taken the helm of the team. And
I would almost suggest that Beretta's lap in the Phoenix Racing Audi is slightly more believable than the one that's a 10th quicker of Assenheimer. I'm not doubting Assenheimer, but I just can't, like you, I just can't quite get my head round that 8:07 suddenly popping up that was 7 seconds quicker. I know I'm going on about it, but just can't quite get my head around it. The that one now is a bit more credible, as you say. Beretta, tow, traffic, etc. Just seems more believable.
Always a moving target on the Nordschleife. We've got a car moving very slowly under its own steam down along the Her Acht. It's got a safety car in behind with lights flashing. It's on the right-hand side of it. Is that the number 8 Mercedes? That could be Francois Pirolo. Just can't quite see. There's a lot of glare off it, but it looks like it's white with black flanking bodywork up the sides from the lights. Looks like there's some rear body damage. Potentially, again, I'm telling this from the front of the car, which isn't always the easiest angle to cover. Trying to look at multiple screens to see confirmation of car moving slowly. Oh, it's annoying, all the flare, but it does look like the livery. But actually, I can't see a big enough rear wing. But again, it's meaning it probably isn't an SP9 car.
I don't think it is, actually. No.
It's a bit narrower, but...
As you say, there's a lot of glare on it, but I'm wondering if it's... it looks almost like a Hyundai to me, shape-wise. Which would be potentially a VT2 car. 482, the Olaf Jahr car, that's a possibility. VT2.
So, sun bright on the flanks of the number 23 Mercedes. That's the Rooster Rojo car, Janine Hill and Adam Osieka. Adam does a considerable amount of driving, as does Janine here at the Nordschleife. Janine does go and compete in other championships, also races in the International GT Open Series as well for Team Get Speed Performance. So she's gaining more and more international experience. And conditions looking very, very good indeed at the moment. John Schaffner also on board, he perpetual teammate of Janine Hill. In fact, maybe it looks... Yeah, so we've got a German in Osieka, an American in John Schaffner, and a British driver in Janine Hill. just when everyone rides on board, as we are with their mighty Mercedes AMG, it just gives points on the circuit where it gets extra narrow. And I just was considering the point where you go onto the Nordschleife. We had that BMW spinning in that transition, those two lefts over a crest, and it really is narrow. That car is just headed through there, and so I found myself inadvertently sort of breathing in, trying to make the car narrower. But, and again, what we're having in this race are quite a few points on the circuit where you've got cars that have rotated and rescue vehicles there, so the drivers really, really have to be on their toes. The driver most notably on his toes is Patrick Assenheimer. I mean, 9.7 seconds clear as he stretches his legs. That's really super, super impressive. Proper sunny day. Temperatures will obviously be rising, but it's still windy. You look at the trees around the Nordschleife, they're blowing hard at one of the high points, which is the area just as you come onto the start-finish straight past the tall pit building. The drivers then duck down out of the wind. It's blowing across the pit lane at the moment, and look for space as they get down to turn one. Mercedes 1455, another car from the Black Falcon team. That's their GT4 Mercedes AMG. Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Gabriele Piana, who's such a star in GT4, Stefan Rossler and Mike Stursberg going very well in class indeed. So Patrick Assenheimer still waiting for him to complete another lap, and we'll see how much he's extended his advantage, if indeed he does, over Maxi Buch. But Buch had his hands full of Michele Beretta, don't forget. So it's Mercedes well clear, and then another Mercedes fighting with the better of the Phoenix Racing Audis.
I appreciate it's relative at the moment. Never thought we'd see a KTM Crossbow GT4 car at the top of the field. At the moment on the timing screen.
It's about to be removed.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know it's relative. It just catches your eye when you think, sorry, GT4 car?
Yes.
KTM at the top there.
Well, of course, this is what's always confusing for us simple-minded commentators, because, of course, cars like that can run longer on their stints, and certainly do precisely that. But it's a bit like who remembers when Marcus Winkelhock led a Grand Prix? You know,
indeed,
Spiker team, or was it the Midland team? Midland,
exactly. Midland, isn't it? Yes.
Teams that come and go, but ebbs and flows. Right now, looking down her act, I can see the bright yellow nose headlights ablaze, yellow and green. And have we had a change at the front of the field? I simply can't believe it, because it looks so. It's the Assenheimer car tucked in behind, and that was well clear. So hold on,
yeah.
Clarifications. It comes up. It looks so Maxi Buch's got in front. And
it does indeed.
9.7 seconds the difference between them last time around. The yellow Audi from Phoenix Racing is tucked in behind. So suddenly we've got first, second, and third, not in the order we expected, and a whole lot closer. Assenheimer having to be quite careful not to be passed by the Audi as well. But Maxi Buch, he was in front at the start of the stint. He pitted. He took over the car a lap before Assenheimer came out for his second stint, and Assenheimer all being pushed around the corner, being passed around the outside. BMW had nowhere to go, and the yellow Audi said thank you very much. Went around the outside through the final corner onto the start-finish straight, and
said BMW is now pitted. Yes.
Goes into the pits. But for Maxi Buch, it didn't matter to him, but it certainly mattered to Phoenix Racing and their Audi. That was a very, very good move, and no wonder Assenheimer's really hard on the lights, but now he's hard onto the brakes down into turn one. Oh, how frustrating.
And a bit of breathing space now. How that evolved. I mean, we were looking at this. Was it 9-second difference?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, change of order altogether. One back marker, last corner, trying to keep out of the way, then go into the pits. By the time we get to the last turn to turn one, all of a sudden it's opened out again.
The hardest thing, that final sequence of corners, is the BMW went quite deep into the corner, knew it was coming into the pits, and then started halfway through the bend, going from the left-hand side of the track to the right. That interrupted the race leader. He hit the brakes, then he managed to get around it, and then it carried on pulling straight into the past, unfortunately, for Patrick Assenheimer of his HRT Mercedes.
And I've got to say, hats off to Assenheimer there, because some very professional driving there. He could have just hung that out to dry and dodged out from that BMW, and he didn't. He sat there, and hardest thing for a driver to do is relinquish position right up at the front there. It's very easy to go, hang on, I'm racing, get carried away with it, and he didn't. He backed out of it. Okay, I know there's hours to go, that's not the point, but actually that was a very professional manoeuvre there, just to back out of that one and not cause a problem and carry on racing. Very easy to have just taken advantage of that, and he didn't. So hats off to Assenheimer there. That, of course, now puts him behind that Mercedes, we weren't expecting, say, well, quite had that swapped anyway, but it has allowed Maxi Buch to run away a little bit. 1.4 second is the advantage across the line, and it was just half a second to Beretta in third, P3. So Buch, Beretta and Assenheimer. Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes. The Audi, Phoenix Racing Audi being in a Mercedes GT3 sandwich there, the AMGs.
So where is the next change going to come? It's so choppy. I've never really known an NLS round where the lead has changed around so much. You often, as I say, you often get really good packs of cars, but someone has a marginal advantage. And but today it really has swung around. We had that brilliant battle in the opening stint for second, third, and fourth as the HRT Mercedes pulled clear. Now that's right in the heat of the battle. It's bound in third place with Beretta. Up into second, and Maxi Buch 1 second to the good. The car that I maligned is also white with the grey silver stripes up the side of the nose and up the side of the car. That's the Mercedes driven for Get Speed Performance by Francois Perroda. That very similar race livery to the car that we saw limping down the Dottinger Höhe. But number 8 at the moment, he was outside the top 10. He's down with Perroda at the wheel, now third in the Pro-Am class. He is back in 13th overall, but looking neat and tidy out on the circuit. Riding the curbs, but nothing too excessive. Again, the drivers can ride the curbs with a fair degree of ease in the stadium section because the stirrups are nice and low and flat. Out on the Nordschleife itself, some of the curbs almost seem to be banked at 45 degrees, so you clunk them and they fire you back across the track. As I say that, Francois Perroda goes through the cut. Round 1, June the 27th for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and still racing, still got time aplenty, but we talked earlier of the black rubber strip inside the nose vent on the number 2 Mercedes from Team Get Speed. It's been flapping. It was of a loop, but it now appears to have broken at the top. We've got one end flapping out of one side of the vent and one out of the other. Maybe the whole thing will eventually fly out. I'm sure it's not a vital performance part, but it's a distraction now. It's longer, and I think the driver can see it flapping. Maybe able to hear it.
It's a distraction. Yes, it definitely is visible now, isn't it? And probably just far enough down there that we're not sure what it is, but got Pit's car radio. I'm sure they'll talk about it, and it's not affecting the performance one bit, really. So just took the Ferrari that went off on that very first lap, number 26, the Octane 126 car, when it had Hershey. We've got Grossman at the wheel now. That's now up to 14th. So that dropped down to 40th, back to 25th, now up to 14th. So nice, steady progress. And let's face it, we're not even at half distance yet. So never know, that car might be back in the... I would say it's going to be in the top 10 most certainly. Progress. Let's keep an eye on that car. Number 26, currently running in 14th with Bjorn Grossman at the wheel now.
Yeah, well, we just saw a short while ago the number 23 Red Rooster Rojo Mercedes, and looks as though they're the first of the crews to do a second driver change. And that's shared by Janine Hill, British driver, with Adam Osieka and John Schaffner, the American. And I think that might have been John Schaffner getting out of the car. Very standard-looking Mercedes leaving the pits. Looks that is the real interest. You've got the full-on race body, race everything GT3 cars, and you've got one you think might be heading for a pickup at the station.
Production class.
Yes. Very much the production class, and very, very much not the newest car out there. But that again is very much part of the mix of the NLS. It makes it interesting, but it is a feature you will scarcely find anywhere else in the world. Maxi Buch, 1.1 seconds clear of Michele Beretta's Phoenix Racing Audi last time around. And look quickly at the tracker of the circuit, and there are cars the whole way around it as I look at the map over beyond Peter on the far side of the commentary booth. But can you pick out our race leader, number 2 on that track mapper? There's a challenge for you.
If the screen
Come
was
on.
bigger, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Your aging eyes. Come on, you
Oh,
should.
thank you. You're so kind, Bruce. You're so kind. Oh.
Very difficult feat because we've lost a handful of cars from this race, but really it's very, very good. It's with the weather conditions being so kind. We've still got about 120-something cars out of the 141 starters playing. We've got someone coming slowly with
Bodywork damage. Yes.
bodywork damage at the front of whatever it is, or indeed was down the straight. I can't see enough. I'm not going to play the guessing game again, having thought of Mercedes.
No, it hasn't got too far to get back, but the problem is that the friction at that pace, it's long enough to do a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Well, the good thing is the driver's staying to hard drivers left, because that's sort of a bit wide, but I'm always get worried when a car is dragging about whatever shards it may be firing back out onto the terra firma that could be picked up by others. And it's coming towards our view in the dip. Of course, the Dottinger-Höhe. You drive it, it seems relatively flat till it bucks up towards the end. But it's a KTM.
It's a KTM, yeah.
Or it's a K and a T. I'm not sure if the M is still
It
there.
is, but there's lots of bodywork damage on it by the look of it, to front right, certainly. So I'm suspecting a tyre failure there. And the front left's looking complete, and it's actually starting to disintegrate. In fact, it's got a broken wheel. It's got broken suspension. The front right.
Oh dear. And he's just fired in front of the race leaders. The race leaders have been joined. We've suddenly got another Audi right on their tail. It looks like the car collection car, but just they're approaching the kink on the her act. Suddenly there was a bit of bodywork of the underside of a wheel arch, I think.
Yeah,
right across, and that car, the stricken KTM, still hasn't got. He's gone through the kink, hasn't got up to the chicane as yet, but that would have been a scary moment. You're busy with someone right on your tail, and then suddenly you've got, whoa, what's that?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, Bruce. I thought it was the wheel we could see tilted up. It was the inner wheel arch, as you said. That suddenly just fired out into the front of the leaders.
Well,
and that's allowed that pesky Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW back into the fray again. Look.
Yeah, but we suddenly had 4 cars fighting for the lead, and Assenheimer, what happened there? He was first, but the car now leading the race, unless my maths has gone. Hold on. Number 32 is right in the mix. That's Nico Muller. Maxi Book is leading in the yellow car. Assenheimer has just gone back. He went from first to second to third to fourth. Now he's back into third. He's got the Walkenhorst BMW right on his tail. That's Mikkel Jensen. So let's refresh. 1.3 seconds to good. Maxi Book leading for Team Get Speed. Patrick Assenheimer started this lap in second place, but he's now behind the car collection motorsport car of Nico Muller. That was a very early pitter. Remember, we thought it was out of sequence. Beretta, that had got up into second place, is now down into fifth. So that's fast changing. So it's Jensen in fourth. Assenheimer in his second stint, don't forget, he didn't do a driver change at the first pit stop, is falling back. I don't know what happened through the first few corners, but it was 3 cars going for position, and someone had to lose. And in fact, 2 of them lost out. It was certainly Assenheimer, who's down into third and looking to take the lead, but not managing to do so. Michele Beretta is now fifth. And all this is very, very good news for our race leader. Slightly confusing there, but he's 1.3 seconds to good on the start-finish line, and Maxi Book has got a decent advantage now in the lead of this race. So it sort of was given to him on a plate as those behind fought, squabbled and fell over each other.
And that's not done yet. They've just gone to the Nordschleife, and I think that's gonna rage into certainly the first third of this lap between those 3. 1.3 seconds, you say. Second place to third. Sorry, second, third. Assenheimer to Beretta is also 1.3 seconds, and it's only 1.59 to what was the fourth place car of Muller.
Well, extraordinary moments. We had eventually as 3 cars in second, third and fourth trying to avoid the bodywork thrown onto the track for the KTM that was limping back along the Dottinger-Höhe. They suddenly had to change position because they had to back off. No such problems for Maxi Book. He got past just before the bodywork was spat across the track. Exciting, scary moments for all concerned. The KTM, I think, possibly has now made it up the hill through the final chicane into the pits, but bodywork, I was concerned about shards because of damaged bodywork and broken wheels and things from that KTM, but it was the liner, we think, of the front right wheel arch that suddenly parted company as the
it most certainly was, Bruce. And I think what's happened there is that the KTM has had, it looks like it's got some front end damage, and it's split either sides at the front. So the it's hit. I think he's hit the back of something else. Just pushed the bodywork back and then split it, and that's caused the inner liners to go, etc., etc. Because both sides above the wheel arches are damaged. But it looks like a head-on. I'm suspecting he's actually tapped the back of another car, and it's the Teichmann racing car.
Well, all three in the class are Teichmann, but it's number 930.
My
Jörg
apologies.
Griezmann, Reinhard Koffler, and Erkan Osman. But we didn't see the accident, but luckily there was no further accident, but there very much easily could have been with the bodywork coming off. That lives to fight another day, but the other day is not today. They'll have to wait until the 11th and 12th of July for rounds
according to his
2
crash
and 3.
helmet, it's James Hunt getting out of the car.
So it is. Time travel.
Genuine homage there.
Maybe he too went to Wellington. Those are the Wellington school colours, of course.
Just down the road from me.
So I can tell you, so we can identify that as Jörg Griezmann.
I think he's tapped the back of something and folded the front of the car back, which has just split the sides, if you see what I mean, on impact. And that's what's caused it. It's not just actually a puncture. I think it's an accident-related body damage has caused the puncture, secondary. Whatever it was, that inner wheel arch flew out in front of the leaders. It didn't affect them too much. Third place car had to dodge around it a little bit, which at that point was the Valkenhorst BMW. Now with Jensen at the wheel. He did have to jink around it on the track, but hasn't really caused much of a problem. That was towards the end of the lap coming off the Nordschleife, but as soon as they got down to the new bit.
What do you do when you've brought your car back, battered and broken to the pits? You get on the telephone. That's Jörg Griezmann, just climbed out of the number 930 KTM crossbow from one of the three from Teichmann Racing, and Peter and I have surmised there was maybe front-end contact, possibly even coming onto the long straight back to the pits. Bodywork started failing around it, and the front left corner, one actually presumes he slid a little bit wide and clonked that front left corner on something, and then the flexing led to the damage. But the damage could have been far greater. The bodywork wheel arch liner flew across the track right as the leading quartet of cars was coming through, but everything went on by, and in fact, Jörg is even happy enough to wave to the TV cameras, and as he recovers.
Professional driver there, straight out, James Hunt helmet off, onto the phone, as you say, cigarette lit up, and then wave at the camera.
Yeah.
What a pro.
Just
found all the right bits.
Needs a punch-up now. So frustration. This is the first round of the championship for them, and something has gone awry. Possibly not their own fault, but that is one of the elements of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You cannot be sure.
And Bruce, it doesn't look like they're doing anything to rectify that. It doesn't look like they're going to actually sort that one out. So I think that is game over for our number 930 Reichmann Racing KTM. I think that's out of this race. There is, of course, just over 2 hours to go, so they could put it right, but there doesn't appear to be any interest in doing so. So back at the front, it's as across the line, it was Maxi Bulk that was in the lead in the Get Speed Mercedes with a 1.3 second advantage over Assenheimer, and then Beretta in the other Mercedes. Beretta in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8. And then we had Muller in the other Audi car collection, and Valkenhorst Motorsport with Jensen at the wheel in the M6, rounding out the top 5. That, of course, changed and shuffled around the moment we said it, of course, as it does, as is the want, 2 or 3 corners later. And we're waiting to go back and see where they are at the moment. But as they crossed the line, according to our screen, that's where they were. Just to put an idea into perspective there, our top 5 cars, 1.3, 1.3, 1.5 and 1.7 seconds as they crossed the line. And that's as they crossed the line on a straight line bit. Then they got into the twitty bits and battle re-engaged.
But what keeps coming back round to me is the fact that Assenheimer's second stint in the car with which he dominated the opening stint, don't forget he was the best part of 10 seconds clear, maybe helped by the fact that the number 2 Mercedes was fighting in behind with the 34 BMW, but it was an astonishingly big lead. But this second stint has not been kind to him, and could have been a whole lot worse with that bodywork. Opel Manta into the pits. We can still say...
I saw it there, and I thought after my last comments, when I over-egged it and oversold it to you and said it was your favourite, I thought, I won't mention it, but it's dived into the pits. But obviously it's your prerogative. The Manta's there. It's all yours, Bruce.
It's gone into the pits to get some more attractive bodywork.
Oh, that's harsh.
the world over.
You got away with the first one. I don't think you'll get away with that one. No, you're going to be trolled now.
One likes to dance close to the
Mix
flame.
things up. Yes.
So we're very nearly at the halfway point in this race. It's been a cracking opening stint, and I think we've had the race leader into the pits. Maxi Buch has dived into the pits, and Nico Muller, the Car Collection Motorsport 32 Audi, now back in as well. So Patrick Assenheimer leading the race, but only by half a second from the BMW of Mikkel Jensen. Michele Beretta has been in the mix there or thereabouts, but he keeps sort of getting in the pack and then gradually being squeezed to the back of it. He is down in third place. So 13 laps completed, and the car that was first and the car that had got up to third place, that was the Car Collection Motorsports Audi, into the pits for their second round of pit stops. And if you weren't listening earlier and you haven't kept up with the news, it's an unusual way to go into the pits, because they have to turn right under the pit building through Garage 1, through a one-way system with a fast lane and a working area. Then they do the driver changes, then and anything else they need to change, like tyres, and then they dive into the pits and have refueling. They have to come back into the pit lane and refuel once there. So Maxi Buch out of the race leading car. Fabian Schiller hasn't driven that yet. Raffaele Marciello started in that. And suddenly those that stayed on the track for one further lap, it's the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW right now on the tail of the race leading car from HRT, the Mercedes, started by Patrick Assenheimer. Oh, what a great person to put on board after him. He's got Mauro Engel, but certainly Assenheimer so successful in what was the VLN, now the NLS, and let's see how it unfolds the rest of the race. Interesting there, the body language of Maxi Buch. Maybe he was trying to make sure that door shut properly for the driver that's taken it over, but it almost looked like a petulant slam, that drivers do when all hasn't gone that way. But he got into the lead, so I say it did go his way.
It wasn't soft close, was it?
No.
No. Interestingly, that we're talking about lap times a little bit earlier. Mikkel Jensen in the 34 Walkenhorst BMW, last lap, 8 minutes 8.473.
Which was a tenth of a second slower than the car he was chasing.
Correct.
But it means that was an uninterrupted lap.
Correct.
No yellow zones. And actually,
That's my point.
if you did a chart of their lap times, most series it's fairly uniform, going up and down according to tire life. But in here, it can jump by huge margins. But then again, that's part of the success of keeping the track clear.
So our front-running cars that we have obviously just done their phase one, as we call it, of the pit stop, as in into the paddock, through the garages into the paddock, as Bruce has just described, to do their driver change, back out again. Second driver then brings it out into the second phase for the refueling in the pit lane. They're being done as we speak now. So the Maxi Buch number 2 yellow Mercedes sitting in the pit lane being fueled, and right behind it is the car that's also behind it on track, which is the Muller-driven number 32 Car Collection Audi R8 sitting right behind it. So these two actually are in position on track as well. So they should just re-engage battle, all things being equal.
Yeah, but
of course that never happens though, does it? That's
No,
what should happen, but it won't.
We've had shuffling in the pits, and it does seem quite hard for that to have happened, but certainly we saw several drivers at that first round of pit stops who the order was reversed, not by an enormous amount, but
I think in answer to our question we had earlier, a little bit of intel, I think, from regarding pit stops and or more to the point penalties. I think they're being added at the end of the race time only, no drive-throughs, nothing like that during the race, because of all the precautions and whatever in place. So they'll just be added at the end should there be the case. We just had that question earlier, didn't we, about why that pit was so long for this very car, actually, the Assenheimer Mercedes sitting there. Sorry, the Get Speed Mercedes. So they're waiting to go out of the pits. They will rejoin the Opel Manta. Very rare to get a chance to mention it, because Bruce tends to hog that because of his absolute love of that car. But the Opel Manta, I'll just say it again while I can, is in the pit lane being refueled. And I'm sure when that leaves the pits that Bruce will be ecstatic upon its return to the track.
I'm bracing myself. So, to refresh, the first set of cars from the top class of the race, from the top 10 runners, we have 3 of them having being refueled in the pits. Maxi Buch led the race, came in, and some of the cars further back in the SP9 class still flashing past for a further lap. But Patrick Assenheimer. He will get to the halfway point in this race in 15 seconds from now, but this will be his in-lap, one would presume, leading the race, but only by half a second at the start of the lap for the Team HRT Mercedes. Walkenhorst Motorsport with the BMW that's been there or thereabouts, and some really good battling. And Mikkel Jensen is building on the work of David Pittard. That's in second place. Michele Beretta in the Phoenix Racing Audi, number 15 in third. They should be in this time around. Kim Lewis-Strand did the opening stint in that, and Beretta had a very good second stint too. So Audi very, very much in the mix. But then again, we'll see how they knit in with the number 2 Mercedes that's in the pits at the moment, and the number 32 Audi from Car Collection Motorsport. They're still at a standstill waiting for the thumbs up to get going, and whoever's in the number 2 Mercedes seemed to have been changing the cassette at that moment, and they failed to heed the go signal for a couple of seconds, but that's actually pulled out a bit of an advantage over the number 32 Audi, which was pretty close behind it when it came into the pits. And it seems, much as the number 2's first pit stop was a slow one, or the refueling part of it, it seems to be the case for the 32 car. But
they were 0.6 of a second apart when they came in. Huge difference.
Well, what of course you don't know is how much fuel they wanted to put in, and how they're going to run, how long this next stint is going to be, because we've got one further pit stop for these runners. So back on the track, moving around a bit. Number 2 looking for position, just not wanting to be blocked as the driver gets up to speed. Of course, tyres pretty cold. Track conditions warming up through the day. It was grey at the start of the race, a little flurry of rain. That went away soon, and it's been a fine day rather than per se a sunny day.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit overcast again now.
Is what they really wanted today, as drivers readjust. Those that went over to the sim racing, I'm not saying to the dark side, another side.
You just did.
I did, damn. So there we have it. But, they're readjusting. And for them, it's what it's all about. And some of the drivers commented how they actually were really happy to hit the bumps in the circuit, on the surface. And
that's the one thing with the sim racing or the digital racing, whatever you want to call it, there is absolutely none of the physicality, despite the feedback of the wheels and things these days. It's not quite the same. It's never going to be the same. Fabian Schiller in that number 2 Mercedes now, and we're still slightly bemused as to what's happened in the pit stop there, because those 2 cars came in, that and the Audi. The number 32 Audi of Car Collection, it's got Frins at the wheel now. That was, again, a change of driver. Robin Fringe in the car now. I think it was Muller that brought the car in, wasn't it, originally?
Yeah,
brought the car in. It was Nico Muller. So change of drive across to Robin Fringe, but they were 0.6 of a second apart. And then there was I dread to think what it is now. It's a more than a visual gap, as in the Mercedes went out of the pits and we didn't see the Audi moving at all. I expect them to go out together, virtually in tandem, and say re-engage, that battle recommence.
Okay, Assenheimer coming up surely for his pit stop. He's got a car between himself and Mikkel Jensen, between him and Mikkel Jensen. Jensen dives to the pits, but Assenheimer's going for one further lap, so that's a very interesting tactic. Don't forget, that's 14 laps on the board, so this is going to be an 8-lap stint. A 7 and an 8. Well, unless my eyes have gone. No. Jensen's in the pits.
Yeah, that's quite quick, isn't it? Long since he's been out.
In the pits.
Jensen in the Falkenhorst.
No, that's fine. It's the end of 2 7-lap stints. But the interesting thing to me is Assenheimer going to make a 7 followed by an 8. Was he slow in? He wasn't even. He did. Oh, hold on. Of course, he had to put more fuel in to do that extra lap in this second stint. That is why Maxi Book, who pitted a lap before him at the end of the first stint, start of the second, was able to get past him. So that is the extra time at the standstill.
We were talking about the steering lock earlier there. Look how Jensen had to swing that car all the way over the right to negotiate the roundabout there. Then number 34 BMW, Falkenhorst BMW, goes round its roundabout with its enormous turning circle.
Long ago, I think it was the first series, 2005-2006 of A1GP.
Oh.
We went to Beijing and we had a circuit set up in an industrial estate, and there was a very tight hairpin.
Sounds very Caesar's Palace.
Exactly. And then the local security force said the concrete barriers which had been put on the curbs to mark it out had to be in the road. They put them in the road, and then the cars didn't have enough turning lock to get around the corner, and they had to kick the tail around.
Fantastic.
Kick turning in the middle of a race.
So all the historic drivers have done really well in that then, wouldn't they? They've just been their home ground.
So that was and again, one of those classic races where they had to glue the manhole covers down.
One of those, right. So 34...
Manhole covers and racing cars aren't a good combination.
No, not a great deal, no. 34 returning out to its phase 2 of its pit stop, going out, done the driver change, and we have 99 in now as well. One of the other BMWs, which is when I can find it, Row Racing. That's the Enger car, isn't it? Philip Enger car, just coming in. Only 2 drivers in that at the moment. So it's going to be a change of driver to Nick Katzberg. Number 34, the other BMW we can see now, it's just done its onto its second phase now, having its refueling in the pit lane.
Talking refueling, it's always good to go straight to the Oracle, and Paul Truswell, the great, has just pointed out it was a longer pit stop for the 32 Audi than the number 2 Mercedes. So the minimum pit stop time was longer. So there we are. That is how it all works. I always find this quite hard to keep up with during the heat of a race, but it's good to have a keen pair of eyes looking at the data for us. So Patrick Assenheimer staying on for this lap. Has he got enough fuel? I'm not trying to put drama in this race. It's got plenty enough of that. But of course, doing a 7 then an 8 lap stint means he's coming in a lap after the bulk of his rivals. But bear in mind, some came in after 13 laps. Most after 14, but the Team HRT with so much experience. And don't forget, Assenheimer was one of the winning lineup in this very event last year and had a considerably successful season last year in the SP9 class, and really was the form man, or the man who tended to be there at the finish with his car, working the occasion better than anyone else. But as we know around the circuit, we just had a quick code 60 at Schwalbenschwanz. Every lap time has the potential to vary by 15 seconds or so, according to what is happening on the track ahead, or more to the point, the track just round the corner. And one thing that always appeals to me when I look at a high shot looking down the Heracht and at other points on the circuit, but notably there, as you can see the public road alongside.
I know.
Just wending off down to the shops, and suddenly, and the foreshortening effect of the long shot really doesn't make the cars look as fast as they are. But if you compare the pace of the cars down that straight, it's just extraordinary. KTM still in the race, but obviously not the 930 from Teichmann Racing we lost before. One of the sister cars coming up to the end of another lap, and rather blocking the Seat Cupra tucked in behind. Or the Cupra as we call it now, of course.
Yes.
So different
Cupra
runners. Just want to see what the last lap time was for our race leader, Patrick Assenheimer, an 8 minutes 14. So that was a very good ballpark lap. Hard to compare to those around it because most of them included slowing down to enter the pit lane. But when I say the pit lane, I mean the pit lane, the paddock, the pit lane. That's the sequence they have to do for their pit stops. So, with the variable pit stop minimum times, according to how long the stint is, Patrick Assenheimer still waiting to come in to make his second stint. And with more than half the race done, he will be reporting to the coffee tent shortly. He should have completed his driving. And conditions getting better and better. We've got high cloud now, but it's a bright blue sky day. And it's great to be back racing, to hear the tyre squeal as the Cupra goes through the infield section. Very nice livery, sort of gold, grey and white for the 806 Cupra. And that, as I flick through my entry list, is in the TCR class. No kidding. That's Heiko Hammel and Matthias Vassel for the Matilda Racing Team. Firm, staunch fans of the NLS. Assenheimer still to come in to serve that second pit stop. And then he'll hand over to Maro Engel to do the remainder of the race. He too will do a double stint. And the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi moving away from the pits. Is that going to come out? It's going to come out very all but level with the number 2 Mercedes. But as before, the number 2 Mercedes pitted a lap or so ahead of its rivals. And for the new driver at the wheel, which is Fabian Schiller, he's got into turn 1 and out of turn 1 in his yellow Mercedes, while the yellow Audi only now is exiting turn 1. Again, it always looks much closer than it really is because the car's coming down the pit straight clearly at full racing speed, and on the wider line they can take a faster line through that first turn, and that inimitable rumble of the AMG Mercedes. Still one of my
very distinctive, isn't it? Very distinctive.
One of my favourite sounds. And there was a period in the World Championship in Formula One where the best sounding car of the whole weekend was the Mercedes safety car that went around. It had the most, best rumble of the lot.
It's almost bass, isn't it?
Yeah, full on guttural. So waiting for the black Mercedes with the white and slightly red markings on its flank. I think probably coming down the Hoa Act about now. All eyes drawn to the battling BMWs. 325i is just so much fun getting in close to each other. Always seems to be a Team Adrenaline Pixum Motorsport, the orange and blue liveried BMWs right in the thick of the mix.
Great battle with these last year, didn't we? Of that BMW, about the M2s last year, just extraordinary. It was one of the major features of the race there. But these two having a good old run down there.
So waiting for sight of Patrick Assenheimer, number 6 Mercedes. If he comes down the start-finish straight, one feels he will have dropped a big one because he needs to be going into the pits. The BMW battle of which we speak is in the V4 production class, as ever, and it's 701, the Pixum cars. Christopher Rink, Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, big pairing from last year, and Rink and Brink, I think, the year before that as well, fighting with the 707 entry, which is just in front of them. But now as they catch up or got onto the tail of one of the SP9 Ferraris, suddenly advantage for 707 was curtailed, and that allows 701.
Well, that was our 26 car from the beginning that was suddenly coming back through the field, wasn't it? They didn't catch it. He's just shot through there and unlatched himself on that one. That's the number 26 car that we say dropped down to 40th, didn't it? At that point, it came back up to at least 14th.
Just want to point out, Assenheimer has finally come into the pits. So that was a 7-lap stint and then an 8-lap stint. He's doing things differently. He's doing things quickly as well. So it must be slightly concerning for the rivals, because obviously that would now be a lighter fuel load going in. Therefore, Ego's different pit length time. But for Assenheimer, his day is run. We have an hour and 47 minutes remaining in this race. Amaro Engel, charge to you to see if you can give a debut victory on the debut of the new racing team, Team HRT, the Hout Racing team. Jean-Paul Breslin at the helm of that, but at the helm of the car, it'd be Maro Engel of that number 6 Mercedes.
Just to finish on the Ferrari bit there, Bruce, that we mentioned earlier, the Octane 126 car that had got back up to 14th, obviously pit stop and driver change. That's now in the hands of Luca Ludwig and is now in 19th. That's the SP9 class Octane car. He's got a little bit, it's 2 places to go, 17, 2 places ahead is the next car. That's the Mante Racing 911, car number 911, as we know. That's in the hands of Kern now, but that's a little bit way up the road there. But that was the car we just saw shooting past the 2 BMWs. But I'd still say, despite a driver change there, we've got, hour and 46 minutes to go, so just under 2 hours to go. Luca Ludwig in charge of that car now. I would still keep an eye on that car being, I think it's all things being equal. Appreciate it's a broad comment, but I think all being equal, that car will be comfortably in the top 10.
Well, I think that's quite a bold one.
Well, it came up to 14th before, don't forget. It got back to 14th already. I think it'll get in the top 10. There we go. That's my prediction for the afternoon.
That's good to go. I just noticed another team has taken, Fricadelli Racing team has also gone for a 7 and an 8 because Lance David Arnold has just pitted. So much like Team HRT, Arnold has done that as well. Christian Engelhardt, they too have done that. So I hadn't spotted Engelhardt, was about to come in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. So they're doing things differently, those 3 teams. But Assenheimer should be pretty much in the lead or close to the lead when he comes out. But the rivals, Arnold and Engelhardt, their cars will be further back. So, of those still out on the circuit, Mikkel Jensen leading Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Don't forget, he was not that far. Their car was not that far behind Assenheimer when they decided to make their second pit stop. So we've got to wait around this 24.5 kilometre circuit for the cars to come back round to let us really know their positions. But certainly it's been a very, very impressive run from Team HRT.
And just those top 4 cars, I appreciate timing-wise, 8:07, 8:12, 8:13 and 8:13. Pretty close there for the Fricadelli, Falcon and Huber cars. Huber is obviously a SB9 Pro-Am car, as is the Fricadelli car, but it's still that standout time for that Assenheimer number 6 HRT Mercedes, leading with an 8:07.677, the fastest lap of the race so far.
And in fact, a third car from the top class from SP9 Pro-Am entry number 25, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, one of our camera cars. That too has gone 15 laps as it comes in for its second pit stop. So it's not just Team HRT that are trying that tactic, an unusual tactic, but they're doing it from the advantage of being right at the sharp end of the race. The other ones just around who've done it just outside the top 10. So maybe your Ferrari prediction will come good. I still think they will be just the wrong side of that.
Okay. We'll be having a discussion in 2 hours' time, won't we?
We'll be having a sandwich in 2 hours' time. 979 still going really, really well. That's in the last page of our notes. That's Cup 3 class, but Peter Turting Peter Turting's not in that car. It's Torsten Jung and Moritz Krantz. Again, Moritz Krantz, a very successful racer on the Nürburgring for Mullner Motorsport. They've been going very, very well indeed.
Another slow zone on ex-Muller. Right out on the far side just before we get down the run down to Bergwerk. So we'll keep an eye on what that's going to be.
So cars still diving in and out of the pits. I've just been sent some information I'm trying to digest, which is the length of the pit stop time according to the race laps completed.
Yes.
At your first and second pit stops, but the later you come in, the longer you have to be at a standstill. I think that's the synopsis, but as the Rink car makes it into the pits. And the Opel Manta just coming back from the back. That wasn't in that long ago, was it?
Not that long ago, no.
Obviously, it's the most identifiable car in the race in so many ways. It's the only one of its ilk, and it's white and it's red and has been so ever since a very long time ago. But to my reckoning, unless the race is just accelerating, that might have been a shorter, would it be his second stint coming in for its third stop. But Maro Engel having gone back out or taken over from Assenheimer. Fabian Schiller, third driver into the number 2 Mercedes from Get Speed to Performance. Started by Raffaele Marcello. Maxi Book put it up into the lead of the race. And Fabian Schiller pressing on. Very, very strong driver lineup there. It's nice to see. Whenever you see wave flags, it's nice to see them being blue ones because it's warning the drivers a faster car is coming up. So they're almost perpetual around the Nordschleife. The car doing the overtaking down the Herach there was the Manthey Rello green and yellow livery Porsche, but they do need a helping hand when there are gaggles of cars on that long straight back to the pits. They want to be sure that everyone up ahead having their own battle does see them. But we like wave blue flags. We like white. We like green flags showing a section has been tidied up, has been cleared for racing all over again. And for some of these drivers, they'll be looking for the checkered flag, but not for another hour and 40 minutes. Really has turned into a great day to be racing again on the Nordschleife here on RS1. It's me, Bruce Jones, and Peter Snowden, just loving the fact that cars are on track again. It's what we're about. For everyone concerned, it's a delight that we've got this far, and hopefully we will now have a rock-solid season through until the end of the year. This is the first of 8 rounds of the NLS, and we've got a double-header weekend, the 11th and 12th of July, for rounds 2 and 3. So It's good to be racing again.
How much motorsport can you take? Double header of I nearly said VLN then, but NLS. You're quite right. I've done so well. I've got
Yeah, over halfway.
I've got over halfway. That's not
clear.
too bad.
But it just keeps... You're so aware that when the drivers are out on the circuit, the team is not just about the drivers. For everyone involved, it's being involved in what they love as well, from the race engineers to the mechanics to the team gopher. And obviously strictures according to the social distancing that is required. But we've seen this ingenious concept of going into the paddock to meet your team and then into the pit lane after that to get your refueling done. So the Rover Racing BMW has not been the prime BMW in this race. That really goes to the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport crew. But every time it looks as though it's going the way of Mercedes, it seems the others find it a chance to make their move and get back in the mix all over again. Because certainly in terms of outright speed in the early stages of the race, it looks as though Mercedes, particularly down the long straight from her act, had the legs, and then they grunter out of that final chicane onto the start-finish straight. But whereas around the back of the track, which is the majority of the track, the BMW seemed a little bit more wieldy.
But that was the point. That was the point, though. The BMW was quick over sort of half to 2/3 of the lap, but not the rest. Whereas the Mercedes had that consistency, just had that nice, consistent. It's got a rhythm, it's got a pace, and it can do it everywhere, which is got to be a well-sorted race car. As you say, unwieldy is a great way of putting it. Just a little bit of mid-corner instability that the Falkenhurst BMW just didn't look as settled and as solid and as planted as perhaps the Mercedes.
Looks like it had to be worked a fair bit harder.
Look, a bit of a handful. Certainly the way Pittard was driving it in the first stint, and he did a fantastic job and didn't put a foot wrong. Don't get me wrong, but it certainly looked like he was working hard to get that time out of that car.
I mean, to an extent, it looked as though he was decided he had an early advantage and he wanted to grab it.
Yeah.
Whereas the others, you thought they're settling into a 7-lap stint.
Which was proven, as you said, by how far down the order the next M6 BMW was, which was about 14th, or something, wasn't it? Or
yeah, at that
point.
Just waited for that final batch, well, not the final, the penultimate batch of pit stops, and the Rover Racing BMW is, well, effectively another 10, about 7 places behind, but it's about to suddenly be slightly adjusted as the last of the cars come out of the pits from their latest round of pit stops. They've all the front-running cars in SP9, the top class, have made their second pit stop right now.
You're right. I know you've been talking about digital racing, e-racing, iRacing, online, whatever the terminology you want to use, but I know they've got good sounds and whatever and that, but as you said, real sounds there. You sit in the background, in the headset, just seeing that Mercedes coming down and hearing it down, a couple of downshift, and in the background, in the headset, as we're talking away, that lovely, deep bass roar of that Mercedes engine. It's again into turn one. It's just like, oh. And as you say, in reality, if you put it to me over a set of cans and said, here's digital, here's whatever, could I tell the difference? No. But because we're looking at it, it's that perception, because we know it's a real engine out there firing on those cylinders. It's got real petrol going through it and a real person driving it, not sitting in a chair. And I'm not knocking that,
no.
But it's just that perception, and maybe that's what it's all about. It's that atmosphere, isn't it?
And talking of atmosphere, one of the things I always feel with VLN before the LLS from now on the Nürburgring, that Langstrecken series, is a sound you will also hear in the paddock afterwards. Is
the Coke cans being opened.
That's
the Fanta.
It's not good for your teeth. You have to have beer. Beer is food. But no,
every beer is a sandwich and all that.
No, but I think that's something we don't necessarily always discuss.
Yeah.
But for some of the drivers, this is the only championship they do.
Yeah.
And this is their social life. A lot of their social life. They're racing 8 or 9 times together per year, and you've got everything crammed into a bit of testing one day and then racing the next day. Some only turn up for the Saturday, but there is a really good scene with a lot of people who've known each other and become friends, possibly racing in entirely different classes, might only see each other when they wave as they go past.
Absolutely.
But it's every lap you do at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife is an adventure of some sort. It's like talking to someone after a morning skiing. Everybody's got a bit of a moment they've had.
You can see the appeal, can't you? Just say same circuit, and it's not like we're going to a small, tiny circuit. I'm not going to name anyway because that would be unfair. But we're going to a circuit of such magnitude and history, corners, elevation changes, contours, you name it. Very high speed at parts of it as well. So it's a circus that travels. and people get to meet them. People, I'm sure, the network and business as well as social side of it. And great for the tourism of the area as well, and the proper, the hotels and all the other associated trades to have. I know we're closed doors at the moment, and I appreciate that as a non-spectator for the moment, but that will change. It will come back, and I think it will come back relatively quickly. I've got a feeling on that I think possibly, things could be quite different in a month's time. I'm not predicting anything. I don't know anything, but I suspect in a month's time, things could be quite different.
Let's hope so. I share your optimism, and as I say, I'm a petrol optimist, but it does seem things are going in the right direction. But let's hope people just, stay sensible. But the way this meeting has been set up, it's been done in an eminently sensible way. Looking at the people doing the tyre changes, the whatever. Absolutely, it's from thought this through.
From what we've witnessed so far, Bruce, I would say that it's a very, very good example and a foundation as to how to come out of this pandemic. And it's yes, there's going to be some fine tuning. Of course there is. We wouldn't expect anything less. But I think overall, it's in terms of percentage, it's a very high number of. That's a pretty good template to how to start our motorsport activities again in a safe, sensible, controlled manner.
Bodywork on the side of the track at Her Act.
Never good.
The race leader comes through, and it's Maro Engel, and about 2 seconds further back is Fabian Schiller. So it's the black Mercedes ahead of the yellow Mercedes, as it was before. But that's been we wanted to see which was the better tactic: 7 laps followed by 7 laps, or 7 laps followed by 8. They made their second pit stops, and the answer seems to be 7 laps followed by 8. But extrapolated back the other way, after the first stint, there was a 9.7 second gap between these two Mercedes, and just waiting for the second of those cars to cross the start-finish line. And I think we'll see the gap is rather less than that. Let's see what it is. It's waiting for the tight screens to refresh. Maro Engel, I can't quite see, I'm afraid, on that one. No, Fabian Schiller, 3.5 seconds. So maybe it's coming the way of the car that says race taxi. Oh, what a ride that would be.
Wouldn't it just? Wouldn't pay for that fare.
That's the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, the yellow one. They have many cars in this race.
Very distinctive colours. Does stand out well. In the thick of some of the lower class cars, or slower ones, as it fiddles his way through onto the GP circuit loop. Very shortly going back out onto the Nordschleife.
But one thing I always find remarkable in this series is because people respect the circuit. You're a fool if you don't.
Absolutely.
It's just actually, you look at these cars, very, very few of them are sporting any bodywork damage. The car in second place, all we've commented on in its bodywork is a bit of rubber strip that's come loose. Now it appears to have flown away or fallen under the bonnet.
So a tiny bit on the KTM, which we're not quite sure what happened there. And again, it wasn't exactly catastrophic. It does appear to have ended their race in that sense, but it's not. The car was driven back to the pits, and there was some front end damage. And so we've just seen what looked like a front bumper or something off probably an M2 or something. I think it looked like potentially on the track there, which might simply have come loose because there was no evidence of any other detritus on the track or damage to the car or whatever. So it might just have come off. But we will see. But so far, so good. We are just coming up to an hour and a half to go, Bruce. Unbelievably. That's just the whole Grand Prix length to go yet.
Well, they start next weekend for the Red Bull Ring, one of 2 races there. So Europe appears to be the home of Formula 1 for the majority of the rest of the year, certainly as they try and sort their calendar. Now, I just need clarification on the timing screen. I would need you to look at this little tracker map to your left, because unless I've misunderstood something.
Little is the operative word, Bruce. Because there's so many numbers on there. It's like ants just festering all the way around. Pick a number, really?
Yes. Well, simply because I was trying to gauge on the timing screen why Mikkel Jensen in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is listed 14 seconds to the good ahead of Maro Engel. We know Engel and Schiller are fighting on the track, 3.5 seconds apart. Jensen hasn't come in the space of the last lap and done anything odd. I'm just quickly flicking to check that's the case. No, they've all done 2 pit stops. Leon Kohler actually seems to have done an 8 lap by an 8 lap. He's only done 1 pit stop. He's leading the race in the number 39 Ferrari, entered by Racing One, but he owes us a pit stop. In fact, I'm looking to see if he's about to come in, but he's only done the 1 stop. That 39 Ferrari, Christian Kohlhaas, Nicola Rogivu, who again, he did the longest first stint. He did an 8 lapper, so they're going to do an 8 and an 8, I'm sure. and Stefan Kohler, the driver who's at the wheel at the moment, set to peel into the pits. But I want to see where the Walkenhorst 34 BMW is.
Okay.
Still getting used to the size of car
Yeah.
it worked on in the paddock. Almost looks like an American race circuit when you can see a concrete barrier in the background. You know,
Very NASCAR, isn't it?
NASCAR,
Yes.
jump over the pit
Yeah.
wall. So it's been a very interesting return to full metal racing on the Nordschleife, and we've seen some cracking racing in the first stint in particular, with not just cars running close but changing position several times a lap in the battle for 3 cars fighting over second place. And really the story had been the car that had made its break nearly 10 seconds to the good by the time of the first pit stops. That's the number 6 Mercedes from Team HRT, the team that's sort of risen from or been paired off from Black Falcon, kept the personnel by and large, but now HRT stands for Haupt Racing Team. Hubert Haupt, part of not the lineup this weekend, but part of the ownership, and I'm sure he'll be racing later this year. They're going to do the GT World Challenge as well.
Now, Mr. Jones, just a little update on our, not sure it's a sporting bet, I'm not sure quite how to describe it, but our Ferrari, number 26, with Luca Ludwig at the wheel now, was 19th, is now running as high as 13th.
Probably about to gain a further position when that Racing 1 Ferrari comes in, because the Octane 126 car, despite its spin, has been the quickest, the fleetest of foot of the Ferrari gang. So expect those to change, but the car that went for a spin earlier got very delayed, the number 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That was the car that was facing backwards just as the cars transitioned onto the Grand Prix loop, and it's down in 42nd position overall. Henry Walkenhorst at the wheel, so it really lost a lot of time.
I said that was the problem, because the spin was fairly innocuous. It was it looks like it was a 180 swap ends, and Semi beat it on the curb there. The thing that seemed the most interesting part was the attention of the marshal straight away. He said virtually had to throw his bravos whatever to the ground, his sauerkraut, etc. And it's like, whoa, flags, hang on, I haven't got enough hands, and was out on the scene. But of course, then the problem was turning it around, and he couldn't move the car forward because it was driving back towards a blind apex exit, which nobody wants. And you know that you just don't want to be doing that.
It's one of the few places on the track where your options are so limited. We talk about it being narrow over the curves, onto the grass, into the barriers, but it's super narrow. Just as cars turn left, drivers already thinking about the challenges beyond, like hats and back and other things that
and that's
fight them on the bottom.
A very valid point, because you do, again, physically, as we were talking about digital sound and real sound earlier, it's indiscernible, but we know the difference, we feel the difference. It is, as you say, it's visceral. That bit of going onto that, you're suddenly, you've done the GP circuit, and you're suddenly blatting left, going up the gears, and you're suddenly launching yourself mentally onto the Nordschleife, and all of a sudden there's a car there. It's a different way of thinking. It's not just a corner.
Bodywork still sitting
there,
on
the
run from her act. Racing 1 Ferrari, presumably, well, pale blue car flashing towards the end of what will be its 17th lap. Hold on a second.
Yeah, there's a slippery surface flag out of that as well, which I'm guessing just means it's an obstacle, actually, rather than an actual slippery surface.
So Stefan Kohler leading the race, only one pit stop to his name, so surely that will go into the pits. Indeed, the Ferrari peels off, so waiting to see who comes through next, because my query was on my timing screen, admittedly set some 8 minutes ago. Mikkel Jensen was 14 seconds to good over Maro Engel, Fabian Schiller in third. We saw Schiller and Engel very close to each other. Just one absolute clarification.
And she's right, the other Ferrari into the pits, 39, as you predicted.
Hardly Nostradamus, one feels, but
nevertheless accurate.
Unusual to see a Ferrari in that sort of pale to mid-blue livery with sort of checkered effect over it. Again, peeling through the paddock. Going to find where to be. And we have sight of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, so this has stolen a massive advantage. However, its latter stints are going to be longer stints, so it's got one more pit stop to make, the third pit stop in this 4-hour race. but sitting on a lead. Okay, remember that. It was 14.3 seconds because it's done things differently to the long-running HRT Mercedes up to the final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight. No danger of going into the pits, but how big is its lead? No one around it. No other the SP9 rivals to be seen. Other cars still diving into the pits, including the car that's been the Cayman that's been going so well in the Cup 3 class.
I'm surmising that David Pittard will probably have the concluding stint in this car.
No, I think Christian Cronjes will be doing that. It's a 3-driver entry in 34. Cronjes, who won the Spa 24 Hours in 2018, I think. And Pittard started, and we've had Jensen in ever since, unless I have lost my
I think you're right,
marbles.
and I think you're right, Bruce. Yeah. It was a great opening stint there from David Pittard in that car, and sort of, you say he did appear to, from our layman's eyes, if you like, take some risks, but it all appeared to pay off as well. And certainly the benefits of that have been that what he showed in that early stint of the race now certainly seems to have been reaped as we speak now.
Well, okay, the pace that Mikkel Jensen showed that time around, it's gained him an advantage. It's gone from 14.3 to 15.6 seconds, the advantage of the Walkenhorst Motorsport team. And are they heading for their biggest win since they won that Spa 24 Hours in 2018 with Cronjes at the wheel on the day? I still remember Henry Walkenhorst. He knew he wanted to celebrate, but you know, when after a 24-hour race, when your emotions are really just ragged,
yes,
you could see he was overcome with emotion. And you know, a lot of us, we lived through their reaction as well.
Absolutely.
And it was fabulous, and you know, what a top result for the team then, and certainly put them in very much in the good books of BMW. You know, for years it's been the Rover Racing team that sort of waved the BMW flag with most vigour, but that was an exceptional performance at Spa. And of course at Spa, even more so than here, you've always got that spectre of the weather, and that time Tom Blomqvist and Philipp Eng sharing with Christian Cronjes. Christian, who was effectively the AM, very much the AM in that lineup. I remember he was asked, so you're going to be staying and celebrating? He goes, no, I've got to go home. I work in a timber business. I'm back in Oslo tomorrow.
Yes, yeah.
So still yellow flags popping in and out. One at Metzger's Felt, and there's been that's a slow zone there, and a yellow flag at Adenauer Forst. So still incidents happening around the track. The Octane 126 Ferrari. Oh dear, I'm struggling now. It's into 10th place.
Let's see. There's an hour and 20 to go yet. I'm not counting anything just yet.
So let's give you a rundown on the order. 34, Walkenhorst Motorsport leading the way by 15.6 seconds. That's Mikkel Jensen ahead of Maro Engel in the HRT Mercedes that looked to had from the outset this race in the bag. It may yet be in a super strong position. But the teams are doing things differently. We saw this in the digital NLS series. People took very, very different sequences of laps. And then as the championship got to warmer weather, suddenly the difference between a track temperature of 34 degrees and one of 40 plus degrees, it absolutely made them throw away all their tactics and work their race strategy very, very differently. And again, it's another point of emphasis about the realistic nature, the stupendously realistic nature of sim racing now. And the DNLS series done with VCO really, really tip top. I thought it was fantastic. Slow zone now up. Now code 60 at Metzgersfeld. Can't yet tell you who has taken a tumble or why a car is sitting where it is, but Metzgersfeld, of course, we've just gone through Adenauer Forest. Listen, those twisters beyond. Actually, that's a bit ridiculous to say in the twisters beyond. That could describe almost any section
any
of the
part of the
Nordschleife.
circuit apart from the pit straight, really.
Talk about a coverall. Even the pits are twisty now. You have to go into the paddock.
Oh, I've just seen something on the track there,
Okay.
off on the right, next to the Falcon.
694, apparently. That is the car off at Metzgersfeld. Scrabble for the enormous entry list. And we can tell you that 694 is in the
Team
Cup 5
Avia.
class.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Team Avia saw Rennsport, the 240i Racing Cup. Yes. Don't know who's in that at the moment. Well, not at the moment, probably out of it by now.
Yeah, quite possibly. So plenty happening, sort of Adenauer Forest through to Metzgersfeld. So code 60 being extended backward around the track or closest to drivers as they approach.
The debris still on the track there. I'm surprised that we haven't had a marshal that's just on the other side of the fence there, just at least going. I suppose it's on a brow, isn't it? So anybody, you don't really want to put a marshal at safety there, standing out on the track on a brow, blind brow. So that'll be the answer why. But from our camera angle, I'm just very quickly looking back, as you say, it's quite elevated. It looks easy to go into somebody go and shift that. In reality, just thinking about it, yeah, on track, physicality on there, no, very different. You don't want to be sending. I think if it was digital, we could send a digital marshal out. That would be fine, but not a real one.
Good to report. Track clear now at Adenauer Forest, so that slow zone has been shifted. 62, Peter Turting, dominating the SP7 class, using all his years of experience, sharing with Moritz Krantz and Marcel Hopper. So the H&R Spezial Federn, well, of course it's a Porsche. It's the class for the 991 GT3 Cup cars, and making it look very easy indeed. And in fact, he's as high as 16th overall. So again, just showing they run a different number of pit stops by and large, but Peter has also had 2. So in fact, he's matching the pit stops of those in front. Okay, who set the fastest lap of the race so far? No, it's not the car you were thinking of. It's not the HRT Mercedes. It's the Ferrari from Octane 126. Oh,
what did that tell you?
Peter is looking as though you want to slap his face.
Well, there's nothing new there, Bruce. Just because the Ferrari's mentioned now, but well, there you go. So that's interesting.
What they say, you could see it with your eyes.
Luke and Ludwig doing a great job there. They say 8:07.651. That's got the car into the top 10, but yeah, we've still got an hour and 18 to go. So we'll just keep an eye on that. See how that one pans out, but good job so far. Certainly a recovery from being down into at least 40th that we noticed on the screen, but possibly lower.
But what we saw was the fact that he wasn't just 40th; he was a long way behind the car in 39.
Yes.
So you could say he had a lot of clear track to go and play on, but he had to press on. But then, as we saw, the front cars were already lapping after 2 laps, so you never get it for long. First to second, Mikkel Jensen for Walk on Horse Motorsport. 15.6 seconds to the good at the start of this lap over Maro Engel in the number 6 HRT Mercedes that started from pole position. Started in the hands of Patrick Assenheim. He did the first stint, did the second stint. And my maths dictates the fact that Maro Engel will do the third, which he's doing now, and the fourth, and bring it through to the end of this first of the 4-hour races in the 2020 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Such a popular series, even more popular this year because we're going racing again. We're starting now, this weekend, today, 141 cars on the track. That's a triumph. The other triumph is the fact that the use of the paddock for the cars as part of their pit stop seems to have worked supremely well so far. So well thought out. I'm sure they'd have done some practice runs through, but you have to ask the driver to remember his pit stop or her pit stop is a 2-part procedure, not just driver change and fresh set of tyres, but also, of course, you have to go to the pit lane and there do your refueling. And then, of course, you've got to have a pit member au fait with the sliding scale of pit stop minimum standstill times. And that's the details of that available on the 24-hour site. And as Zach Parfitt said, found this, may help explain pit times or add to the confusion. Smiley emoji. I think he knows I'm in charge of confusion. Ably supported by Peter, of course.
But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to support you. We're living in unprecedented times as a world, never mind our little bubble of motorsport. But who would have predicted the times that we've referred to this of we're going real racing with real cars, metal and fuel and tyres and rubber and all that goes with it. And this is the first race of the season and we're in the last weekend of June. Who'd have predicted that a year ago, or even 6 months ago, January, February?
Look,
that's just how seismic this is.
Even in March, where we thought we'd be locked down for 3 weeks. So just shift it back to May.
Well, a little aside for you, for my racing licence, I have an international race licence. I still have my stress ECG every 2 years. Always a good thing to have to make sure everything's still there. Got a pulse and all that kind of stuff. And I had mine exactly. Had my stress ECG done. Came out and read the email out as being in motorsport being shut down. Thought, great, that was money well spent, wasn't it? Timed that well.
So Walkenhorst leading the way, Mikkel Jensen at the wheel. How much of an advantage? He's out to 22.4 seconds. He's gained another 7 seconds on that lap. So really good performance from that crew today. So Walkenhorst, it looks as though BMW didn't have the legs of the Mercedes, but then in the opening stint, David Pittard made it dance, made it catch them, made it overtake them, but it still seemed it was going to be the number 6 Mercedes, but that is 22 seconds back. So just about to go off the Grand Prix loop, out onto the Nordschleife on what is the 19th lap of the race, and it's Mercedes doing the chasing, but it's Jensen and BMW pulling clear. And so still an hour and 15 minutes remaining in this race, but it's been enthralling so far. Really, really intriguing. But it does look as though it's going the way of Walkenhorst, but then we'll find out what happens in the final round of pit stops. So stay with us.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
It started slightly damp, and the opening round here, June the 27th of the NLS, we're back in action. The racing has been fast and furious, but must be said, the pace at the end of this stint, or halfway through this stint, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW clearly was given a helping hand by slow zones on the track, gaining 7 seconds over Maro Engel's Mercedes. That's not something that happens without an assist.
Absolutely.
The Dane has grabbed it with both hands, and Christian Cronjes, the Norwegian third driver in that car, will be rubbing his hands together. It's been a really good set of double stint from Pittard, Jensen doing a really, really good run now. And then let's see what Christian has, but it's certainly going his way at the moment.
I think Pittard takes a big amount of credit for setting the foundation for the rest of that to capitalise on that. He did an amazing first stint in that car.
Well, he kept it right with the fastest of the Mercedes, with the exception of that number 6 car. But he had to find his way up to that fourth place, that third, that second.
Exactly.
Then it was changing backwards and forwards. And of course, at that first stint of the race in the number 8 car, we still had Mathieu Vassivière, really talented French racer. So he kept that up in the mix. That then fell back in the hands of Francois Perraudot. That's a Pro-Am entry. And at the moment, let's just scroll back down. That's still down in 13th place, but Manu Collard's on board. He's some distance back from the car in front, so maybe that's not to be
He's
gaining.
done a bit, hasn't he, over the years?
Young lad.
Yeah.
Young lad of over 50.
Yeah, exactly. Don't. Oh, don't.
Oh dear, car with a little bit of a shorter rear end.
Now, could
Pits,
that be the piece of debris that's on the track?
It could be. It's entry 850 as I pick up the wrong front end of the car. Looks immaculate. Back end, sort of less of it, really.
Because there is that piece of debris we've talked about on the track is a complete valance or rear, isn't it?
Well, if it goes back, it should unbelievably win its class. But then again, it's in a class of its own. In the OPC class, it's MSC Adenau, so local team. Jean-Philippe Imperato, Herbert Schmidt, and Carlos Tavares, a man from the motor industry, no doubt. And
they've just actually flicked to it. A nice little segue there to show that piece of track.
Are you directing as well as commentating?
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't have enough skills for either. I'm merely second man in the jump seat. Just that piece of debris that's on the track does look as if it's off the back of this. Is it 850 car? You said number 850.
850, yeah.
850.
Running inside the Opel Astra.
Opel. Of course, it would be an Opel being Germany, won't it? Yes. Won't be.
No.
Won't be one of those other ones that they don't make in Australia anymore now. Sadly.
So again, the car just sitting there, and minor repairs going on to the bodywork ahead of the left rear wheel. No repairs being done to the bumper because it doesn't exist, or it doesn't exist in the same county as the car. Bodywork, bonnet up as well. Meanwhile, out on the racing circuit, let's just recap. Mikkel Jensen leading after 18 and a bit laps by 22 seconds. The biggest lead before this has been the 9.5 seconds or whatever it was at the end of the opening stint. Mm-hmm. That was enjoyed by the number 6 Mercedes, but how the pendulum has swung the opposite direction. Down the Herach comes that metallic mid-blue, semi-dark blue, sort of French blue BMW. That body coming up level with the bodywork. Don't go too far to driver's right. He's a car's width away from the bodywork. He's going past BMW and the GT86 Toyota.
Moved one bit in terms of a car draft or anything, has it? It's I'd expected it to have spun round or something been affected by some kind of draft or something on it, but it hasn't moved one bit. It's somebody actually just placed it there and sort of screwed it to the track.
So Mikkel Jensen, the Dane, starting lap number 20, and probably giving him a helping hand in his escape is that Maro Engel at the start of this lap in second place had Fabian Schiller in another Mercedes under half a second away from his tailgate. They're in turn 15 seconds clear of the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi. That's number 15, Kim Lewis Schramm, back for his second stint in the car. We have an hour and 7 minutes on the clock, so we may have some people in this time around, but you'd think the final flurry of pit stops will be at the end of the lap the lap that Mikkel Jensen is on. So they'll get 20 laps under their belts. Some might go to 21, some might go to 22. We have had 8 lap stints. Don't forget, 4 of the teams did 2 8-lap stints so far in this race. But of course, they're not going to have time for 2 more stints of 8, and it's still 6 ahead of 2 in that battle for second place. Didn't lose as much ground that time around. They went from 22 and a bit seconds down on the Walkenhorst BMW, 23.3 seconds down. They're covered by, again, less than half a second. It's 0.35 of a second between second and third. So everything that Fabian Schiller is doing is not quite enough to get past Maro Engel. Since I mentioned that, the number 249 Mercedes BMW had nowhere to go and rather obstructed Schiller, so Schiller's got to do it all over again. 249 in the SP4 Specials class. Stephen Maris in his 325i BMW. Whoa, good maths being sent to us. The 34 and 6 are currently being between 22 and 23 seconds apart. 34 is the race-leading Walkenhorst BMW, and number 6, of course, the HRT Mercedes. But they have the chasing cars have 22 and 23 or 23 seconds in hand.
In hand, yeah.
So what was the margin I said? 23.3 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's not so
It's
much
0.3 of a second,
check
basically.
what happens at the end
Yeah,
of the race,
exactly.
where they come out after this final round of pit stops. They will all be doing 3 pit stops. 4 would be a tad unnecessary, but so if every driver involved at the front end of the field, it's press on, press on, press on. Track conditions perfect. And at the moment, I don't think we have too many incidents around the circuit. In fact, I have to scroll down to find the last period the same. So let's just do what we call Octane 126 Ferrari check, up into 9th position. So sitting alongside Peter, who predicted a top 10. He didn't bet his house on it.
Because I haven't got one anymore.
Lost it last week.
They lost it last week. That's gone. We always say don't bet the things you can't afford to lose. So I didn't put it on. I'm keeping my powder dry on that one, but I'm vaguely hopeful, shall we say?
Oh, good. Yeah, experience tells in the end.
Just having lots of skills after all the months of sitting there not commentating. See if we actually gauge it right. It'd be quite good. It'd also be a good run for them as well to drop down to as far as they did. As you say, it wasn't just 40th. We saw 40th on the screen. It's the first time we noticed it. So there, it could have been a little bit further down, but more to the point, as you said, it was a double 40 because it was 40th position and a good 40 seconds behind off 39th position.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of work to do there. To catch that back. So I think irrespective of where it finishes at the moment, that's a very presentable run there for Luca Ludwig. He's been in that car for quite a while now.
Yeah, he will, I presume. Well, they've got four drivers listed, so I'm afraid he will probably hop out. Bjorn Grossman started it, but of course, I think I'm fairly sure he started, then Jonathan Hershey took over. But I thought that, but then that said, we saw Hershey get out at the end of the opening stint. So, and they haven't got any more extra pit stops over the ride.
One of the quickest laps of the race as well, that car, an 807.651. I think it is, yes, yeah, you're right.
By 0.02 of a second from the best of the number 6 Mercedes.
So, as we said, meanwhile, back at the front, the Walkenhorst Motorsport M6 and the Team HRT Mercedes just behind it. I say just behind it, 23.3 seconds is the actual gap at the end of the last lap. We'll get another review on that very shortly. But of course, different pit stops, and they've got 22 seconds in hand, 22 or 23 seconds, so it's almost spot on. So we could be talking in reality after the final pit stops, these two being half a second apart into the final bit, into the final stint.
They're not really alone at the front either, so I think others are going to be close in on the mix. Car 192 is Hofer racing by Bonk, their BMW M4, leading the SP10 class. Haven't really picked that out. 21st position overall, number 192, Michael Fisher. So much success with that team, sharing with Michael Frey, but with Gabriele Piana out to play alongside them as well. Of course, it's going to be going well in class. And again, just looking, let's just run down those gaps again. First to second, 23.3 seconds. That's Mikkel Jensen in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Back to the number 6 Mercedes from HRT, Mauro Engel. But Fabian Schiller just half a second, well, not that, 0.3 of a second down in the number 2, the bright yellow Ring Taxi, Team Getspeed Mercedes, one of their trio in the race. And then a gap of 17 seconds back to the better placed of the two Phoenix Racing Audis. They're running 4th and 5th, Kim Lewis-Schramm and Frank Stippler. And the Car Collection Motorsport Audi in 6th, just a whisker down. So the cars in 5th and 6th, the Phoenix Racing number 5 and the 32 Audi very close at the start of the lap. No one close to the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, but is expected to have a longer final pit stop by, in fact, pretty much the exact margin by which it leads this race at the moment. So it's going to be very, very fine, very tight at the front of the field, which isn't a bad advertisement, as well as the fact we've had brilliant racing today. But we're back racing. The Nordschleife is looking great. The drivers must be getting a buzz they haven't had since the last race of 2019. So
October, wasn't it?
Sat on their hands
8 months ago,
waiting to go out and play. And some were fortunate enough to race in the digital series, but this is different. This is something very, very special indeed. And I think for the drivers competing this weekend, they'll realise even more how special it is to them.
you know, the sport they love, but they're now doing it again. I'm just going to run on down through a few of the classes. We've got 1 hour remaining in this race. SP7, as I said, Peter Turting has been dominated out. SP10, Michael Fisher. SP8T, well, it sort of is going to be dominating that class. Not so many. Car number 155. So Black Falcon not in the top class anymore, but the SP8T class for specials, they're leading that very handsomely indeed. And that is as high as 24th position, 141 starters. We've lost about 20 with delays or some sort, but most of them are still going, actually.
9 cars. We've got 132 listed.
Yeah,
still. So that's just pretty impressive.
That is, and I think people have
good attrition.
Well, people could have got it wrong in the early stages of the race because the track was greasy, but by and large they didn't. So well done to them. It'd be a real shame if you did any damage in the opening race, having had your season delayed. We're now in sort of full
that'd be quite galling, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait an extra 3 months and then go for a biff.
Your Mustang that you commented on the pre-race on the grid is it's still running. It's still there. It is admittedly 128. It's in the pit currently with that's had Sprungman at the wheel. That's car number 109, but that's it's still a runner. It's still out there, and that's the name of the game. You should say quite a lot of this, unless you're at the very front of this with the the Walkenhurst and the Phoenix Racing and the HRT and Get Speed cars. They're out for overall honours. But as you said quite rightly, pre-race in your build up to this, Bruce, that there's a lot of people here just want to that this is their series, this is their life, it's their social, it's their everything, it's all encompassing. It's not the racing is, yes, that is the glue that puts it all together, but there's so many more parts to it that they just want to get out there and just finish. And do you know what? Some people, I don't think they mind that they're potentially even last. To get out there and get racing, do 4 hours on the Nürburgring and get back to some sense of normality, just for people's mental health, it's got to do a lot of good.
Yeah, entirely. And don't forget the pleasure you can glean from doing a drive not in a competition around the Nordschleife, and then to be doing it when you're playing on the real thing and racing. Of course, it's great. 23.1 seconds, so 0.2 of a second gained by the chasing Maro Engel. We know the car's going to be super close when they come out from their final round of pit stops, and now we reckon the difference in their pit stop time is between 22 and 23 seconds, or thereabouts is. And the fact is we're now 23.1 seconds between them, first to second. And not such a good lap for Schiller. He dropped 5 seconds, so he's now 5.3 seconds down on Engel in third place. So is it going to boil down to a battle between the Walkenhorst BMW, number 34, and the number 6 Team HRT Mercedes on the new team's debut outing? It's going to be very, very close when we get into those final pit stops.
I didn't catch that.
Bit of interference on the line. And here we go. Into the final hour, 57 minutes remaining. Of course, the race goes on a little longer for those who on that
absolutely.
Final lap.
Yes.
Don't back off now.
That's the point. You can be so many more minutes, can't you? After the first cars, after the winning car has crossed the line, but it can still be another. How many minutes before the race is finished? It can still be another. What's the pace of our slowest car?
In fact, that's a very valid point. So it'd be probably, you scroll on down the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, 9 minute wide. We've got one car at 12 minute 13, so 9 minutes. So we're heading towards the 10 minute mark.
Yeah.
So you can after you and I have screamed ecstatically about whichever car it is and team that's won it, we've still got 10 minutes of dialogue with all the other classes, and they're all back in there, and they've done their open the cans and having their carbonated drink or whatever it is they're having, and then we're still talking about cars on the track. And for this class,
but you imagine being master of ceremonies after this event with so many people having to go up and also just rounding them up. There are championships that we've all covered that have maybe 20 cars, and even rounding the top 3, the only people who go to the podium.
The winners will be on their barbecue by then.
Yes.
The overall winners. Yeah.
So we're now trading off some really, really good solid stint from Mikkel Jensen. Maro Engel's doing what he has to do. He's chipping away in tenths of a second.
Yep.
It seems strange with under an hour to go, 23-second advantage, but the pit stop for the race-leading Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is going to be 22, 23 seconds longer than it will be for Maro Engel. They should be absolutely all square when they come out of the pit stops. But what we've seen in this race, what we always see on the Nordschleife, is the fact that you can be slightly tripped up by a slower car. You might lose a tenth of a second here or there, but that's the margin we're dealing in, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way to go, as you say. We've got just only 5 minutes under the hour to go still, which is, in most people's terms, that's a reasonable sort of race distance. It's the vast majority of a Formula One race. Vast majority of. What's the limitation on Formula One? 200 miles or 2 hours, whichever comes up first, I think, is the
with the exception of Monaco.
Of course, yes. Yeah, when it rains, it takes 3.5 hours to complete, and we have 10 different cars leading the last 2 laps. Which year was that? Come on, there you go. That's putting you on the spot.
Oh, I'd already moved on to another thought. Say that again.
all the lead changes we had in 1980.
82.
82, the one that I remember. See, Tim showing his age there, that he's so much younger and sprightly. We're remembering the ones when it was in black and white. And engines were still in the front of the cars, Tim.
Yes. We started with a natty kerchief.
That's right, exactly, yes.
I was trying to think of that the Malaysian Grand Prix where they had endless rain. It kept stopping and starting. They get them on the grid about to start, and then a couple of people would go past in kayaks and decide it wasn't a good idea. So cars in and out of pits at the moment, and Ex-Müller, a slow zone there at the moment. Every time you think, that's a tricky part of the circuit, you think of another place that's even.
Well, I'm not sure how. Please define a tricky part of the circuit in relation to the Nürburgring. I'm intrigued that you're thinking.
No, but it's. I think the places we consider particularly tricky are the ones that tend to have incidents. They tend to be the tighter corners, but also a lot of those are dictated to by being. They might be okay in the dry, but when it's wet, some parts are sort of greasier, more wet, if you will, wetter, or a different sort of wet. You know where I'm heading. Some circuits just have parts, because very few circuits, particularly one as long as this, have uniform tarmac.
Oh, absolutely. But it is just the most extraordinary circuit, and I've been around a long time as well. It's no wonder it's still so popular. We look back at photographs of Grand Prix that we're talking about the 70s and 80s of cars being airborne at Flugplatz, or Graham Hill with the rear wheels up in a Lotus 49 or something. You're just thinking, how mad was that? Yeah. And that's probably pre-barriers as much in those days. A lot of it wouldn't have that many barriers around. And that's in our lifetime, 60s, 70s. Never mind before that. Slow zone here at the moment. That's the bit we just had up on Ex-Müller, yeah.
So taking a look to the scene, marshals to the left of the circuit, couldn't see anything at the side.
No.
So slow zones, yes. Who is where relative to them? Had our lead cars gone through past them again? Come on, Peter, pick out the 120 car.
I think they had.
Moving dots. I think they have. I'm really intrigued this lap to see if Fabian Schiller will lose any more ground. He's run a different sequence of pit stops or stint lengths to Maro Engel. Don't forget, Engel did a 7-lap stint, then an 8-lap stint. Engel, as far as I recall, Schiller's car, as far as I recall, was 2 7s.
I think you're right.
So the delayed number 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW not enjoying the pace of the sister car that's leading the race in the hands of Mikkel Jensen. That's car number 34, but the 36 car trying to pick its way back up the order after its awkwardness of having been spun round by Henry Walkenhorst, facing the wrong way and had to sit there. But he's still down 4th in the SP9 AM class, but from him to be down in 26th position isn't exactly what the doctor ordered. He's behind a couple of SP7 cars, an SP8T class car, and 2 SP10s. In fact, I'll tell you what, I can throw in a couple more cars from SP7. So he really, in terms of performance, should be ahead of those.
Now, you talk about cars spinning around. I've just had a mild panic when I saw it alongside my cars, I'm going to put it. You know what I mean by that. Number 26. It says out. I'm thinking, what do you mean it's out? What do you mean? Then I realised I've read the little detail. It says out. It's leaving out of the
Out
pits.
the pits.
Don't
Yes.
do that. Can we use a different word?
Yes.
Rejoined or something. Please, Mr. Producer, can we just get that changed? Out. It's not fair to a man of my age, advancing years. Shouldn't do things like that.
Yeah, it's very rude. So, Mikkel Jensen leading the way onto
That's the car
another
that's
lap.
running ninth. That is. That's one inside the top 10.
I
I just
see what you're
just
saying.
thought I'd point that out in case
He'll
you hadn't
probably drop
realised.
out of the top 10 now to make that pit stop and then pop back in again.
Oh,
So you can say it all over again. Look, it's gone back into the top 10.
come on, same hymn sheet. Come on, work with me.
So just waiting for Mauro Engel to either come through or dive into the pits. I suggest he'll be coming through. It was 23.1 seconds and it's 23.1 seconds all over again. How far back has Fabian Schiller fallen? He was 5.3 seconds back in third place. He's come into the pits. Fabian Schiller, I said he was on a different run, stint lengthwise to the number 6 Mercedes. So the number 2 Mercedes from third in the pits, coming back in. Will we have a driver change or will Schiller take it to the finish? We had Raffaele Marciello start that car, the bright yellow car from Team GetSpeed, and then Maxi Buch do a particularly strong second stint.
Now, Bruce, young Mikkel Jensen in that leading number 34 Valkenhorst, the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW is taking a leaf out of the starting driver in that, David Stippler's opening stint. He is using the curbs and a significant amount more. Not quite getting to the green bit, as in the grass, but it's using an awful lot of track and track. Well, let's not say track limits because we're not in the UK, so it doesn't matter.
Right,
It's different. But
I can answer my question, which was put out there. Would Fabian Schiller take it to the finish? Well, he's not getting out. So one does conclude from that. He's wafting the door to waft some air into the cockpit of the number 2 Mercedes, so the race taxi car.
as you say, it's a heck of a race taxi, isn't it? Cool.
Then some.
But I bet it's pre-booked only.
No, I can't connect to pizzas.
As that car just say goes out, and again that huge swing round to the right, and he's almost tempted to. Oh, now interesting there. What we're saying about the lock on those cars there, swung over to the right, and I said, as you were saying, the circuit you described where they had to kick the tail out in the A1 GP. It looked like he gunned it, but of course it's got new tyres on, so it understeered. It understeered. It actually pushed the front out instead, and that's exactly what you were saying, a la David Coulthard. That sort of, I'll flick it round, and hang on a minute, and all of a sudden you crunch the front, and you don't look much of a hero when you do that.
It's the other one, isn't it?
Yes,
The other one
exactly.
with a different first letter.
Yes.
So just to point out, the number 32 car collection Audi came in with Robin Frietz. That's listed in 5th place. Lars Kern has come in, the Manthey Racing 911, and Frank Stippler has probably finished his day. He'll be handing that back one. Feels the number 5 Audi that's shown cameo performances. Vincent Kolb will take that to finish, I would think. But the important factor is the number 2 Mercedes going down for its refueling at pit exit. And Fabian Schiller has stayed on board. The 911 Porsche has changed. Lars Kern has got out, and by process of elimination, it's either, I think Julian Andlauer should be doing the final stint in this race, because it was started by Matt Campbell, but let us see. But that's not been quite in the mix today after such strong form a couple of years ago. The Manthey Racing crew, not always at all of the NLS rounds, as we call it this time around, but has been a strong feature in the past. But Mercedes seems to be getting stronger and stronger through 2019 in the NLS. And will they take victory today, or will it be a BMW sort of day? That's the question we may get answered or get a hint about really very soon, because I think at the next time around, or possibly one lap further.
I was going to say probably another lap yet. I think you're right there, Bruce. They'll just it'll have all sort of shaken out, and then we're into the final. So we're approaching the final half hour then, won't we? The final 6th of the race, 8th of the race, to see where that goes. And we could be building for an extraordinary finish here.
Well, I'm just happy to be racing again, but if you can throw in an extraordinary finish, we will go with that. But it is just good to be back. I know I've said it several times, but I really mean it.
We know you do. It's good to be back with you as well.
But at sites, a sunny day,
Yeah.
lots of different sorts of cars, racing in gaggles around this most magnificent of circuits. It just get your mojo back, don't you?
Absolutely. I think it was you said on our last live race with October last year, with what was then VLN9. I think you opened it that words to the effect of, whatever you do on a Saturday, this, that, and the other, so and so, whether it be guarding so and so. But if you have petrol pumping through the veins,
Yes.
this is where you want to be, and that's what we've missed. That's the essence of it. We haven't had that. Digital, it's absolutely fantastic, and the adaptation of everybody involved in the infrastructure of the industry is amazing. Yourself as a commentator, what John Hindhoff's done with his side of it, the teams and all that, it's absolutely brilliant. Don't get me wrong, but there's nothing can compensate for that. I said there's just that one bit of the fumes we're missing, that smell, but we've got petrol flowing through engines again, on cars, in cars, on track, and that's what the likes of you and I live for.
Well, we don't live for those DIY tasks we've had to face up to in the past 3 months. Right, driver change for number 8. Manu Collard has clambered out, and we had the middle section by Francois Perrodo, but it'd be Mathieu Vassivière, who, don't forget, was fighting over second place in that opening stint of the race. He won't come out ahead of the number 2 Mercedes, however.
Just leaving the pits now. Schiller just leaving.
Has he got enough lock for turn 1? We saw him struggle with heat in the tyres in going around the roundabout, as we call it, in the paddock, in the unusual but really successful arrangement that's facilitating this event happening at all. You could do social space distancing in the pit lane if you had 20 cars or 26 cars or whatever. With 141, they had to use their nows. Its organisers should be very, very proud that it's worked so well.
Well, as I said, you can't commend them enough. But they, I think that they've set the bar and showed the rest of the industry what can be done and how to do it. And it's a fantastic effort on everybody's part. So we're into our final 45 minutes or so of this, our first NLS live race of the year, Bruce.
Right, what we have to consider, we're waiting to see where the following cars come out after their final pit stops. The 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, Mikkel Jensen at the wheel, he will be handing that over. Maro Engel in the number 6 Mercedes, separated by 23.13 seconds. But the car that's just made the pit stop and returned with Fabian Schiller doing a second stint
the number 2
at the wheel. The number 2 Mercedes, the one that had been 5 seconds behind the number 6 Mercedes. We expect the number 6 Mercedes and the 34 BMW to be all but identically placed when they come out of the pits.
Now that's only 0.3 behind the SRAM car as well. So that's
the SRAM car should be a tiny bit further back, but that has been really well driven today. That's the number 15 Phoenix Racing car, Michele Beretta and Kim Lewis SRAM. Kim did a really good opening stint. Seems to be on or thereabouts the pace, but sometimes it was the cars fighting together up ahead that you felt enabled it to just keep in the hunt just a little bit behind them. But it's been really well run by the Phoenix Racing crew today. And even in the 4th and final hour of the race, it's still a treat when you get the engine note coming through when you get a bit of onboard footage.
You're giving away all our secrets as to what motivates us, where our mojo is.
So will it be a pit stop this time around for Mikkel Jensen? Remember, he was 22 seconds clear, 23 seconds clear, 23 and a little bit less of a second clear, and it looks as though it could be a similar amount of time.
I would predict that now is a good lap to do it. I think now is a good time to pit that car, that leading car.
3, 2, 1 into the pits.
There you go. Oh,
and what you don't want, there's a pit lane speed limiter, but you want someone else who's going to hit it right on the line, and unfortunately
yes,
a gold 325i is in front of it, and of course they have to come down to the thing, but if you can eke another few meters before you hit the brakes, I don't think it's delayed him at all, but I think the other guy did a good job, but it just wasn't obvious from that foreshortened head-on shot.
And again, as you say, it's something as simple as that. I mean, look at the difference in those two cars. Both from the same manufacturer, BMW, but you couldn't get more difference in.
One's a production.
What Beauty and the Beast almost, isn't it? Exactly. One's a production car painted gold with some nice tyres on it. The other one's a racing car, which I know the purists that say only race. How can a racing car have roof and doors? Well, I don't subscribe to that theory, unfortunately, and it doesn't have to be a single seater. But look at the difference in Locke, the M6 having to take round there, and he's even hassling that other car in the paddock almost, isn't he?
Staying at its 40 km/h slipstream.
It certainly is.
With the PlayStation livery Walkenhorst Motorsport car had to go into the paddock, round the roundabout, and then pull up at its awning. A lot of the rivals were having to go round the roundabout after they'd made their driver and tyre change or whatever. Then they all come into the pit lane for the refueling stop. Anyhow, what we can tell you is Maro Engel has continued on to another lap, listed as 14.1 seconds down. How did he suddenly gain 7 seconds? Well, that's because the other car, the Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW, was slowing down as it made its way into the pit lane and out of the pit lane into the paddock beyond. But of course, the similar process will have to be undertaken by the Team HRT Mercedes. But right now, tripping over a BMW, round it goes, off the Grand Prix loop, onto the Nordschleife. He's got 22 laps under his belt, and we're coming after 23, one feels, because at that point, there's only 40 minutes left in this race now. A 4-hour race, and I think the organisers will be very, very pleased indeed, because the racing has been brilliant on the track.
Absolutely.
Wonderfully in the paddock. And I think for everybody, it just gets them sharp again, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
From officials downwards.
The Walk-on-Horse Sport car comes right out into the pit lane to take its it's phase 2 of its pit stop, refueling for the last time. This is the lead car. So we should see a change of driver in this car. David Pittard it was that started it and did a fantastic opening stint. Mikkel Jensen's just finished his middle stint in it. It's quite a long one, to say the least there, and we have every belief it's going to go into Christian Kroen's hands for this final bit of 40 minutes.
Yes, didn't get to see if the driver change was effective. We'll get clear proof of that when the car leads. It may well be that Christian's not in there today. He's on the entry list, but we'll see very shortly. That's right down here in the final refueling pump, which is the one closest to pit exit. But don't forget, we expect this to be at a standstill for time beyond the refueling for another 22 to 23 seconds. And that was the interval between that car and the number 6 HRT Mercedes. That still is going around the lap at the moment. And we will see where they stand on the circuit when this final round of pit stops is completed. 3 pit stops all but completed for the Walk-on-Horse BMW, only 2 so far, but 1 coming up very soon indeed for Team HRT.
So tension building as we get into the final stages of this race. Just to explain that, as we've said, there's a delay on the pit stop. It's got to remain static for 22 seconds, we believe, which wipes out its 23-second advantage it's had into the pits there, which is why we're saying its building. It may not look very easy, visible, transparent on the timing screen, but it is because of that 22 seconds it's got to wait. So we may well see the final half hour of some real on-track action.
Well, if it can be as good as the action in that opening stint, then we're in for a real treat. But it does seem that come what may, the stages will be reset, if you will, to put them side by side out on the circuit.
So the lead car 34 is refueled now. They're counting down, ready to send him out to a 3, 2, 1, and he can rejoin. And he goes out again. We believe it's Christian Kroen's at the wheel of that car now, but that we'll know that in a minute. Indeed, it leaves the pit lane. It came into the pits in the lead with a 23-second advantage. Now we've got to let this lap pan out before we can find out what that is in real terms.
No Christian Kroen today. It's David Pittard, so he did the first stint.
So I was right then.
You were, but I just put an intro.
I know.
And that's always another thing to keep us on our toes, is that the entry list chops and changes, but that makes it exciting, particularly if you suddenly get a cameo role from someone.
Cameo role, yeah. Well, now we saw what that gentleman did in the first stint in this car, and boy, did he muscle that car into a place really it shouldn't have been in. No disrespect, but it was not really quite as high as that. You know, 5th, 6th maybe, but it shouldn't have been batting up there for knocking on the door of race lead as it was. That was entirely down to David Pittard. I think muscling's probably the best way of describing it. He was taking no quarter, no limits. Completely fair and some very, very good driving. He's now back in that car for a final stint of 36 minutes on track. So let's see what David Pittard can do. And could it be that Walk-on-Horse Motorsport pull off an extraordinary result with an outright win on the first real race of the NLS series in 2020.
Yeah, and what we have seen through the course of that third stint, that third pit stop going out onto the fourth and final stint in this 4-hour race, is the fact that the number 2 Mercedes that had been right in the hunt is nowhere near the Walkenhorst car. The Walkenhorst car returned to the track, and the driver was changed from Mikkel Jensen to David Pittard, and it's way clear of that yellow Mercedes. And don't forget, was fighting with it really fearsomely in that opening stint of the race. Raffaele Marciello against David Pittard, but it's very much swung away from the number 2 entry from Team Get Speed Performance. Will that even make it onto the podium, or will it be attacked and passed by the number 15 Phoenix Racing Audi? Because that's certainly been right in the mix. It's there or thereabouts, ready to pick up the pieces. Still, I think every driver out there, bar the drivers who've made a who've taken over a stint, know there's the bodywork sitting, the rear bodywork.
Utterly immovable, isn't it?
The circuit. There is a flag marshal. He looks to be near it, but of course, when you look from a long way off, from head on, he's probably way too far away from it. But everyone out there on the circuit who's been around for a while, 5 or 6 laps, knows it's there. But
nobody's come near it. Nobody's come closer than what we've seen. I would expect some kind of effective wind or going past it would have moved it, turned it, shifted it. But it is absolutely rigid and static where we first saw it. So just waiting for our cars obviously complete a lap, very long lap here, whilst they settle down. And we'll get into the final stages of this. We'll get our time screens up to date and who's doing what. But it's the predicted battle between what is Pittard, which we didn't quite expect Pittard to go back into that car. We thought Krones was going to go into it, but he didn't. It's David Pittard, and next to that is the Mario Engel driven HRT Mercedes. So BMW at the beginning of this race, it was very much a Mercedes race, 1, 2, 3 for quite a bit of it, and Pittard, who started this Valkenhurst Motorsport M6, had some different ideas and shuffled that order and upset that order really quite early on in the race. At one point, it did, I had to say, in the first few laps, or first few corners of a very long lap here, it did strike me as a bit of Mercedes benefit. It was a 1, 2, 3, whatever, but David Pittard had different ideas, and he's back in that car again now.
Yeah, they very much enjoyed their running. Just looking
at Ferrari on screen there, number 26.
Oh, yes.
You can't just miss it. Ah, yes.
No.
The tone changed.
So, no, I was actually just scrolling across.
This is going to become a season thing, isn't it? We're going to pick an underdog each time and see them.
Okay.
I think we should run a book on this one, Bruce. Just a little quiet one.
Of course. Simon Trummer at the wheel at the moment, and he's got a busy season. He's competing both sides of the Atlantic, and in comes Maro Engel. This is, bear in mind, sharing with Patrick Assenheimer. Between them together, they won 2 races last year, including the final round, and Patrick also won 2 with Manuel Metzger, including this event last year, and also the DMV Grenzlandrennen in September last year. So the crew right on it, but of course, back in those days, it was Black Falcon. Now it's Team HRT. Hubert Haut is the name at the top of the mast. Long-term German racer. Patrick Assenheimer, he's had so much success. Carl, is that missing a wheel? No, there's a BMW off on the Grand Prix infield.
Rally crossing. Yes.
Yeah. And now
it's Lytton or Brands or somewhere.
But what he's doing, he's driving away to an escape road at the side, an access road to the side of the circuit. Unfortunately, with just over half an hour remaining this race, there is another faller, so it looks like a mechanical failure there. And he's just parked up on the grass. No, he's driving around. 746, very kind of him to tell us, show us his number. White and aquamarine BMW running in the V4 production class from Manuel Dormagen, Stefan Urpen, and the driver.
He's driven very carefully off the circuit, rejoined, and then almost deliberately driven over the 150-metre marker board.
It's gratuitous.
And rejoined the track. So it's not like he spun off. That was very bizarre, as you said.
I think he was probably fiddling with something in the cockpit when he was hitting the...
Alt control delete, that's what it was, yes.
He's got it going.
Because it did look, body language, car language, like he was just pulling off out of the way. So Which car number was that?
746, I think.
Well, he's rejoined, so with half an hour to go, he hasn't retired, he's rejoined. So second of our Ferraris out there on the track. Was right behind the other Porsche there with the when you comment on the blue
Racing one Ferrari, and that's in the hands of Stefan Kohlhaas.
Yep.
Just in terms of Pro-Am, well, the Pro leader, of course, is the race leader. The Pro-Am leader is Fricadelli Racing's number 30 Porsche. That's Klaus Abelin, Lance David Arnold, and the driver, the rookie, the go-to driver, Alex Muller. They're 5th overall at the moment, so that's good for them. And the SP9 AM leader is that Racing One Ferrari we were talking about. Stefan Kohlhaas at the wheel. Still, the refueling goes on for the number 6 Hout Racing Team Mercedes.
Now, only in NLS VLN that was. Could you see people have an image where, for those I know we're on radio, a full AMG GT3 Mercedes coming to fuel, and in behind it pulls up a Golf. As you said, the spread of vehicles, and it just doesn't look like it belongs in the nicest possible way with that absolute beast of a full factory Mercedes GT3 car, and then there's a Golf pulls in behind. And
you'll think it's like a test day.
Is it diesel or unleaded, sir?
Yes. But that's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
That is, and the space to have it here.
Absolutely. As long as he remembers to get his green shield stamps, and he's all right. For those that remember it.
Bottle of Lucozade. So we know that Mauro Engel's car is still in the pit lane, still refueling down the Dossinger, I beg your pardon, gone mad. Comes the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW and David Pittard pressing on through those final sweepers. When will that number 6 Mercedes be released? It should be released now, but of course he's got to get up to speed. I seem to recall he did his pit stop halfway down the pit lane, so he's got further towards pit exit, out of the final corner, flat chat down the start-finish straight. It looks like the BMW is going to be in front. Mercedes still not yet level with the end of the pit wall, jinking around the gold BMW we saw in the pits earlier. Goes David Pittard. He's got a lead of about 5 seconds, I would suggest, because of course it's stretching as the black Mercedes number 6 tries to get up to speed. Oh, how slow that pit lane speed limiter must feel. And for David Pittard, I'm sure there's a whoop of pleasure, as not only did he not have the black Mercedes come out level with him, but he was going past at far greater speed, so he's stretching his advantage all along. So just remember the gap between them. But of course we can't give you an accurate one because Mauro had tripped the timing beam to start another lap before he pulled into his pit stop, to his refueling area at the end of his pit stop. But the visual is what you need to know, and it's the metallic blue BMW bouncing off the curbs and pulling ever further clear. But we've only got 28 minutes remaining until the checkered flag can be flown. It will probably be a fair bit longer than that. I've got to do the maths on how many laps we have to go. Well, if we call it multiples of 8 minutes, we'll get quite close to the truth on that, and that's 32. So another 32 minutes of racing. Thank you very much. Just about to leave the Grand Prix loop. David Pittard diving up the inside of a Porsche Cayman from one of the junior classes. Nice and neat and tidy. The traffic may have a role to play in this final sprint to the finish, this opening 4-hour race for this year. But as we keep saying, Peter, it can work in your favour. It
Absolutely.
can work totally against you. But what I'd say in the case of David Pittard, he's got a large enough handful of seconds as a buffer not to have to make those decisions that he was making the early laps of the race when he was diving down and around. Not only down the inside of things, we saw him going around the outside when the track was greasy of Raffaele Marciello, and so that the risks, maybe they will yield fruit.
It was a mixture of greasy and leafy, was it? I take it. As you said, just beautifully preempting that actual manoeuvre. As you'd said, what do you do at the beginning of a race like this? You haven't raced for a while, but back in real cars. Does passion take over? Does common sense go out of the window? Or, not saying anybody does that deliberately, but all sorts of emotion change, and it's very different suddenly getting back to what we took for granted for so many years. The world has changed completely, and suddenly we're back out doing it again. And as you said quite rightly, driver's mentality, 4-hour race. Do we take it steady? Do we take risks? Do you not take not too many risks on an opening lap, etc., etc.? And we talked ourselves into the smart cookies would be measured, calm, first race back, get a finish. So
Yes,
and so.
boss. Yes,
and then
boss.
David Pittard just went, nah, I've got other ideas.
Yeah.
And tell you what, I'm going to go around the outside of this. And like you, I didn't think he was going to have an off. Didn't think that for a minute. I just didn't think he'd pull the manoeuvre off.
No.
I just thought it wouldn't work.
It would be a
Laws of
compromised exit.
physics
Yes.
would defy the BMW, and it didn't. And David Pittard, I say, obviously he's working to a different rule book on that opening stint, and it was. I'm not taking anything away from his as well teammate who's done an extraordinary job in that car, young Mickle. But I think the foundations for the position they're in now, not tempting fate too much because there's another 25 minutes to go, but the foundations for where they are now and where that car is was laid by the man that's in that car now, David Pittard, in that first stint, which I wasn't expecting for the first race of the year after such a layoff.
No, entirely. So, but he's been keeping himself sharp doing the digital series. Maybe that has given him a small advantage. But one person I've just spotted, Yannick Fubrich, last year's champion, along leading the way, third in the Cup 5 class. So he's got to get a bit of a move on. But I think they're in their final sequence. So, yes, his two rivals haven't made their pit stop. So he could be putting up yet another strong performance here on the Nordschleife. So Yannick Fubrich, such a good year last year. But at the moment, it's we're waiting for the timing interval to be proved. At the moment, it's saying it's a 4-minute gap. Mauro Ingels leading the race. We know he isn't. That's because he crossed the timing beam in the pit lane, then had to pull over for his refueling part of his pit stop. 2-part pit stops here in the NLS until further notice. First part in the paddock, having driven through the pit lane. The second part in the pit lane, having emerged from the paddock.
I'm going to throw a curveball in here. Social distancing apart, pandemic apart, I quite like this two-phase pit stop.
Yeah.
I really, a bit like you said with the digital stuff, amazing how easy I've taken to it. I quite like this phase one. Do that, talk about that bit. Somebody gets out, do they? Don't they change? Round the roundabout, come back up the other way, and then refuel.
I go with that as well, because also
It adds a rhythm.
many is the time when they've got the traditional pit stops in the pit lane, very crowded. The car you're looking for may be hidden behind another car, and you go, did someone get in? Did they change? So it does make it
not just from our point of view. I actually, it adds a dimension and a rhythm that I really like it. Ooh, there we go. Two-phase pit stops. There you go. Somebody tell I was going to say Bernie. No, it's not Bernie anymore. Is it? No, it's very much not.
Officially, no association.
Go to Terry. Go and tell Kerry. But
So final round.
can you imagine that in Formula One, having to not do your ultra microsecond pit stop? No, you're going to have to wait 22 seconds. Can you imagine? Oh, social media meltdown, wouldn't it?
Oh no, absolutely. But sometimes out of change, out of circumstance,
yeah.
a necessity comes change, and I think an awful lot of changes will follow in motor racing. Not per se the tweaks in the pit lane and the paddock, but in terms of what sort of cars will be used for various championships. But one of the many beauties of the NLS is that a lot of the cars that will no longer have championships will come and play in this, so it'll increase the diversity and freshen the stock. And talking of freshening the stock, our first sighting of a GT4 Toyota Supra. Various teams have got them to go racing in European championships as well as Japanese series that haven't started yet, but for novel racing with ring racing, shared by Andreas Goulden and Michael Tischner, looking very natty indeed, car number 170. So it started the race going well in the race, so good to see that. Another body shape. You know what, that actually looks really quite different in the metallic blue with the yellow nose.
Doesn't it?
It's running in. I'm sort of used to seeing that in its testing livery of white. maybe with a little
It looks
red.
almost sort of Datsun 260, 240, 260Z era. For those that you can remember those, I know Bruce and I can, but yes, yeah, I'll find you a file photo, Bruce, and show what it was like back in the day. But no, I agree. And at least it's a Supra that justifies one of those rear wings on it, unlike those previous ones. You're going back to the necessity in breeding change and whatever, and it's all that sort of stuff. It is amazing now how much the Supra just slowed a bit there all of a sudden. Let's just let the car pass back through again, so I don't think there's an issue for a moment. Yes, so much of it now is digital signing on, briefings, come by video, etc., etc. And I think some of those things don't need to change back again. It's no bad thing with in this day and age to make things a little bit more online. And I think it makes the event, potentially much slicker, because so much of it can be done pre-event.
Yes, no, entirely. I mean, it did always used to sort of be a point of mirth where you saw someone who'd forgotten to turn up on time for drivers' briefing sprinting through the paddock, but it's just an extra confusion on the day. If you, as you say, get your paperwork done, you've got enough to do at a race circuit a lot of the time without any further complications. Right,
yes.
So on to lap, let's say my shoes and socks off so I can do it.
Lap 24.
Lap 24 goes David Pittard. What will the gap be? Looks about 3 seconds. Just waiting for confirmation. 3.3 seconds.
Yes.
So Maro Engel, I think, had the better of
You've still
that
got
lap.
it, Bruce.
Yes. Glass high.
So with a 4-hour race with 20 minutes to go, and we've still got a 3.3 second gap between first and second.
Not too
shabby at all, is
so
it?
I'm just waiting to see how far back Michele Beretta is, if indeed it will be him in coming through, or will it be the number 2 Mercedes? More like
it's
no,
Schiller.
he's
Beretta's
in fourth.
Yeah.
Beretta's just up ahead.
Across the line, yeah.
So they're 37 seconds off the back of Engel. It's a 2-car race. That's all you need.
Slow zone at Hatzenbach. Just keep an eye for that.
So I think we can safely say it's a successful formula, the Adenauer Langstrecken trophy. So successful it's the 51st running, but I think it probably has had very few changes as marked as it's had to have for this to enable us to go racing while the coronavirus pandemic continues, but hopefully is now a thing on retreat. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have beautiful weather. Cars are racing on the Nordschleife. It's been great racing too. And clearly now a 2-horse race to the end of the event. But for 34 for Walkenhorst Motorsport, it's looking good. But 3.3 seconds are in and among traffic. That can change. All competitors on the Nordschleife knows it's an event, it's a circuit where variables, there are plenty thereof. And we will have to see how it unravels through the remainder of the race. But in terms of their pace on their previous stints, Pittard and Engel pretty much even match. But Pittard has shown, particularly in the early stages of the race, he's prepared to take risks to not just get to the front, but to stay there. And for BMW, if they take victory, it'll be the first win since the opening round last year. But that was back in March, the Westfalenfahrt in 2019. That was Rover racing that time. Nicky Katzberg, John Edwards and Marco Wittmann. This time around, it's the duo, not the trio. And David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen have been doing a very, very good job. But in terms of outright pace, I think the number 6 Mercedes just about has the edge. But then again, that's down to the driver pairing of Patrick Assenheimer and Maro Engel, who are...
You said it's a very, very, very strong pairing, you said, didn't you? Yeah. So we are into the final minutes, 17, just 18 minutes to go.
Code 60 upgraded from slow zone at Hatzenbach, so someone has just got it wrong going out onto the Nordschleife. And again, I just mentioned, Peter, of course, you can have many twists in the tail of this event, and waiting to find out who has got it wrong, and hopefully how quick it's going to be for the Code 60 to be downgraded, cleared. Really don't want any of these interruptions to affect the battle of the lead. 3.3 seconds, Maro Engel behind David Pittard, Mercedes behind BMW. Track in perfect conditions. In fact, the day that started grey has warmed up, but still pretty comfortable conditions to go racing. I don't think they'd have cared what conditions were. It's the fact they're going racing again that really counts. For the vast majority of people on the circuit, helping around the circuit, helping with all the teams, prepping them, planning them, and let's face it, trying to keep the sponsorship flowing in for them.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? It isn't just we're talking about the racing, because that's what we like to talk about. But it's a business. It's commercial from so many revenue streams for people of, say, the circuits, the operators, the organisers, the teams, the hotel, the leisure industry, everybody. And not to mention, as we said quite rightly earlier on, the predominance of gentlemen drivers and paying drivers that are in this form of racing these days, or especially these days, and they are the backbone of it. And as you say, probably the pros that are getting paid are going to be thinner and thinner. It's going to be much more for the gentlemen drivers, those that are paying. So all their businesses, it's affecting it and how they can go racing or not. It's great to see so many cars out there that still there's some strength in the world to say that we can do this, because effectively it's a pastime and a hobby for the vast majority of people out there.
Absolutely, and another element as we've got slow zone at Hocheichen, so they're working their way around the lap. But one thing I just want to point out is I think what you might have is more lineups that go from Pro-Am to Am. They'll go, okay,
Yeah.
I'm not going for outright victory, but I've got a good friend and he's also Am, and we'll race together and we'll
Yeah.
do what we can. But
Join
it's great
forces.
they've got
Yeah.
the Pro-Am
Yeah.
class to aim at and the Am. And I think instead of having, let's say, 2 pros and an Am, we might go to 1 pro and 2 Ams.
Green flag at Hatzenbach now, so the slow zone's cleared. It's just now got a code 60 at Quiddlebacher instead. As you said, it's just swapped on from somewhere.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
So we are back for the final run to the finish. The final 12 minutes
Look at
and
that gap.
change.
Look at that gap.
I will now look at the gap. I can move one screen to the other. It's down to, it's not even 0.2 of a second.
Exactly.
0.18 of a second. Pittard has got his work cut out. He knew he would have, but that was a really, really good lap. Were there any assists from traffic? The lap difference between them in times was 3.1 seconds, but we know you can be interrupted on the Nordschleife. We didn't get to follow the car the whole way around the lap there. And the order has changed.
It's changed, yes.
BMW is back in second place. He's down by about, and that's before they've even got off the Grand Prix loop. So the move was probably made down around turn 1.
I was just going to say that no disrespect to David Pittard, done an amazing opening stint in that car. I still think he's the man for the job. But to have Mauro Engel breathing down your neck with the last 2 laps of a 4-hour race at the Nürburgring, it's some pressure.
I know it really is, but I suppose there's one thing for the two of them. They're not being involved with anybody else. They're 38 seconds to good over Beretta. Beretta's only got 1.2 seconds advantage over the 4th place Fabian Schiller. So that yellow Mercedes number 2 from Team GetSpeed may get back. But look at this. At the moment, we've got 3 marks of cars in the top 3 positions.
And it could be an absolute fairy tale debut for HRT.
It could. What lies ahead? 10.5 minutes till the checkered flag can come out. And the yellow Audi in Michele Beretta is going to have to work very, very hard indeed. I'll run you down the rest. René Rast in car number 32. Wasn't on my entry list, but Robin Fries, he's taken over from Christopher Haase, who didn't get to compete in the race, and Nicky Katzberg. They are 5th and 6th. So that's not bad. We've got 2 Mercedes, 2 BMWs, and 2 Audis in the top 6 positions. Then the best of the Porsches, Julian Andlauer in 7th place overall, ahead of Dennis Olsen. So 2 Works Porsche drivers, 7th and 8th. So a couple of seasons ago, it was Porsche singing the song, naming the tune here, and this time around it's very much the pendulum has gone the other way. But in terms of the BMW battlers, the one in 6th place is Rover Racing, the one that has done a lot of the winning, but Walkenhorst really have found a very strong driver lineup in David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen, a Brit and a Dane. Just want to set our eyes on what is happening between the driver now leading, Mauro Engel. Is he still leading? And David Pittard, first and second at the start of the lap, and now second and first because their positions have swapped around. Pittard now in second, Engel in the lead of the race. Mauro Engel for Hubert Haut's new team, and that deal was only announced within the last fortnight, so things changing fast. Black Falcon deciding its business model didn't stack up to run all the SP9 cars. It's running cars in the Porsche Cup class and a couple of other entries in the SP Pro category as well. They've got a car running in that. But right now it's all about, is it going to be BMW fighting back into the lead, or will it be Mercedes having got there, staying there? But the clock is counting down, and I think we're going to get this lap and one more.
Yeah, I would think so. It'd be nice to see what's just happening at the front there. Say 0.198 of a second between them as they went across the line, and by the time they'd come back into our view on camera, they had indeed swapped positions.
But again, I really feel that the Mercedes, we've seen it time and again, seems to have a bit more punch out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight, got into the slipstream, dived up the inside into turn 1.
Just seems a slightly stronger package as a car, doesn't it? Put the driver to one side for a minute, and Mauro Engel is a supreme talent in that car, and David Pittard's no slouch either, as he proved in his first stint. But in terms of just physicality of the car, that Mercedes just seems a slightly stronger package, and it just does what it says on the tin all the time, every time. Doesn't seem to appear to have any weaknesses in the race there. Does it? Nowhere on the circuit is it got a bit where, oh, it's really good here but not quite so good there. It's just the same all the way around. The M6 just didn't quite look to be that consistent. And we're talking fine details, I know. So it'd be a great idea, but maybe swap the drivers around and put Engel in the BMW next lap and next race, and David Pittard in the Mercedes.
Wouldn't phase them. Wouldn't phase them.
No, it wouldn't, would it? Not one bit.
Who was the fastest driver in qualifying? It was Mauro Engel.
Yeah.
So that car clearly good without too much traffic around in its way. But he's got to keep it going. He's got to keep it going for 7 minutes plus change. Of course, we get to the end of 4 hours, and then we go on to. If we haven't got to, we've got 4 hours and we haven't pushed the lap, that's the end of the race. But if they get there just before, they go round one more time. Yes. But with them being this close, unless the performance really is with Mauro Engel, we know there's still going to be traffic all the way to the end of the race, right in front of them at various points. Anyone can slip up, but for David Pittard, he's got to be able to stay in the slipstream, stay and get whatever aerodynamic tow he can get from Mauro Engel's Mercedes. Weather conditions absolutely set fair. Started grey, has got better and better, so nothing untowards with the weather. Good to see Huber Racing It was Huber Motorsport. I was right to start with. Still running at the end. Real mix of drivers. Marco Holzer taking that back to the finish, sharing with Lorenzo Rocco di Torre Padula and Patrick Cole. But it's it's good to see different people joining the mix here in the NLS, and for all concerned, in fact, for every team, it's just a pleasure to be out there. It's Marco Holzer in 14th position overall, 3rd in the Pro-Am class. So they'll be pleased. They'll get up on the podium. And for a lot of drivers, that's what it's all about. Very, very busy out on the circuit for the number 2 Mercedes. That's Fabian Schiller. He's got the face full of the tail end of an Audi. But that's not the Beretta Audi. That's
No, it's
the
not.
32 car, Rennie Rasters.
Yeah.
No, he's just 45 down. No, they're fighting for position.
Schiller's through. He's got that position.
So one more lap to follow, 5 minutes and a little bit remaining in this race. Is it going to be the HRT Mercedes taking it through to the finish in the lead of the race? It's wrestled the lead after running a different set of lap strategies, race strategy to Walkenhorst Motorsport. But between them, there's now about 2 seconds. But importantly for the Mercedes crew, there is no slipstream. They've broken the toe down the Dossinger Höhe, going past one of the other Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs, but that was the one that went into a little rotation.
Yes, it did.
Got stuck facing the wrong way, and any toe, if he could drop back a little bit and give his teammate Pittard a toe, might give him half a chance. But in fact, again, that was a foreshortening shot, and number 36 BMW is closer to Engel than he is to his teammate, who could have done with the toe, will not get it. And it looks like it's about 4, maybe 5 seconds to the good for the race leader, for Mauro Engel, going on to the final lap now with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Crosses the start-finish line. His gap to second place, David Pittard, 4.4 seconds.
So last lap.
Last lap. And indeed, it just looks as though the pace of the HRT Mercedes is too strong. It was something we sensed in the early stint of the race, the opening stint, where Patrick Assenheimer was 9.7 seconds clear at the end of the opening hour, effectively.
Yeah.
Those behind have been fighting far more fearsomely, but he seemed to get the better of traffic, but always seemed to just have that tiny bit of an advantage in terms of lap time.
Just seemed to have that when needed, that little bit extra, didn't it? It could just almost like I'm not suggesting there's a boost button, but metaphorically there was if you just needed to pull out a little bit more, could just have that. There was that little bit extra you could just draw on when needed, whether it just be a sector or a couple of corners or something, and there was just had that slight advantage all the way through, which I think has played into their hands over the duration of 4 hours.
One car we've seen a fair bit of picking up quite a lot of interest is, we talked Black Falcon not running cars in SP9, but they are running one in SP Pro, and 350, we see quite a lot of that. Eric Bachmann, Tobias Muller and Carlos Rivas, that's apparently been in the pit lane for a while, so may not still be rolling at the end of the race, may not get back out there, so that's in fact tumbled way down the order. So then again, it's down to, hold on a second, no, sorry, I've gone for a bit of a bump steer there. We mentioned that it's actually listed as 13th overall, just trying to see if it's gone for an extra pit stop. No, not sure that it has. Slight red herring there. Anyhow, that battle for third place, Audi versus Mercedes. It's still Audi ahead of Mercedes. Michele Beretta going really well for Phoenix Racing, and he's got a 2-second advantage now over Fabian Schiller. And again, if they're going to sort it out, it's on this final lap.
So as you say, top cars: Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Audi, BMW. Good pushes, and a strong run to 9th there at the moment. I know it's the last lap, but
yes, I thought it would. I felt it in my bones.
Oh, we love a convert.
So what can be done as we go into the closing stages? 2 minutes until the 4 hours come to the end, but the time that really counts is when Mauro Engel or David Pittard gets the checkered flag. They're on the 27th lap, 4.4 seconds between them, so a 4-second gain for Mauro Engel. In fact, he just put in the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes, 6.464 seconds on that lap. He means business. We've got a slow-moving car on the Dossinger Höhe. It's on driver's right. It's like a Porsche Cayman. Hold on a second. I'm wondering if that's the Cayman that was really well placed in Cup 3. I'll have to have a little scroll down because we saw a great run
obviously
from FK Performance.
Got it, has it's gone, so it's clearly, keeping out of the way and trying to warn everybody that car is indeed in trouble. But you say, rolling along, nothing obvious coming out of it or any liquids or anything like that. So it does look like they're going to try and get that back to the end of the race. But no, indeed, as soon as I said, I was about to say it's got the incline coming up, and at that moment he's pulled it onto the grass out of the way.
One thing, of course, you have to remember: the race isn't 4 hours; it's 4 hours and finish the lap. And if they haven't had an extra lap of fuel,
do the whole lap, yes,
that could be very, very embarrassing. Not saying that's the case. Octane 126 Ferrari. Peter didn't think it would get in the top 10, but I always felt it would. And Simon Trummer, 9th place at the moment.
I'm so glad these things are recorded. Well, say it's not over yet, but what a stunning lap there on that late in the race. I know new tyres, etc., but the car has done its 4 hours. The tyres, drivers are photo, but Engel there, the first, and not just into an 8:06, half a second into it.
Yeah, I know. And in fact, I just looked at the lap pace. It was a 8:07.9 minute lap for the Ferraris. That's right on the pace at the moment. And the car that was slow on the Dottinger is 949. It's Team Aviasor Grensport, their Porsche Cayman. Stefan Bayer, Torsten Kratz, and Friedheim Meme, but none of those will be getting to the finish at this rate. So, just to refresh, with the clock at the top of the hour, 4 hours completed. The final lap needs to be completed, but Maro Engel started the lap with 4.4 seconds to the good over David Pittard's Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Michele Beretta making it 3 manufacturers in the top 3 positions in his Audi, but he's another 37 seconds back. So it's all about the top 2, and really, through the course of this race, it has been all about the number 6 Team HRT. That's Haupt Racing Team. It's race debut, and it's going to be a winning one, surely, for the team headed by Hubert Haupt. But we still have probably about 15 kilometres of racing to go for the top 2. Let us see which way it falls. And then Michele Beretta holding off 1.8 second advantage in his Phoenix Racing Audi over the chasing Fabian Schiller. Looks that he may have done enough, but at this point in the race, the bugs are on the windscreen, making it harder for the drivers to see. But the track conditions have been fabulous through the course of this race. Wave blue flags yet again as the front runners work their way through the traffic, still waiting for the sight, presumably of the black nose number 6 Mercedes to come into view. But I still think we've got a few more minutes before we get to that point. 3 or 4 more minutes. I think I didn't remember precisely when they started the final lap, but start it they did. 4.4 seconds. It's been a great day to go racing again. NLS, one of the first series worldwide to get going at this point of the pandemic, and a welcome fillip for all concerned. And for the cars crossing the start-finish line, they still will get this lap to go, but the laps are really, really counting down for our race leader. He's on that final lap. He's halfway around the final lap. Other battles up and down the field, but we know our top 3 at the moment. It's Engel, Pittard, Beretta. It's Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. But we could still have another Mercedes in the top 3 positions if Fabian Schiller can find a little bit of time in the number 2 car from Get Speed Performance.
It was only 1.8 seconds, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Going to that last lap. Well, we said it could well be a nail-biting finish or building to a crescendo, and boy, did it. Without going on to that last lap, it was, what was it, less than 0.2 of a second, and within 2 corners, that had changed as well, which I thought it was a possibility that Engel could get past Pittard on the last lap, not quite too early, you know what I mean? I thought that was going to be a bit of a dice, and that could have been I expected there might be some swapping, actually, and 2 or 3 changes and whatever, and he just got the job done, didn't he? And that was it.
But again, we talked about the thump of that car onto the start-finish straight, and it's the cars now coming down the Dottinger for the final time. Headlights ablaze. And it is Maro Engel in the background, even further behind than before. I'm afraid 4.4 seconds at the start of the lap has gone out a little bit more. But either way, and as I'm just hearing that perhaps the race leader has got a time penalty. Oh my golly. Well, let's pay attention to the gap between them over the start-finish line. And as the information comes, oh dear, what a well, we don't know what it's for, but anyhow, at the moment, coming up to the finish,
Too short a pit stop
time. Well, that's where the mechanic has to remember to get his fingers in the right order, pushing it across the line. So first to the finish is Maro Engel. His advantage, I wonder if Walkenhorst know they have to push on. How big will the gap between them, and how long will be the time penalty? So over the finish line, more like about 8 or 9 seconds, I think. Let's have a look. 27 laps on the board. The gap between them after 27 laps.
They need a 5-second penalty to win it, don't they? 10-second.
9.9 seconds is the gap on the track. 10-second penalty. That would make it one of the closest finishes of all time in the NLS.
So we need to find out what that penalty is.
Keep looking at other screens. Sort of many screens. Well, what a twist in the tale. So would have been a fairy tale story for victory first time out.
May still be.
Had it happened, it may still be. But what we can tell you over the start-finish line, it's 6:34.15 getting home in third place, waiting for that timing to come. No, it's not getting home in third place. What has happened to 15? It's slowing and it's crabbing.
It's crabbing indeed. Puncture.
Up the Dottinger-Hoa. The car in third place with Michele Beretta is now in fourth and will lose more positions.
Left rear issue there, I think, for that car.
Will that get through at least in fourth place? No, it looks so. Number 32 has come home in fourth. So, no, waiting for that. Yeah, no, that's gone through in fourth place. So, oh dear, puncture there. Very, very cruel for Phoenix Racing. I did say we might get 2 Mercedes. Having had the 3
You did, yeah.
That's the one that may change. But, oh dear, coming through about 5 degrees out of true. What an agonising moment. And it's a 30-second time penalty for the race leader.
I was going to say so.
Victory for Walkenhorst Motorsport then. First time out, but those teams have really shown their colours today and set fair for a season of interest. But we're racing and we're underway all over again. That is the most exciting thing for me and thousands besides. So all change. Nicky Katzberg makes his BMW 5th at the end of the race. Poor Michele Beretta is going to maybe lose a few more places. Maybe Julian Andlau will get his Porsche past him, but he was several moments behind at the start of the lap. But what you need to know, the first car to the finish, number 6, Maro Engel, but unfortunately his 9.9 second victory at the flag has given him a 27-second deficit, because with a time penalty added for not the correct amount of time, not hitting minimum pit stop time, it's a variable here, and maybe someone got the sums wrong, but either way, the pit stop time wasn't sufficient. So Walkenhorst wins, and it was a 37-second penalty that they had to serve, which actually would tally 27 seconds behind at the finish. So 34 wins from 6th. Number 6 and has the message, well, as they get flagged into the winning position in the pit lane, maybe the message has got through, but maybe the Walkenhorst driver, David Pittard, thinks he's just going to the podium, but he will get more than that. 911 does move up past 15 into 6th place.
Now, why 30? If it's 37 seconds, why? It's a random number. I'm intrigued.
Well, it's to do with the amount by which they skip the pit.
By that short, that's simple as that.
Yeah. And the number 15 Beretta car has made it back to the pits, but he just ended up in 7th place, lost a position with that puncture. Well, lost many positions. He should have been coming home 3rd. He's ended up in 7th place. 8th place goes to Dennis Olsen, 2nd Porsche in the top 10. And then just waiting for confirmation of 126, Octane 126, their Ferrari. Will they get into the top 10? They're 9th on the final lap, so you feel fairly sure that will be completed. But then again, I felt fairly sure Michele Beretta would come home in 3rd place, and he's come home 7th with that late puncture. And then we're just waiting to see who will take the Pro-Am honours. It looks like it's going to be car number 30, which is Alex Muller bringing that home for Fricadelli Racing Team. And then the SP9 AM honours should be going to the Racing One Ferrari, the 2 colours of blue, with Stefan Kohlhaas at the wheel in 14th overall. So cars coming in by the droves, but then again, you start with 141 cars. That's the sort of, they will come in droves. And we've had a good clean race.
Beretta's body language there, just getting out of that Audi and just utter dejection. You say should have come in P3, ended up being 7th on that last lap with not that far of the lap to go either. And he's just, I won't say he's kicked, but he's certainly placed his racing boot against the left rear tyre of that Audi and placed it almost in a sort of a car sales lot tyre kicking manner of I wouldn't buy this piece of junk type of thing, because it's just cost him the podium basically. David Pittard, on the other hand, the other extreme of emotion, just slapping the roof of that M6 BMW with both hands, as in can't quite believe it. They pulled it off, and a race win for the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport M6 GT3 car.
But just that element in which you fought and you lost, and your head goes down, and then you get the message you've won. You go into sort of incredulity for a while. And but anyhow, it's come out the right end for David Pittard. Obviously waiting for Mikkel Jensen to come and find him after that race. Social distancing must be observed, of course, but as you can see, officials with masks, everything that's been requested is being adhered to. Obviously, so many other class winners up and down the field.
Doing the social distancing, fist pumping as we did upon arrival today, and then touching the elbows, none of the handshakes and hugs and whatever for winning that race there. And I think Beretta has, frankly, just abandoned that Audi in the pit lane in sheer, I was going to say disgust, but at least dismay.
Yes,
being running the last lap of a 4-hour race, albeit on the Nürburgring in 3rd place, thinking guaranteed podium or podium in the sights. And disappointing, just a puncture there with a handful of corners to go. Unfortunately, finishing 7th overall there, then the 15 Phoenix Racing Audi. So, as per Brucey's prediction earlier on, that he thought we might get two Mercedes in the top 3, he was absolutely right. David Pittard, Engel, and Schiller, BMW, Mercedes, and Mercedes.
Well, let's take a look at the final results. So with that time penalty, Pittard and Jensen win by 27 seconds in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Patrick Assenheimer and Mauro Engel first to the flag by just under 10 seconds, but second with that time penalty, 37 seconds served for not reaching the minimum pit stop time. Then second Mercedes and top 3, Fabian Schiller, Maxi Buch and Raffaele Marciello for Get Speed performance. And then Friens, Rast and Muller just kept on advancing in the number 32 Audi up into 4th place overall. A dozen seconds to the good ahead of the second of the BMWs, the Rover Racing example of Philipp Eng and Nicky Katzberg. And right at the end, with the car that should have finished 3rd, getting a puncture and falling to 7th as it limped its way home. The last place in the top 6 goes to the 911 Porsche, Julian Andler, Campbell and Kern for Manthey Racing, and the frustrated Beretta, Michele Beretta, showing with Kim Lewis-Schramm falling to 7th. The top 10 completed by another Porsche, Christian Engelhardt and Dennis Olsen. A Ferrari, the best of the Ferraris, 488. Grossman, Trummer, Hershey and Ludwig. And then Indy Dontje, Patrick Niederhauser and Mike David Ortman, completing the top 10 for Car Collection Motorsport. All pro runners, the best of the Pro-Am runners in 11th place overall. Victory in that subclass going to the Fricadelli Racing team in 11th place. That was in the hands of Alex Muller, who brought it home, Lance David Arnold and Klaus Aberlin. But look at that. At the start of the race, at many points in the race, we wouldn't have predicted a win by more than 2 digits.
No.
In the end, it was 2 digits, but 27 seconds seems huge, but a 37-second time penalty. Lessons will be learnt, as politicians like to say. But in terms of pace, the Hout Racing team had the form to do this, but I must say it was a valiant battle from Walkenhorst Motorsport, and you really feel they deserve every much as HRT the chance to be on the top step of the podium. And this, the first round of 8 championship races we'll have in this season. Much delayed start, June the 27th today. Our next race is the 11th of July on a Saturday, and the 12th of July, the Sunday. That's rounds 2 and 3. Can't wait to get going all over again, but I think it's been a really, really good splash to get us racing again. Great understanding of what's required to achieve social distancing in these difficult times, and the circuit itself, it provided what it can, the best place to go racing. Fabulous weather,
absolutely,
and you can imagine a lot of very, very happy people again, because everything was anybody's guess, but we wondered if we get a racing season. But not only have we got the start of one, but it's been carried off with considerable aplomb and considerable intelligence, and well done to all concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to fear for Mara Engel and the HRT team as it being their first race. And obviously just an error on timing and pit stop there that's cost them that and given them that 37-second penalty. But they equally, they wouldn't have been 37 seconds up the road in that position to be doing what they did on the last lap. So that's just one of those things. There have to be losers. There can only be one winner. And not detracting at all from that extraordinary effort over, I know it's Black Falcon originally, but it's HRT now. Great effort. And it's not, it would have been a fairy tale to win your first race, I grant you. But you've got to say that Pittard and Valkenhorst Motorsport and that young man in the car with him, young Jensen there, Mikkel Jensen, what a fantastic drive they've done between the two of them there. And I don't mean to bang on about it, but I do think David Pittard really set the foundations of that place in that first stint. And it's not the car that shouldn't have been there, but it was the fact that he was doing the very thing that we thought drivers probably shouldn't do in those circumstances, as in, you're not match fit. You might have on digital racing, you might have kept sharp, might have kept the little grey cells, as Poirot would say, going, but it's not the same as driving, filling the bumps, the contours, the curbs, etc. It's not the same. You're not match fit, back out there, greasy track, in a car that really wasn't meant to be there. And he did do the very thing that we thought no driver should do on that first race back after 8 months or whatever layoff, of take some risks. And it paid off.
It absolutely did, but full marks. Just to reiterate, it was also slightly wet and greasy in those opening laps, so the risks were all the greater. But
he didn't put a foot wrong doing it.
Racers like to have a go. So it's been just a fantastic start to the season. We would have liked to have it in March, as March turned to April, but as we have it, we're having it at the end of June as we head into July. But the racing is going to come thick and fast, 11th and 12th of July, so just two weekends from now, and we'll do it all over again, not once but twice. But it's been a really, really strong start to the season, and it has been something the drivers wanted to get their teeth into. Let's take a look at the highlights. A packed field of cars, 141 cars coming out to play, but a brilliant start from Patrick Assenheimer, terrible start from the Phoenix Audi on the outside of the front row, and it was all about the black Mercedes at the start. Then unfortunately the Octane 126 Ferrari going for a spin before they'd even reached the Nordschleife. Second and third batches of cars got going, nice and clean starts from all concerned in those classes, but out front it was the Mercedes pulling clear for the new team, Hout Racing Team, and the driver making the moves was David Pittard in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Got himself up to fourth, then to third, then to second. Big fight with Raffaele Marciello. Mathieu Vassivière got involved in that battle over second place, but then it was just Marciello fighting super hard. But then we had the driver changes, and it was still the number 2 Mercedes fighting with the number 6 Mercedes, but the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW doing things differently. Its sister's car definitely doing things differently, spinning backwards and parking backwards just as the track transitions onto the Nordschleife. That lost a lot of time before it could be recovered. The key standard in the race today was keeping it on the island, and the majority of drivers did just that. Traffic did sort out the lead at certain points, Maro Engel not needing a second invitation. Then just as the race-leading quartet of cars came down the Dottinger Höhe, one of the KTM's shed bodywork, having probably backed it into the barriers at the start of the straight, and it flew right across the track in front of them. And we had 4 cars, nose to tail, side by side, going through the Mercedes arena. It was like a lap of a sprint race, but this is a 4-hour race. But through it all, that number 6 Mercedes just kept on keeping its nose in front. But the thing about it, it ran a different tactic to most of its rival, had a longer first period, a longer second period. Its strategy was different, so we had to see how it would unfold when they went out after the final pit stop. Would it be the BMW in front or the Mercedes? It was the BMW, but then it was the Mercedes. Maro Engel pushing so hard, and eventually got his nose clear and came across the start-finish line with a whisker under 10 seconds to good. But just before that, moments before, we heard there was a time penalty. It hadn't stayed at a standstill in the pit lane for the minimum mandated time. It's a moving scale, but they got it wrong. So victory went to Walkenhorst. First blood to them. What a start to 2020.
It's just that, yes, it's incredible. I'm speechless at your highlights alone.
Well, it's a race of many highlights.
Absolutely. Just incredible. I mean, again, 4 hours ago, would we have predicted that? No. We know what it can throw up. We know what the circuit can throw up. We know what racing can throw up. But first race back, I did wonder whether there'd just be an element of, not necessarily caution, but perhaps that is the word I mean, but just a little bit of sort of let's just get one in and just get in the bag and see how we go. And no, racers, it just proves once again, racers are racers, and that's that. Once you're out there, they just go and do what they do.
Entirely they do, but I think maybe the caution came further down the field. Certainly no quarter was being given from the SP9 runners. Pro entries, as expected, right at the sharp end of the field. They filled the top 10 places before the best of the Pro-Am runners, but history will possibly forget the fact the time penalty, 37 seconds, added to take a 10-second victory for Patrick Assenheimer and Maro Engel. Patrick won almost half of the rounds last year. That's been taken away from them. A mistake in the pit lane, nothing more, nothing less. But a chance for Walk and Horse Motorsport to celebrate on the top step of the podium. We know who's buying the beers in the HRT team tonight, don't we? Exactly. And just to reiterate, the Pro-Am class won by Klaus Abelin, Lance David Arnold, and Alex Muller, car number 30, in 11th place overall. That's the Porsche from Fricadelli Racing. And the best of the SP9 AMs, 3 places further back, so not a bad day for Ferrari. They take that. Stefan Kohlhaas, Nikolai Rogoviu, and Kohler, 14th place. Best of SP Pro, well, it was the only car in SP Pro. That was the Bachmann, Muller, Rivas. So Black Falcon do get some prizes today. And working on down the order. SP7, always a competitive class, but Peter Turting had the lead at the start of the race, had it at the end of the race, sharing with Hopper and Krantz in 19th overall. So first blood to him as well. And working on through the classes, SP10, that's the GT4 class, if you like. Gabriel Piana sharing that with Michael Schrey and Fisher, car number 192. Another good job, done well. Last year's champion, Yannick Fubrick, moving up into second place in that class at the end of the race. So what really stands out to me was just what a competitive race it was today. Delivered in style, delivered on... The weather was kind too, because I think you had that little drizzle at the start.
Certainly helped. I think a point worth noting as well is I think also exceptional driving standards from everybody down the field, without exception. There are some club races that have had worse than that, and I think that's the first time back. It's basically first day of term, really. Everybody potential to be a bit overexcited. I thought the driving standards were exemplary from top to bottom of the field.
Well, let's take that as the accolade they all deserve. Join us again on the 11th of July for round 2 of the NLS. Thank you very much for joining me, Bruce Jones, and Peter Snowden.
in der SP 6 sind mit dem Platz